Sometimes, I have to sigh that the little son is really strong. After seeing Kara's miserable condition, Ashna couldn't help but sigh. Compared to her, my combat power is much worse. Even Ashna had to admit the combat power of the chosen gods of destruction. It is true that the chosen gods of destruction are strong, but their flaws are also great. Field did not wear tinted glasses because of their personal combat power. They are too few in number, lack cooperation, and have no potential for sustainable development. On the other hand, although few of the other gods have personal combat power comparable to that of Philomena, they are numerous. It is definitely enough to destroy the world, but if you want to develop civilization, bombing alone is not enough. Besides, everyone has their own value. You don't have to belittle yourself. The night territory is big and can accommodate everyone who works hard for it. Field patted her butt gently and then patted the butt of Jalos who passed by and wanted to pat Philomena, but she glared back. Okay. Ashna nodded obediently. Putting away the artifact, Field commanded everyone, before it gets dark, check the surrounding environment. The enemies who are not dead, and then loot all useful supplies. By the way, 87 mercenaries died in this battle, and more than 150 were injured. Our direct army gained a lot and no one died in the battle. Ashna nodded with satisfaction and whispered, mercenaries are still useful. I don't feel sorry for using them as cannon fodder. They are also trying to make a living. Field chuckled, don't reduce their wages, otherwise others will be even less willing to work. In addition, we have harvested a large number of war horses. What should we do with them? After slapping her head, Ashna hurriedly said, more than 800 war horses, plus our own war horses, are too cumbersome. Due to Kyla's decision to dismount and fight on foot, they led the war horses to the other side in advance. This seemingly smart decision preserved the supplies to the greatest extent and made a wedding dress for Field. 800 excellent war horses alone is a huge wealth that the small nobles dare not imagine. His Field was also entangled. Just eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in a warhorse would take a lot of effort to take care of, or sell it to the imperial army. Jalos raised his hand, or sell it to the nobles. It's better to sell it to the rebels. Ashna shook her head repeatedly. Philomena suggested, kill them all, kill the injured warhorses for meat and keep the rest. After thinking for a moment, Field shook his head repeatedly. It's useful to keep them. Now try to rely on the stock to hold on. I estimate that the next battle will be stalemate for a while. We attack westward. When we reach the seaside, we will contact the night territory and ask the ships to come and transport the supplies. At that time, we will rely on the warships to attack in a fan shape and continue to plunder supplies for the night territory. Of course, we have to wait until the battle situation is a little clearer, otherwise it is easy to run into the enemy's army. Oh, so the adults want warships so much to move supplies. Everyone understood. Field chuckled. Of course, this is the only way to make money from war. Okay, everyone, get moving. Yes. Everyone went to work, and Field, surrounded by a team of cavalry, rode a warhorse and scouted the nearby terrain along the river. It seems that because of the tragic war in the nameless river, a drowned body floated up from time to time. Field had long been accustomed to it and was not surprised. Hey, there's a little girl there. Looking around, Field saw a thin and melancholy girl sitting alone on the river bank. Staring at the body in the river in a daze, the girl was not only wrapped in bandages but also in her right eye. The intact left eye revealed sadness. She seemed to have been seriously injured. After taking 2 steps closer, Field was surprised to find that the girl was very beautiful, but unfortunately her snow-white skin had no blood color, which made her look less lively. The rabbit was very small, obviously lower than the average level of the Griffin Empire. Field guessed that it might be because the people here were short of supplies and were starving. Fortunately, the platinum hair on the side of her face shone gorgeously in the sunset, adding a bit of divinity. Could it be the chosen one? Field was not confused by the other party's thinness and immediately opened the small map. Found that there were human marks on the map and they were not hostile. It seems to be the unlucky villagers nearby. With a sigh, Field stepped forward and wanted to pull her to the camp to work. Hey, little girl, there's a war here. Go to my camp to work, at least you can eat black noodles. I saw it. The girl turned her head and stared at Field with absent-minded eyes. She murmured, your empire's army is really good at killing. The people in the 3 provinces of the western border are almost killed. When will we get real peace? We just want to survive. Butcher, you must be very proud now. The girl's soft voice said something that hit the heart. "You ugly snake demon, the fangs of a poisonous snake, how can you talk to our lord Baron?" The surrounding cavalrymen were furious when they heard this and raised their whips to whip her to death. In fact, any civilian who dared to question the noble master would be whipped to death. "Stop, she's just a little girl, I don't need to mess with her." Field waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Faced with soul-searching, Field calmly replied, "I don't know when the Empire can achieve peace. Anyway, the people under my command are living well and not being bullied, which is enough. As for the cruel war here, it is the Queen's and that shitty hero King's business. As a Northerner, I do not accept any moral accusations. You big shots made a mess for the sake of profit, but you want to blame me who is innocent. How many dishes drink like this? Your Excellency is right." The cavalrymen around nodded sincerely. After walking around, they saw too many tragic scenes. The Night Territory, which was originally a Jedi, now looks more like a paradise. The girl didn't believe it at all and continued to hug her knees and look at the lake stupidly. "Leave her a piece of black bread, let's go. Our adults are kind-hearted and reward you." A cavalryman took out a piece of bread from the backpack of the warhorse and put it next to the... Oh, the girl did not respond, as if even her instincts had disappeared. Field didn't take it seriously and continued to survey the terrain. After walking a few steps, he heard the sound of falling into the water. Field turned around and didn't see the girl. He sighed and continued to move forward. Such tragic scenes are everywhere, and he can't take care of them at all. It's better to help those who want to live first. At the same time, Field's hatred for the corruption empire became even deeper. Back to the temporary camp, everyone began to rest. Field rubbed his hands and awakened the black crow of the night leader through his mental power. "I'm in a bad mood, play Happy Farm for a while." Controlling the black crow to open his eyes, Field found that the black crow was staying in the birdcage on the top floor of the castle. A cold wind is howling outside. Most of the northern parts of the Griffin Empire have a continental climate with long and cold winters. Night Territory is slightly better because it is close to the sea. The coming winter will last from November to March next year. Every winter, countless wanderers freeze to death in the north of the empire. After the free people are frozen and bankrupt, new wanderers and slaves will be born. Under such a tragedy, slavery cannot be abolished in the empire. Fragile individuals do not even have the option of slavery. They can only return to the embrace of Mother Nature. Fortunately, there was warmth from the fireplace in the house. Rosaria had her long, silky hair spread out and was wearing a black pajamas with ribbons. She was sitting at the desk with her head propped up, looking like she was thinking hard. Isn't the use of poetry too strange? The straightforward description does not feel consistent with the identity. Rosaria scratched her head with a quill and sighed, "I have almost forgotten about writing letters. I hope I won't be laughed at by Field." Taking a peek, she was writing a letter to herself, but she only wrote the beginning. "Ahem, what are you doing?" Field coughed twice. "Oh, Field, you are back." Rosalia's eyes lit up and she jumped up for joy, but she immediately adjusted her clothes, hid the rabbit with her nose exposed, and then said gracefully, "Okay, only the soul comes back. Say something auspicious." Field laughed and cursed. How's the battle going? Did you encounter any strong enemies?" Rosaria asked with concern. "When will you come back?" "It's okay now. I will call you if I encounter danger. No large-scale battle has broken out and we won't be able to return in the short term." Rosalia instantly wilted and her frustration was palpable. "But I miss you." "It won't be long, I have a feeling." Field couldn't see others being sad, so he patted her head to comfort her. Changed the topic by saying, "Come out with me for a walk to see the development of the territory." Arriving at the outskirts of Fenki town, Field could see the towering city walls gradually taking shape in the distance. There are newly expanded pastures in the suburbs, and huge barns and slowly rotating windmills have risen in the vast farmland. Natural wind power will gradually replace livestock, and the remaining cattle can be put into agriculture, starting a positive cycle. Wow, Barren is so awesome. It's so big as expected of Mr. Field. It must have cost a lot of money to build the windmill, and I bet the price of the mill will go up. Your Majesty is so kind. Even if the price increases, I will support it. Many villagers were overwhelmed by the novelty of windmills and even gathered together to watch the windmills, marveling at them. Enki town can no longer be considered a town. It looks like a small town, and it is a wealthy small city. Why is there a baby in the Night Territory? Field was surprised to find a woman in the crowd holding a baby in her arms. That's right. Counting the time, it's been almost a year since we came to Night Territory. It's not surprising that a newborn baby was born. Field, why are you paying attention to this and wanting to eat children? Rosaria's mind was astonishing. Well, of course not. Field was ashamed. Let's go to the city hall to find Tisifa. I have to make some decisions and give them some help, otherwise the death rate among the territory's residents will skyrocket this winter. When we came to the city hall, the little angel and the little fox were there. The border fortress needs a large number of arrows to fight against the rotting corpses around it. Armor and weapons also need to be maintained. Gogglies, I need 20 craftsmen to station in the border fortress. The little angel patted the table and said, obviously the two of them had been arguing for a long time. There are no more workers left. Goglessy's voice was low, but extremely decisive. Tisifa, the Night Territory is not short of military supplies. Now every part of the territory needs craftsmen, and I can't give them to you. What's the fuss about? I'll take care of it. Rosalia walked elegantly into the city hall with Black Crow in her arms and sat unceremoniously on the main seat. Miss, please tell me how to solve it. Tisifa said seriously, recently, the Bull Territory has been in chaos again, with bandits attacking from time to time. After thinking for a moment, Rosaria decisively gave up and asked Field, Sir, what do you think we should do? My lord is back. The two people who had been arguing just now became honest immediately. Sorry, sir, we didn't quarrel. In the name of apologizing, Tisifa took the Black Crow from Rosalia's arms very naturally and said in a low voice, I am responsible for the city's defense. I was too impatient, so my tone was a little bad. Don't worry, let's talk about the situation first. Aren't the Bull Territories guarded by Rebecca's family? How come there are robbers everywhere? Field was curious. I suspect that their family ran away or encountered something unexpected. Tisifa held Black Crow in her arms and whispered, I once flew above Bull Castle to check, and the entire Bull Castle became an empty city, and at night, ghosts and wolves howled there which could be heard even in the border fortress. Field's vision was blocked by the huge rabbit, and Field felt like his breathing was blocked. There is such a thing. With his mind spinning, Field shook his head gently. Don't worry about it for now. The territory's combat power is too small, so we must not rush in. These days, even if you are a noble, if you don't have enough strength, you may die inexplicably. In addition, it is difficult for caravans to travel alone. The weather is getting colder and bandits are everywhere. Tisifa sighed. You know, bandits are not just desperate civilians. Nobles will also pretend to be bandits. That's right, like me. Field was sweating profusely. There are still a lot of military supplies in the night warehouse. Let's transport them from the warehouse first. After weighing the pros and cons, Field made a decision. I will allocate 5 craftsmen to you. There really can't be any more. When I come back, I will kill all the bandits around me. Kill. Thank you, sir. Tisifa nodded with satisfaction. By the way, little fox, how are the water wheels and steel doing? Very good progress. According to your design, we have made slight adjustments. We have made a usable water blasting device, but it still needs oxen to assist. Despite this, the output of iron has more than tripled. The little fox reported excitedly. I don't know if it was an illusion. She was indeed not as timid as before. Sir, do you want to go and take a look? When I come back to visit in person, you'll be doing a great job and are already heading towards automation. Field was very satisfied. You can also consider magic devices. Maybe you are better at this. Maybe you can use the wind magic core to blow the wind. You can try it boldly and don't have to worry about being punished for failure. The knowledge that individuals can provide is limited, and only scientific and progressive ideas are eternal. My lord, I will try. Little angel, how many babies have been born in the territory? Have you sent people to count them? Field asked. Well, there seem to be 20 to 30 and the rest have not been born yet. I estimate that there will be 150 babies by the end of the year, and then there will be more and more. These children will be authentic Night Territory people, which are 100 times more useful than captured slaves. They have not been polluted by the Empire. They are all blank slates. I have a task arrangement. Field motioned for them to take out paper and pen and then cleared his throat. If I remember correctly, Night Territory has dozens of dairy cows. Count the families with babies. And issue special tickets regularly, allowing them to exchange meat, eggs and milk at super low prices. Your Excellency is kind. Tisifa made a holy light gesture and said happily, You are worthy of being Lord Field. I didn't make a mistake. Field was almost embarrassed by the praise. He just wanted to retain as many future labor forces as possible. Why not pay? Rosaria asked curiously. If they are given money, they will probably save it up, and they may even guide the people to have children recklessly and not care about them. Field explained. As for why it is not free, I hope they will develop the habit of shopping. It's that simple. Yes, I'll do it now. Tisifa nodded repeatedly. Also, little fox, let the blacksmith shop start making stoves. I have designed the style which is in the drawer. Field said proudly, full production capacity, make as many stoves as possible. This winter, I don't want anyone to freeze to death. After arranging the affairs of the territory, Field fell asleep. In the camp outside the goat village, he rested for 7 days, collected the previous gains, and took the chosen ones on a tour. Field built a simple wooden fort in the forest opposite the goat village and agreed that if the war situation did not change, they would head west. The territory welcomed uninvited guests. A team of 50 people came to the outskirts of the camp. It's too hard to find. If I hadn't gotten the whereabouts of this rat from the commander of the Third Army, I would definitely not have found it. An imperial official sitting in the carriage, kept complaining. He stuck his head out and was soaked by the humidity in the mountains, shrinking his neck. Damn, it's just a simple task of looting supplies, but it took so long to execute it. What on earth do you do for a living? Who are you? As soon as they approached the camp, they were discovered by the light cavalry patrolling in secret. 30 cavalrymen rushed out of the forest and surrounded all the escape routes of the convoy like a wolf pack. I am the law enforcement officer of the Imperial Army and the supervisor of the war team. Wanted to curse. After all, Field had been missing for 10 days. As the son of the Earl, missing for 10 days is not good news, so he was urged to come and search. Looking at the perverted knight in front of him, who was full of murderous aura and even licking the knife, opened his mouth and held back from cursing but said arrogantly, "Call your baron out, he will know what to do. You wait." A cavalryman came back to report immediately. Field, who heard the news, frowned and thought to himself, here they come. I guess the Imperial Army can't help it and will take the initiative to launch an attack. The conspiracy that Ashina heard is likely to explode. Following the cavalry, Field called Ashina and found Yim's convoy. This guy was already furious. Damn Field, you are too rude. Yim was very angry. Your lackeys have left me on the road for 2 hours. It's almost winter now. You know how cold the mountains are, right? Even black bears won't appear. Sir, it's not 2 hours. The wolf subhuman cavalry scratched his head. This old dang is talking nonsense at most 5 minutes. Ha ha ha. Field didn't hold it in and didn't mean to blame the cavalry. Why are there lowly subhumans in your team? Are you traitors? Yim pointed at the cavalry and questioned. If we were traitors, your head would have been moved. Ashina's voice was cold, full of unquestionable majesty. You, just a mercenary, don't be nervous. Field waved his hand and turned to ask him, Dear sir, did you bring military supplies? Of course not, Mr. Field. Please correct your attitude. Don't always think about the Empire giving you supplies. You should think about dedicating to the Queen. Scolded. I am the supervisory team. Where have you been these days? Are you afraid of the enemy and hiding? Of course not. We wiped out more than 300 infantrymen and a cavalry team of 1,000 people and killed a total of 4 gods chosen. Field folded his hands, looked up at the sky with a cool and pretentious expression. Just you. Rolling his eyes, didn't believe a word. Her Majesty the Queen only gave you some cannon fodder. Mercenaries, how can they be used to fight against the gods chosen? In his opinion, the country barren is only worthy of waving flags and shouting, and killing the gods chosen is something that only the Imperial Army can do. If you don't believe me, forget it. Field shrugged and said coldly, Tell me clearly why you are here. Is the Queen gathering the army to prepare to face the enemy head-on? How do you know? Was stunned for a moment, took out the magic envelope and threw it to Field. Listen, return immediately. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. A Griffin Empire army will attack from the Undying Castle and crush the shameless rebels in all aspects, and I will serve as the supervisor of the Third Army. Narrowed his eyes. I will keep a close eye on you. Opening the magic envelope, it was indeed stamped with the special seal of the Imperial Army, and the order was consistent, so the other party did not lie. But what is the difference between the Queen's order and a beggar's fart? The only difference may be that the Queen's is a little more fragrant. I would never fight for her, not to mention that the Queen planned to send away 30,000 noble coalition forces, and only a fool would help her. By the way, Mr. Yim, I suddenly remembered that my gains are more than that. Field smiled. Are you still bragging? Field's voice gradually became cold. I also captured a rebel army of about 50 people who pretended to be the envoy of the Empire. What do you mean? Yim's face suddenly changed, and the pride on his face disappeared instantly. Everyone in the convoy was in an uproar, and no matter how stupid they were, they knew what Field meant. The letter is fake, you despicable devil's minions, you rebels are still trying to deceive me. Field's face changed, and his fighting spirit surged. He smashed the magic envelope into slag. Kill everyone except Im, I will interrogate Im myself. You are a traitor. Im was so scared that his pants almost flew off. He didn't expect Field to be so bold. So far, no noble dared to be rude to the Queen's people, and they all wanted to give their wives to him. Kill, without any hesitation, the surrounding cavalry drove their horses with a grin and rushed over. The supervising team just had great power. Under the long sword like a wolf and a tiger, they all became dead souls under the sword. Field, your crime of betrayal will definitely be punished with the cruelest punishment, and you will go to hell. Im screamed tremblingly, but before he could finish his words, the guard beside him suddenly jumped up and stabbed him to death. He also vomited blood and died. What's going on? Field was shocked. Something happened so quickly. Sir, these guards seem to have poison in their mouths. It's really strange. They are not the Queen's people. Why would they bring these things? Ashina was confused. Maybe it's because he's afraid that some secrets will be known by others. Field shrugged. It's probably because it's about harming the noble coalition. They need to supervise the battle, but they are also afraid that the supervising team won't be able to keep their mouths shut. After killing the supervising team, Field felt inexplicably uneasy and irritable and immediately urged the army to take action. We are ready to take action. This place is about to become a battlefield, and we can't stay here any longer. The chaos of the war is the best time to escape. The reason why I didn't run around before was because I didn't know the enemy situation, and all major passes and roads were under the supervision of both parties. There was no difference between running around and dying. In this battle, the rebels have a 6th-level divine choice, and they are likely to die suddenly if they run around. But it will be different after the official war. Both sides will become a mess. Field opened the small map, and a large number of markers appeared on the edge of the map, including red markers for the rebels and green markers for his own army. Sir, where should we go? Go west. As for the specific direction, it depends on the situation of the war. It is best not to run into a large-scale enemy force. Field pondered for a moment. Let's go to the periphery of the main battlefield first and observe the situation. Only when the main force starts a decisive battle will we have a chance to operate. The army raised its camp and marched toward the west in a mighty manner. How do you think the outcome will be? Field turned to ask his chosen one. I think the Empire has a good chance of winning. Ashina pondered for a moment. The Imperial Legion is extremely powerful. Even if the Queen's command is messed up, the combat power is still unmatched. What's more, the noble coalition was completely wiped out by the enemy, and it had no impact on the Queen's headquarters. You can even wait for work and leisure. Garros also thought so. The rebels defeated more than 30,000 noble coalition forces, so how much physical strength can they have to fight? That makes sense. Although Field agreed with their views, he instinctively felt uneasy. I always feel that something will go wrong. What kind of trump card does the Empire have that it dares to murder its own nobles on the battlefield? At best, there will be a stalemate. The Imperial army may be pushed back into the fortress. Asuna scratched her ears. Just like the previous wars between humans and demi-humans, it will eventually turn into a stalemate and an offensive and defensive war, which can even last for half a year. After marching for half a day, Field found a hidden mountainous area. Standing on the top of the mountain, he could see several main roads in the distance. The next day, at 10:15 in the morning, the legions of the Griffin Empire finished their lunch early. Woo! I heard the dull sound of the horn. Several city gates of the Fortress of Immortality were opened simultaneously, and thousands of soldiers poured out. In a short time, the noble legions and the Imperial legions stretched for more than 10 miles. Officers and nobles at all levels continued to issue orders, and a large number of messengers and magicians came and went to deliver orders to the soldiers. Similarly, a continuous line of Juma, sentry towers, bunkers, and earthen walls stretches all the way. There are at least 80,000 regular troops, counting engineers, cannon fodder, and logistics. There are 170,000 to 80,000 on the battlefield, let alone the rear area. Field stood on the mountain and looked out, and couldn't help but be shocked. This is the true strength of the Empire. What's even more frightening is that the Fortress of Immortality is only one of the three major directions of attack. A large number of troops were also retained to guard against the elves and demi-humans. The several armies at the front are the noble coalition forces. Led by the highly respected Marquis Jarvan, one of the 7 electors in the Empire, it is theoretically possible to become emperor. Elector is different from Marquis. It is a unique title, mainly related to etiquette. A powerful elector may be stronger than a Grand Duke, while a weak elector may not even be as good as a count. It would be more intuitive to understand the elector as the earliest founder of the company and the nobles as shareholders. The founder can be a shareholder, but the shareholder does not have to be the founder. The imperial aristocratic structure consists of 1 emperor, 3 princes, and 7 electors. Except for the death of the Golden Lion Grand Duke, the rest are all fine. Through the forest of tiers of spears and halberds, Elector Jarvan majestically scanned the military formation ahead. With a flick of his red armor, he burst out with powerful fighting spirit. Although he was already 80 years old, he was still as powerful as a tiger descending from the mountain. A girl holding a ferocious red bow and wearing a white-red long skirt like military uniform with a long ponytail and a heroic appearance was shrouded by divine power like a red glow. She was actually standing in the void, and she felt unprecedented oppression at a glance. Level 6 is the Elector's divine chosen one, Zilios. He is known as the Imperial Son. He is an out-and-out genius. As a nobleman, Garroth knows a lot. I remember her correctly. At just over 40, he is the youngest 6th-level person in the Empire. It's really scary. Field nodded heavily. I remember that Marquis Jaiwan's territory is not rich. It is a miracle that the 6th level can appear. Under Jaiwan's tent, there were 16 or 7 outstanding 5th-level divine choices, wearing different family emblems and coming from different big families. They were only temporarily dispatched by the Elector. The 5,000 elite heavy cavalry of the left army are all knights, and everyone has fighting spirit. The various family flags and personal flags are like a vast ocean, which is dazzling. The right army is composed entirely of divinely chosen guards, all fighting knights or magicians. The coalition of nobles is just like this, colorful. They seem loose, but they are related to each other. At 10 o'clock at noon, the noble coalition troops, under the command of Elector Jaiwan, completed their formation. The formation is strict, and the cavalry on both wings is like the talons of an eagle, ready to attack at any time. Field praised, "It's not the pig-headed governor who is commanding us." As expected, even the momentum is different. Zilios, march on. I will conquer the Kanghai province. Jaiwan waved his sword domineeringly and roared. Yes, Grandpa, how many times have I told you it's just a job outside the home? Jaiwan glared at his granddaughter. As you wish, Commander. Zilios nodded slightly and looked up at the sky, his orange eyes reflecting the goddess mark and the laws of the world. He raised the sacred bow in his hand and shot an arrow into the sky. Buzz, the sky was instantly dyed into a sea of magnificent red flowers, and countless illusory flowers were composed of divine power and swayed in the wind according to some strange rules. Every rhythm will evolve into a mysterious law inscription. The divine power compressed to the extreme surged out like a flood, covering everyone around him, even Field, who was wandering on the edge. The realm of God, the hanging garden of the praiser. The next moment, the life energy of the entire noble coalition increased dramatically. Holy crap, the mercenaries have all turned into first-order life forms. Field was shocked when he saw that his mercenary cannon fodder actually had vain fighting spirit. Although it is vain, the combat power blessing is real. What's even more strange is that the god of Gilos belongs to the same family as the god of war, and his combat power has skyrocketed. Hey, I almost forgot, the chosen god of slaughter also belongs to the god of war system, so I've benefited from it. Garros put his hands on his hips and said, the more people there are, the better. Asuna and Philomna did not receive blessings due to the conflict between their divine systems, so they could only stare at each other with big eyes. I've heard that God's choice will transform 3 times. It turns out that the 6th level will gain a domain. Field's own fighting spirit was transformed into the unique god of war fighting spirit, and his strength more than doubled. At the same time, Field felt that his soul became closer to the other party. This is the 6th level. Ashina took a breath, providing blessings to tens of thousands of people. Field pondered for a moment, opened his panel, saw the positive gain, and immediately said in shock, "Not only is it blessing tens of thousands of people, but tens of thousands of people are blessing her." Domain of the gods, the hanging garden of the praiser, exclusive domain of the goddess of bow, friendly buff, provides massive life energy blessing, turning friendly fighting spirit into temporary god of war fighting spirit. It also adds the heartfire mark. If the enemy's chosen ones kill our non-chosen units, it will suffer backlash from the rules and be hit by the flame-roaring bow from a distance. God's choice buff, the surrounding territory and friendly forces will provide the God's chosen with a steady stream of life gains. Within the scope of the domain, there is still one person left in the army. The God of war is the chosen one. His soul is immortal, and he will never retreat. Special effects unable to view. Attack for the glory of the empire. Zilio shouted, and layers of divine power intertwined with the surrounding space. Like a dream, fight for glory, fight for the empire, fight for the queen. The aristocratic coalition of the Griffin Empire shouted loudly, and the overwhelming roar made the leaves fall. With steps like thunder, we marched towards the Shanghai province. The magical beasts and birds along the way were so frightened that the small group of rebels who did not escape were crushed to pieces as if they were swatting mosquitoes. It's unimaginable that Her Majesty the Queen actually wants to send away such an army. Field was amazed. Although the nobles are a bit of a bastard, they are really unambiguous when it comes to fighting a war with all their strength. The noble regiment seemed completely unaware of the Queen's bizarre plan and was focused on gaining glory. The aristocratic coalition was almost out of sight, and the imperial army had just completed its formation. The most eye-catching ones were the 2 Griffon knights, each with 1,000 men. Similarly, there are 2 extremely gorgeous gods chosen ones floating in the air, one holding a long sword, and the other with a snake demon shadow behind him. Field estimated that they should be the 2 6th-level divine choices of the imperial army. However, the formation of the imperial legion was not rigorous, and the chosen ones did not expand their territory, but marched directly in a loose and casual manner. "Lord Fernando, we are approaching the enemy. We need to expand our territory." The long-legged lady holding the holy sword of the scales, with fluttering golden robes and long hair that could almost reach her feet, glanced into the distance with her noble eyes. In addition, cannot be disconnected, otherwise it will not be conducive to support. "Miss Sword Saint, I am in command now." Fernando waved his hand. "I will fully implement the Queen's will, don't worry. In other areas, the noble coalition has already launched. If it starts again, it will put pressure on the soldiers. According to reliable information, the opponent also has multiple 6th-level divine choices. If we don't expand the field, we may be caught off guard. I am the marshal. Now I am the representative of the will of the Queen and the Empire." Fernando was obviously impatient. "Don't question my orders on the battlefield. Fernando is the Queen's uncle and is of noble birth, as you wish." Hearing this, Sister Yu hugged the sword in her arms tightly. Her eyes were cold and she stopped talking. "Okay, let's all march forward." Fernando waved his hands, his voice a little hoarse. Follow the planned route and march towards Shanghai province. In fact, Fernando felt uneasy. He knew that the first time he would be the commander-in-chief in his life would be the last time. The Queen did not want to defeat the rebels in one wave, but to bury the stubborn aristocracy. This is all for the Empire. We must unite to gather the power of the Griffin Empire. Fernando let out a long sigh and said to himself, "I'm dead anyway, alas, it's all because of my niece." He made a major mistake in command and completely offended the nobles and the 6th-level divine selection. He was probably ruined for the rest of his life. "All march," Fernando shouted. "As you command, fight for Her Majesty the Queen." The Imperial Legion shouted and set off immediately. Not counting scattered mercenaries and cannon fodder, the Imperial Legion is still mighty. There are guards from the core provinces of the Empire, as well as elite soldiers from various provinces. The overall quality of the soldiers is much better than that of the noble corps, but their momentum is much worse. "Sir, should we set off to the west immediately?" Asuna felt the oppression and terror for the first time. Facing so many divine choices, everyone would be afraid. If not, are they still human? Only Philomena looked indifferent. Just the divine reconnaissance skills of the chosen ones are being unleashed by some people all the time. But the Imperial Army had something on their minds. The scouts were not active in reconnaissance, and no one came to question Field. "No need. If we run around now, we will either run into the enemy's guns or be suspected by our own people. We are on the edge of the army, so we can just move forward normally. Moreover, we are far away from the main force, and the enemy will not send out a large army to specifically wipe us out. It's like two swordsmen who are going all out, only staring at each other's vital points. After all, every move may reveal a flaw. Following the army, they marched forward in a mighty manner. Not even a dog could be seen along the way, let alone the enemy, but Field's feeling of uneasiness became heavier. Where is the ambush site? We are almost leaving the mountains and reaching the plains. Is the enemy going to ambush on the plains? What a joke. Field felt that his heart was about to jump out. He rode his horse and stared intently at the noble coalition in the distance. However, the noble coalition passed through the dangerous mountains and forests and stepped into the plains, and there was no chance of ambush. Field snorted and shook his head lightly. There is no ambush. It seems that the queen is not that outrageous. Also, who would harm their own army? Ashina blushed and scratched her head. Sorry, sir, I didn't expect it. It's all my fault. Before she could reply, a calm voice came from behind. Hello, Baron, we meet again. Field was startled, this voice. Field turned around and saw the bandaged girl by the lake. I clearly remember that after she sighed, she jumped into the lake. How could she appear here? The level of terror is comparable to that of an old corpse in a mountain village. The soldiers around were even more confused. No one noticed when the girl appeared. It's broken. Field's eyelids twitched suddenly. You are the chosen one, not an ordinary person at all. Seeing that her lord was shocked, Ashina immediately stood in front of Field with a gun. That's right, dear Baron Field. Give me the Book of Wisdom, and in exchange, I will save your life. The girl's eyes were still filled with numbness and sadness, and she looked like an ordinary girl in distress. It turns out to be the chosen god of chaos. Field knew what the opponent was, and only the chaos chosen had the perfect disguise ability. Not only is it immune to detection, but it can also disguise itself as an ordinary person or other gods. More importantly, the chosen god of chaos is very interested in human wisdom and has been searching for books of wisdom. You got the answer right, which really surprises me. The girl said with a smile on her lips, I know you won't give me the Book of Wisdom honestly, but it doesn't matter, you will give it to me. How can I see it? Field signaled to Ashina not to panic and stepped forward to ask. Because of my wisdom, I can see into the future. You and your army will be forced into the final desperate situation by the rebels. The girl smiled, as long as you give me the Book of Wisdom, I will save you. The other party showed no intention of taking action. Instead, he jumped onto a carriage carrying grain and waited patiently with his legs crossed. I came with good intentions and plenty of patience. Also, thank you for the bread. With good intentions, Field stepped forward, reached out and pinched the girl's cheek, first flattening it, then rounding it, and then pinching it into a triangle, but what he was thinking about was what she said. Well, the girl looked confused. She had never seen this formation before and immediately said angrily, I am disaster if you offend me again. Wait a minute, the rebels are in a desperate situation, save my life. Don't tell me. Field looked at the safe and sound coalition of nobles in the distance and then at the loosely marching imperial army. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately clapped his hands violently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I know the rebels have deceived everyone. Their goal from the beginning to the end was not the coalition of nobles at all, but the Imperial Legion, the direct lineage of the Queen. Field hurriedly urged the soldiers, drop the Griffon flag, change to the Knight flag, and run towards the direction of the noble coalition. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their direct troops immediately executed without any hesitation. The mercenaries and peasants made an uproar and made a chaotic noise. Only the chosen god of chaos nodded slightly. Very smart, but too late. From the beginning of the war, the end of the empire, and you was doomed. On the other side, Fernando frowned. It's strange, why didn't we encounter the enemy's army? Didn't Her Majesty the Queen say that the enemy would attack the nobles? I didn't even allow them to expand the territory to create an opportunity for them to encircle them. Before I could finish thinking, I heard a shout. God's domain, Saint's Cage. The realm of gods, the demon judging observatory. Two magnificent realms unfolded instantly, each occupying half of the sky. The two sixth-level divine choices from Franvia and Dragon Tower appeared at the same time, and their divine power bloomed like rolling waves. Like a mirage, on one side is the golden cage suppressing the sky, and on the other side are the huge stars rotating. Although the two were friendly forces, a conflict still broke out in the rule field. The space at the edge of the field collapsed, and the constant struggle turned into a dark abyss of divine power, making a loud noise. The divine power of the domain instantly covered the heaven, Earth shrouding the Imperial Coalition forces with an unstoppable momentum. The soldiers on one side of the cage felt like their bodies were filled with lead, and it was extremely difficult to even lift their legs. It was even more direct on the other side of the stars, with meteorites falling continuously and smashing into the crowd. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and piles of soldiers, knights or mages, were crushed to pieces. Enemy attack. The Second Army needs medical support. We also came under attack, and the 7th Cavalry took heavy losses. Damn it, where did the enemy come from? The Imperial Army was instantly in chaos, like ants poured by boiling water, turning into a mess. The enemy's 6th-level divine selection did not attack the Imperial Army. Instead, he rushed forward, tore apart the space, dragged the 6th level of the Imperial Army into another space, and forced a duel. The 6th-level divine choice of the Imperial Legion wanted to release the domain, but the surrounding domain formed a ban on the law, and there was no way to counterattack in a short period of time. The terrible thing is that the enemy's domain still suppresses the world, but his own domain has not expanded. What's going on? Fernando was dumbfounded. What do the noble coalition forces do for food? How could the enemy come around to our rear? Adam, the son of the minister, was also dumbfounded. He turned around and shouted, "That's not right. You made the wrong ambush. You should have attacked the coalition of nobles." "We're not wrong." Adam's chosen one, Jasmine, laughed sinisterly. "Killing the coalition of nobles will not destroy the Griffin Empire. Our original plan was to destroy the Imperial Legion." After saying that, she turned her hands. Blue space fluctuations spread out in all directions, and the moles in the Imperial Legion also began to cast spells. Some soldiers who reacted quickly tried to stop it, but were blocked by the hidden ghost, and the two sides fought together. "Why don't you discuss it with me?" Adam said anxiously. "Jasmine, don't you trust me?" "Who do you think you are?" Jasmine sneered. "You are not worthy of knowing the real plan of the adults." Seeing his chosen one talking to him like this, Adam was furious. Damn it, be careful that I will die with you. Don't forget, you are now contracted by me." "Haha, my identity as the chosen one is fake." "Do you think the space chosen ones are everywhere? You will know soon." Following Jasmine's line of sight, Adam subconsciously looked up at the sky. For time, people were in a panic, and they didn't know who the enemy was, where the enemy was, and what the enemy wanted to do. The 6th level of their own army disappeared, and only the occasional tremor of the sky indicated that the 6th level chosen ones were fighting. The surrounding space gradually became illusory and distorted. "Who can tell me what happened?" Fernando was pale. "Because I am now the space chosen one, hiding the army." Another 6th level chosen one tore open the space and appeared, with autumn water eyes and swan jade neck. Whether it is figure or appearance, there's nothing wrong with it, pure and innocent. The only drawback is that he looks sick and seems to be in poor condition. "I am both the new hero king and her chosen one, Audrey, a former comrade of the Imperial Army. Come fight." Fernando was dumbfounded. "You damn traitor, you can still fight. How is it possible? Shouldn't you be dying?" "Stop talking nonsense." Audrey stretched out her slender hand and summoned a transparent magic cube, 6th-level magic skill, space trick. The next moment, blue streams of light gathered, and large areas of soldiers, mountains, and forests around were instantly cut, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. A huge space gate rose from the ground, and after opening, the other end was connected to other cities. Countless rebels and enemy troops roared out of the space gate. "Stop them quickly, magician. Send a message to the noble army to rescue. We were ambushed by the enemy." Fernando felt cold in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and shouted to fight. "Hold the position and wait for the noble army to come back." Hero King Audrey, after releasing a magic skill once, no longer released the magic skill to the Imperial Army. She must ensure that she is in a sufficient state to deal with potential 6th-level divine selections. Every attack of the 6th level is even related to the fate of the country. If he recklessly released his divine skills to kill the enemy, he would definitely be killed by the enemy's 6th level warriors. Audrey's deafening voice echoed in the sky. Here, countless rebels shouted excitedly. Most of them were desperate slaves, farmers, and low-level soldiers. Hunger, disease, heavy taxes, war, corruption. We have burned our lives and sold our dignity just to survive. However, the jackals and lackeys of the empire treat us as ants that they trample on at will and clowns for fun. The more food we grow, the more we suffer from hunger. The more money we make, the poorer we become. The more we cherish our families, the more we are separated from our wives and children. The reason is that the Empress is stupid and cruel, the powerful are bloodthirsty and greedy, and they exploit us without limit. Today, let the powerful people of the Empire see how terrifying the ants they despise are. I will dye the whole sky red with their blood. Audrey waved her hand. Attack, avenge our lost families. Attack. Attack. The densely packed rebels screamed crazily, like rotten corpses. Had no idea what death was. Among the rebels, there were even a large number of old, weak women and children, all holding tattered weapons. They rushed out of the space gate frantically, covering the entire field of vision in an instant. The first to launch the attack were the light cavalry of Franvia. Like the archers of the night, their light cavalry had 4 weighted javelins on their backs. The light cavalry on both sides, like the wings of a crane, quickly passed in front of the Imperial army. The spearmen of the Imperial army mistakenly thought that they were going to charge, and hurriedly set up their spears, but were pierced through by the flying javelins. Swish, 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 although the commander did not order. The Imperial army, with its rich combat experience, still had large and small corps gathered together, throwing arrows and arrows to fight back. The attacking rebels fell one after another like cutting wheat. Shoot arrows quickly, magician, don't save magic. Use large-scale damage. Commander kept shouting, defeat those untouchables. Without waiting for the Empire to attack, the 3,000 magician corps of the Dragon Tower Empire have finished chanting the spell. Layers of blue protective shields were stretched out, and the arrows could only be bounced off. At the same time, all kinds of attack magics were blasted out. The ordinary first-level fireball magic just blasted out from the staff. The 6th-level god-chosen domain, the Gathering Demon Observatory, was activated. The stars in the sky burst into red light. The fireball spell was constantly gathering energy and turned into a 3rd-level magic. Pyroblast. Similarly, the cheap wind blade and rockfall magic all turned into powerful hurricane and landslide magic. The Gathering Demon Star Falling platform has the effect of greatly strengthening magic, and all the magic of the rebels has been greatly strengthened. What's more terrifying is that the magician releases the 1st-level magic, just like playing, so the firepower is endless. Let those muggles who don't understand magic taste the power of the Dragon Tower Mage. The powerful magic was all thrown into the crowd, and in an instant, the flesh and blood of the Imperial army flew everywhere, and the entire legion was blasted into slag. Then, the rebels' crossbowmen and the Imperial army's archer legion launched a tragic exchange of fire. Wow! A Dauki knight's head was smashed by the flying magic stone. He fell to the ground in pain and shouted, save me, it hurts." The chosen one, Levin Rhoda, as a military medical assistant, braved the arrows flying around while reaching out to release the gentle healing skill and comforted, "Don't panic, I will save you." Go! The Dauki knight barely opened his only remaining intact eye, but saw the Franvia dragon cavalry crushing from the air. He jumped up and roared with Dauki, "Fight for the Empire." The next moment, a huge-scaled dragon fell like a bomb and directly blew the Dauki knight to pieces. 5th-level divine skill, Bury the Sky. The chosen one on the dragon's back, the blue flag fluttered on the spear. She stabbed out with a spear, and the surrounding space collapsed and shattered instantly. Levin Rhoda only felt a blackness in front of her eyes. In fact, the surrounding area of 100 meters was completely shrouded in darkness, and black magic flames burst out, and several phalanxes of soldiers were directly burned into black powder. Well, this is death. What a pity. I didn't see the revival of the Empire. Levin Rhoda opened her eyes lingeringly, hoping to see through the darkness brought by the hidden divine skill, but she didn't see the light after all. Her dream had always been to become the best pastry chef in the Griffin Empire, but unfortunately it never came true. The 5th-level god chosen of the Empire also began to fight with the 5th-level god chosen of the rebels, and every blow was earth-shattering. Boom, boom, boom. The previous continuous Dragon Knight's attack smashed a large number of the front rows of the Empire army, and 4 large square formations collapsed in succession. The melee soldiers of the rebels, holding rough weapons, rushed all the way and killed the archers and magician legions in the rear, and the guards of the Empire went to rescue them. The two sides fought fiercely, and the soldiers of the Empire frantically stabbed the long spears into the stomachs of the rebels, while the rebels fought back with pitchforks. If they couldn't pull out their weapons, they would attack with fists and teeth. Finally, they were blasted into pieces by war beasts or magic. Heads rolled around, blood gushed from chests and necks, and both sides were doing their best to attack with all their strength. The sound of dissociation of the chosen of the Empire was almost unheard of. After only half an hour of fighting, the ankles of both sides were soaked in blood. No matter how noble a person is, blood is red. The tenacity of the Imperial army even exceeded the imagination of the rebels. The supervisors of both sides were madly slaughtering the deserters. Fernando saw that a strong warrior was bombed to the point that only half of his body was left, and he could only crawl on the ground. He trembled and said, "Hurry back to the immortal castle and run away. Sir, we cannot retreat now. Our warriors have not been defeated yet. I believe in the soldiers of the Empire." The fifth-level divine choice guarding the side angrily yelled, "The noble coalition forces in front will soon come back to support. To retreat now is to risk death." The real disastrous defeat occurred in the rout, not in frontal combat. "Then hit it, and I'll moisten it." Fernando didn't even call for the guards. He turned around and ran away. The guards were all dumbfounded. The commander's central army began to flee, immediately causing the newly gathered Imperial Legion to collapse. The soldiers who were still fighting fiercely one second dropped their weapons and ran away the next moment. Deserters don't think about what they will do if they run into the enemy again without their weapons. They have only one thought in their minds: escape. The moment the great rout began, a massacre 100 times more brutal than the previous massacre began. The overwhelming enemy cavalry, like herding sheep, chased and killed the defeated army running around. The defeated troops pushed each other, and if they fell to the ground, unfortunately, they would be trampled to pulp. If they ran slowly, they would be beheaded by the enemy knights. A single cavalryman could chase and kill hundreds of people. "Stop!" Field, who was heading towards the noble coalition, suddenly ordered the army to stop. He turned around and looked at the main battlefield, listening to countless screams. Field's thoughts were racing. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he snorted. The Imperial army suffered a disastrous defeat. I believe there will be a chicken-eating contest soon. The direct army suffered heavy casualties, but the nobles suffered little loss. If the host is weak and the guest is strong, there is no doubt that the empire will fall apart. Without being too pessimistic, Field was actually excited. He secretly thought, "The opportunity has come faster than I thought. Sir, let's retreat quickly. I feel that enemy cavalry is chasing us." Asuna's ears kept wagging like a sensitive little radar. There is no need to retreat yet. The coalition of nobles has returned to support. Field held a gun and jumped on his horse. It seems that there are many loyal people. Maybe they haven't realized what the defeat of the Imperial Legion means. Field saw on the mini-map that the elites of the Noble Legion were returning for reinforcements. "We will join the noble army and have a fierce battle with the rebels." "What are you doing? Sir, why did you run away just now? Now that the main force has been defeated, what are we going to do?" Qi Jian, the mercenary captain, was frightened and his face turned pale. "Run away, sir. I have an 80-year-old man at home. Father and 18-year-old mother. I can't die." "Yes, it's too late for the noble army to return for reinforcements now." Another mercenary shouted, "This is an order." Just one glance at them and they shut up and behaved. "But we will lose." Asuna didn't know what Field wanted, so she whispered, "Sir, do you want something? I'm not afraid of death. I will just lead the army to get it. You can leave quickly." "What are you talking about?" Field laughed angrily and asked Ashena to eat a roasted chestnut. "That time is pressing. Prepare the army for war," Field ordered loudly. Seeing that Ashena and others were also confused, Field had no time to explain too much, but solemnly said, "Believe me, we must fight now." "Okay, no matter what decision you make. I am willing to go with you," Asuna said with a fierce fighting spirit. Field knew better than anyone that if 3 empire-level countries were fighting, getting involved would lead to death. Moreover, the Queen and the imperial officials were even more vicious. They kept digging holes for themselves and even tried to kill themselves. As a result, they themselves suffered backlash. If they had gone to help them fight before, wouldn't it be a shame? This was also one of the reasons why he had previously stood aside and refused to join the battle. There is no benefit if you win. If you lose, you will be reincarnated. You are stupid to resist the line. The Imperial army deserves to be beaten. So damn meow, however, the Imperial army was defeated and running in all directions. Instead, he had to work with the nobles to support them and swim upstream. It doesn't matter even if you are defeated, this is a strategic decision. Field let out a long breath. It's time to increase his prestige, collect the defeated troops, and use them for his own use. Turn the army around and move forward immediately. Griffin Empire, your loyal Baron is back. After turning around and marching for only a quarter of an hour, Field ran into a rebel scout. Haha, keep running away, keep running away. You useless Imperial people like lice, let's see where you go. More than 50 light cavalrymen mistook Field for a lost soldier and rushed over in a hurry. In their eyes, these are military achievements and trophies. Come on, I'll take a step back now even if I lose. Field yelled, fire the arrow. There was a creaking sound of strings being pulled, and hundreds of feather arrows flew out from the knight-leading formation, hitting the opponent's knight head-on. There was a solid rain of arrows, and the horses overturned. 15 or 16 of the knights were hit by arrows and fell off their horses. Attack! Field took the lead, his fighting spirit surged wildly. His lance fluttered like a butterfly in his hand, and he stabbed 4 horsemen in a row. Without giving the other side a chance to regret, Yimu led the cavalry to swarm forward and cut down all the enemies. Keep going. The main battlefield came into view with rivers of blood, corpses everywhere, and broken flags everywhere. Field's timing was just right. Elector Jaiwan from the Noble Alliance arrived. He had already received the information. He glanced at it and frowned. What's going on? The Imperial Legion was defeated, and the territory was not even expanded. It's too careless. Her Majesty the Queen should not appoint a new person to be the commander-in-chief. Zilios looked down at the brutal war underground with a cold face. However, he was not in a hurry to take action, but was prepared to guard against his real opponent. I am the King of Heroes, you are free. Audrey appeared in a flash. The Griffin Empire has suffered a tragic defeat. No one needs the Emperor anymore, and all the nobles are no longer bound by the Queen. Humph, traitor, I have no intention of listening to your nonsense. Zilios twisted the red bow string, and 4 arrows condensed out of thin air. The shocking, murderous intent made Audrey's face look extremely ugly. The ground around them was trembling and churning, and many soldiers could not even stand firm. Go! The arrows blasted out, sweeping through the surging red light and tearing the sky apart. Audrey held the artifact in her hand, opened 100 space barriers, and collided with the arrow. The gorgeous explosion brought with it a billowing heat wave, and with just one blow, Audrey was hit so hard that blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The injury has not healed yet, and fighting now is too reluctant. However, I must buy time. Listen to me, Helios. I'm too lazy to listen to your traitor's nonsense. There was a loud, buzzing sound, and Zilios shot another white arrow, and the gorgeous arrow struck like meteors. It's so bullying, I have to say it. Audrey dodged and used her divine power with a dark face, shouting to the coming coalition of nobles, listen, the Empire betrayed you, and their plan is to let you die. The Griffin Queen's plan is to bury you and take away power and land. You're just a stumbling block on her road to hegemony. The shocking news set off all the noble coalition. Ah, impossible. Why would the Queen do this? No wonder the battle is losing ground. Everyone was furious and talked about it, but there were also a few nobles who smiled knowingly. Of course they knew, so they did not detect the enemy, and some even defected to the enemy. This is the order we stole, and there is a secretly recorded sound stone. After that, Audrey threw the package in her hand. Swoosh, Helios shot the package with an arrow. And she said arrogantly, "This is a matter within the Empire, and we will settle the accounts after the war. But you attracted the enemy country's thugs and killed my compatriots wantonly. You must die." After that, her domain shone brightly, squeezing out the 2 domains of the enemy, and the sky was squeezed by 3 completely different domains. With their own domain, the soldiers of the Imperial Army finally felt better. As expected of my granddaughter. Elector Jarvan nodded in approval, then sighed. The Golden Griffin family has ruled for too long and has forgotten the glory of the Griffin Empire. But we are all nobles favored by God, and we must not abandon our glory. The betrayal of the Griffin family must be discussed after the war. Otherwise, we will be the next to be slaughtered. Kill those who are willing to charge with me. These words were passionate, but the Queen had lost the hearts of the people. Looking at the Imperial Legion in the distance collapsing into slag, only a few people were willing to continue fighting. Most of the nobles watched coldly and talked about it. Don't forget the Golden Griffin family's criminal record. The Golden Lion Duke in the north was killed by their family. The empire has been ruled by their family for too long. Don't forget that every noble has the right to ascend the throne. The queen has betrayed the holy light. She is no longer legitimate. The emperor of the Griffin Empire must be a devout believer of the holy light. That's right, I don't want to die. After that, the noble coalition scattered like birds and beasts, and half of them ran away in an instant. Ha ha. Audrey covered her mouth and laughed. The Griffin Empire should have been destroyed long ago. Destroy the empire. From the moment you attracted the enemy country, you didn't deserve it. Cilio said unhappily, we blocked the elves, orcs, and subhumans in the north. It's not your turn to destroy them. Charge. Charge. The remaining noble coalition roared and crashed into the rebels with high morale, launching a tragic confrontation. But with so many people missing, the noble coalition could only fight the rebels with difficulty, while trying their best to cover the surviving imperial soldiers' retreat. We must preserve the living force for the empire, otherwise the Franvians will march straight in and become their slaves. The Elector Jarvan roared. However, the noble army was small in number. After only a short confrontation, many nobles turned around and left with their minds full of saving strength. Just when Jarvan was becoming more and more powerless, suddenly, there was a roar. The old Marquis is right, the lips and teeth are cold. Field jumped out from a hillside, even without the Queen's order. We have to fight this battle. Innocent people are trembling under the iron hoofs of foreign races. We cannot let foreign races step into our homes. Field shook the blood on his spear. For the people, for ourselves, charge. The Knight Army, which has complete strength, waved the wolf flag and the griffin flag stained with mud and launched an attack on the rebels. Well said, without lips, teeth will be cold. Although it was the first time he heard this statement, Jia Wen felt it was particularly appropriate. He wanted to see which noble dared to come to support, but the spears and spears around him made him unable to be distracted. Even Cilios couldn't help but nod his head slightly. Stubborn remnants of the Queen die. Audrey was annoyed, and her divine power bloomed. She was about to use the 6th-level divine skills to slaughter ordinary people. Cilios was faster, and he raised his hand to pull Audrey into another space to start a single duel exclusive to the 6th level. The chosen ones who came to support the noble army also found opponents to fight. Most of the 5th and 4th levels were very busy, so Field had more room to operate. Soldiers and chosen ones of the Empire, especially the ownerless chosen ones, come to me. I am the commander of the 3rd Army. Field raised his arms and shouted, ignoring the premise of the Vanguard Army, and packaged himself as the commander of the entire 3rd Army. Anyway, the fight has come to this point. If she wears a skirt and pretends to be the Queen, people will probably believe her. Cowardly Griffin Empire people. Look at how my magic spear Connie will crush you to death. A panting, blood-soaked dragon tower god chosen hurriedly summoned 500-man legions around and marched forward. She herself burst out with 4th-level divine power, and the special magic spear in her hand burst out with a mixture of magic and divine power. Smiling, Connie was already panting with exhaustion, but the excitement of defeating the enemy country made her raise her strength again. Go forward and crush the enemy. What a bullshit magician. I can also guide. Come on, I'll grab your headgear all over the ground. What are you talking about? Connie felt that the other party was very humble. Stinky boy, I'm going to execute you. I'm going to make you explode the defeat animation too. After Field shamelessly provoked, he shouted with a gun, Mercenary Corps attack. Yes, the mercenaries were pale and shouting in a mess, even though they had 1,600 people and was strengthened by their own domain. But seeing the bloody battle in the distance, their pants were instantly wet. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, a bunch of javelins and arrows flew out of the enemy's army. Their own army also shot crossbows. The arrows were like locusts, and the sound of arrows entering flesh or wooden shields was endless. As the two sides advanced, they left corpses behind. After the two sides fired 3 waves of arrows at each other, the distance was shortened to the point where they could not shoot arrows, and a fierce hand-to-hand fight began in an instant. The mercenaries raised their spears horizontally and twisted them madly towards the rebels, and the rebels' swords and guns also stabbed mercilessly. However, in the blink of an eye, 70 or 80 mercenaries fell in the front row. But the rebels had experienced a big battle, and their strength was more depleted, and more than 100 of them was stabbed down. Hold on, stab those bastards to death. Yes, pierce their noon. Kuajian's legs trembled wildly, but for the sake of his salary, he could not retreat. He could only curse wildly. Connie, the god chosen one of the Dragon Tower Kingdom, looked around with a gloomy face. Seeing that no god chosen one came out of Field's formation, she was no longer vigilant and thought to herself. Even the main force was defeated, and only a few remnants were left, just right to win military merit. Kid, remember, this is the power of the Dragon Tower Kingdom. The magic gun in Connie's hand burst into a terrifying murderous aura, and she took a step forward and the ground cracked. Die. Who is afraid of who, remember. This is the value of the night territory. Feiluamanai used the flame fist on her. Philomena's divine power of destruction was not revealed. Most people would think it was the god of fire's chosen one. In addition, the battlefield has been turned into darkness. Who cares about the gods? Stop bluffing people. Connie said this, but having experienced many battles, she certainly would not attack rashly. There is too little divine power left, so let's test it with magic first. The blue light of the artifact magic gun boomed, and the overwhelming magic water column shot out, which was strengthened to the extreme by the demon-gathering field of the sky. This is going to be a fierce battle. Field frowned. What a coincidence. The opponent happens to be the chosen one of the Dragon Tower Kingdom. Ashina, if Philomena is in decline, go and take over. The Dragon Tower Empire is completely opposite to the Griffin Empire. They value magic and despise fighting spirit. Logically speaking, magic does very little damage to the chosen one, but unfortunately, Philomena's magic resistance should be the lowest among all the chosen ones. Leave it to me. Ashina nodded repeatedly. However, the next second, Field almost laughed out loud. Connie controlled the magic water column and shot it in a dazzling manner. The magic water column was like a cage, blasting towards Philomena in all directions, but did not attack herself. Have you seen through my intention? Why don't you move even a little bit? Connie expected the other party to dodge and reveal flaws and details, but found that Philomena didn't even move. Philomena blinked her eyes. To be honest, she didn't even react. With a cunning flash in his eyes, Pharamine said with a cold voice, "You're too lazy to hide. Magic is useful for the chosen ones. Could it be that the chosen ones in your dragon tower don't even know magical skills, and they have to rely on magic to fight? Someone who knows magic comes." Okay, you pissed me off, bitch. Suddenly feeling like a clown, Connie instantly blushed and said, "Fourth level magical skill, magic pendant." The turbulent divine power rolled like waves, and the long skirt was blown constantly by the turbulent flow of divine power. The blood scab that had long been solidified was shattered into powder. The majestic blue divine power is wrapped around the magic gun and converges into a pillar-like energy gun. Connie had been fighting fiercely for a long time just now, but her high morale allowed her to continue to break through her limits. Danger! A warning voice came from the distance. That's a fourth-level magical skill. Get out of the way. A chosen god carrying a large shield ran around with the defeated troops. After finally seeing the well-formed army, she saw the enemy's fourth-level divine choice attacking. Her heart froze and she subconsciously closed her eyes. It's over. In her opinion, the level of the chosen one among young people would not be too high. HMPH, isn't it just the fourth level? What I'm waiting for is the fourth-level magical skill. Philomena is completely worthy, and she has never been intimidated by a head-on battle. Standing on her snow-white toes, Philomena stood up lightly, revealing her gorgeous swan-like neck, whose beautiful curves made it difficult to take her eyes away. Only holy flame birds flew out in all directions. Pharamine's fighting skills gradually matured, and she began to try to cooperate with each other's magical skills. The third-level divine skill finally dies. The surrounding golden light blooms, extremely gorgeous. It's just a poor third-level person. It turns out he was just showing off. Connie almost laughed out loud. Your lord has no idea about power and he actually sent people to die. It's more than enough to kill you. It's as easy as killing a chicken. Arrogant. After saying this, he held the magic gun in his hand, carrying majestic power, and smashed it down hard. However, the next moment, she discovered to her bewilderment that the imagined collision and confrontation did not happen. Something's wrong. What happened? The divine power has dissolved. Connie was shocked to find that the magical skills she had gathered were being absorbed crazily by the other party. Like a punch hitting cotton, the energy spear was rapidly shrinking in size, and even his own magic weapon, the magic gun, was buzzing and trembling. Is it a magical defensive skill? Connie blurted out in shock. It's so overbearing. It can actually offset 70% of it. The majestic 4th level magical skill can only emit less than 30% of its power, which is like a joke. It's an explosive magical skill. I'm not interested in defense, Faramine said with a cold smile. Like a black hole, a massive amount of blue energy was absorbed by Philomena and mixed with terrifying divine power of destruction. The energy was compressed to the extreme, and the gold was dyed blue. When the energy reached a certain critical point, a loud buzzing sound was heard. A blue hemispherical explosion, with Philomena as the core, bloomed in all directions, mixed with a large amount of Tiananmen bird soul fire, mixed in the explosion and flew towards Connie. How is it possible? This power is clearly level 4. Connie was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying energy slapped her body hard, as if she had been run over by a speeding train. All the bones in her body were ringing, and blood seeped out from all parts of her skin. It was extremely miserable. She couldn't believe that her majestic 4th level divine choice was blown away by a 3rd level blow. Feeling that her soul was trembling, Connie barely opened her eyes in mid-air and saw a series of bright birds crashing into her face. The speed was so fast that a series of afterimages exploded in the air. Soul attack, no, move quickly. Biting the tip of her tongue fiercely, Connie immediately forced her body to move regardless of her poor condition. Even if it left sequelae, it would be better than death. She knew very well that once she was hit by a soul attack, she might never have a chance to fight back. Get out of here. The magic gun in her hand was swung to the extreme, sweeping, slashing, and thrusting forward, dancing in a dazzling manner. Connie, in a semi-disabled state, blasted more than 30 flying Tiananmen birds one after another. The blood on his hands was dried by the hot flames, and his clothes were burned away. The war monsters not far away cast restless glances one after another. The trainers had to scold her, otherwise Connie would have to fight with the monsters. No more divine power can be squeezed out of the body. What the hell kind of skills are these? Connie could no longer calm down, her pupils were shaking. Although it was hard to accept, an incredible thought popped into her mind. If she is level 4, I may not be able to withstand a single blow. Philomena's face didn't look good either. She couldn't maintain her floating state, so she staggered and fell down. Her white neck looked a little shiny due to the sweat. I have a headache. This annoying world rejection has obviously tried its best to avoid crowds. I can't use large-scale attacks anymore. The big explosion just now killed a group of rebels and deserters who were surrounded by corpses and suffered a strong backlash. Sure enough, that magical skill comes at a huge cost. Connie felt relieved. It probably requires a life or lifespan. Thinking of this, she became more confident and rushed over again. I don't believe you are still capable of fighting. Who said that? Philomena's divine power surged, and the space behind her was torn apart. 3rd-level magical skills, primordial annihilation, changing moves. Connie was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The violent divine power of destruction merged with the world-destroying seed to form a dark energy spear. Philomena turned her spear into a magical weapon. Danced like a tiger, pinned down Connie and beat her wildly. It turns out she can fight in close combat. Looking at Philomena, who was opening Wushwang, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Although the explosion just now did not reach Field, the rebels were all horrified. The battle between the mercenaries and the rebels has reached a fever pitch, with guns coming and going back. People on both sides kept falling and people kept escaping. It's time, don't miss it. Seeing that Faramine had gained a big advantage, the rebels who were fighting were exhausted. There were several more phalanx rebels in the distance, chasing the Imperial soldiers towards him. Ashina, follow me to attack the enemy formation. And then go to meet the broken troops running towards us. Yes, sir. Ashina excitedly poked out a gorgeous gun flower. Lead the cavalry at night, divide into 3 teams, form a dense formation, and charge the enemy's left flank on the flank. Field waved the Black Wolf flag in his hand, and the heavy cavalry, who had been retaining their strength, drove their horses to the front row and raised their lances, while the light cavalry placed behind the formation, preparing sabers and bows. Kill, the flag crackled in the wind, and the horses' hooves trampled the blood on the ground. The 400 knights were divided into 3 groups, and like 3 sharp swords, they slashed hard at the rebels' left formation as the knights roared. Level 3 magical skill, avalanche charge. Ashina rushed to the front, unleashing her magical skill, and her momentum reached its peak. Field also took out an artifact. Windspeaker's command sword, which bloomed with an aura and reduced the stamina consumed by everyone. The rebels had been fighting continuously for a long time, and they were already exhausted and did not even notice the arrival of the cavalry. A rebel officer in charge heard the roar, turned his head, and almost died of fright. A bunch of evil cavalry wearing elite armor, black robes, and horses came with blood all over the ground. Together with the faint shadow of the black wolf, they looked like demons descending from hell. "Fuck, you go ahead and hit me, I'll wet it." The rebel commander turned around and ran away without saying a word. He was shot off his horse by a kinky before he could run 50 meters. Before the rest of the rebels could react, the cavalry had arrived. "Break the formation." Asuna penetrated the left wing of the rebels without any hindrance. The lance in her hand unleashed massive destructive power. Blood boiled in an instant, and countless broken limbs flew around. The night cavalrymen followed closely, like the sharpest blades, killing everyone along the way. Under the hooves of the horses, countless rebels turned into dead souls. The rebel left formation was overwhelmed. The rebel army collapsed. The rebels' right formation penetrated. Field's hands were sore from cutting that he couldn't even remember how many people he had cut. Anyway, the rebels were surrounded by tired and collapsed rebels. No different from chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered. The 2,000-man legion brought by Canilla was completely defeated. Field no longer cared about them, but led the team to meet the Imperial army. As for the collapsed rebel army, it had been massacred by mercenaries. Although the defeated rebels were only the tip of the iceberg, they opened up a safe escape route. A large number of Imperial soldiers fled towards Field. "Thank you for your support, sir." A third-level divine choice staggered over with more than 30 fighting spirit archers. She had dissociated the artifact and was covered in injuries. Glancing at the small map, he saw that he had returned to the uncontracted state. It was estimated that the Lord had died on the battlefield. Field wanted to laugh but could only suppress a sad expression. "Go to my military formation, there will be someone to meet you. Remember not to run around, there are enemies everywhere." "Yes." Nodding gratefully, the divine chosen led his men to a safe area. "There are a lot of people around who need help." Scanning the small map, there were 11 small green dots alone. Field hurriedly led the cavalry to the nearest rescue. In the southwest corner of the battlefield, surrounded by corpses, a mage army of 110 people was trapped here. If it weren't for the protective shield created by the dissociation of the Chosen Ones, which withstood the rebels' attack, they would have been slaughtered at this moment. Looking around, they were surrounded by grinning rebels. There are perverts who even draw hearts on the protective shields or do crafts there with a perverted look. The hostile third-level divine selection kept punching at the protective shield, leaving no one with any chance of survival. "Lauren, it seems we're going to die here. My divine power is no longer enough to support defense." With blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, Ellie looked weak, with deep dark circles under her eyes as if she would close her eyes at any time. "I'm sorry I can't protect everyone. This is war, and I will accompany you to the end." The swordsman known as Lauren stood up with a wry smile. "I have joined the Imperial army for 20 years. We have killed many people. It is not an accident to be killed. Sir, we will fight until the end." There were male and female mages who had exhausted their magic power, but none of them surrendered. Instead, he took out his protective dagger and picked up the spear on the ground. "Well, we fight together, and we can't let those perverts have an easy time." Lauren reluctantly stood up, looked at the shaky translucent rain cover, and swallowed silently. Boom, 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 the ground shook, and the sound of roaring horse hooves could be heard. There are actually cavalry support." Lauren smiled bitterly. "It's better to be trampled to death by the cavalry than to be tortured by those lunatics." The protective shield disappeared, and the rebels laughed loudly. "Aren't these the noble mage's wife and grandpa you also have today? We used magic to bombard us before, and it was very exciting. Now it's our turn to enjoy it." A bearded fat bear rebel said with a smile. "I want that handsome swordsman. I'm not interested in women." "As if anyone is interested, please come in behind me." +1, I'm in last place, this is what I like." After saying these words, the survivors were so frightened that they couldn't stand still. "This is too perverted." Boom, 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 the war horses roared. "Wait, disperse." Chloe, the enemy's third-level divine choice, suddenly condensed her proud look and immediately moved away with a surge of divine power. It's the enemy cavalry approaching. The next moment, the cavalry and sabers of the Knight Leader have arrived. Third-level divine skill, Tyrant Dragon Flame. The dragon wolf spewed out hot dragon breath while running wildly. All the rebels along the way turned into blue fireballs, screaming and turning into ashes. Ashna charged wildly, crashing into the crowd and dashing left and right, unable to defeat any enemy. The cavalry of the knight leader were harvesting heads all the way in the rear, and their swords were blunted. Ashna immediately walked in front of Chloe. Seeing the faint ice flames burning all over the opponent's body and the magnificent momentum of the dragon wolf, Chloe was already half timid, but still said angrily, "Damn it, there are still people who dare to fight back." Die. Before she finished speaking, Ashna wildly fired her gun. Heard a terrifying roar like a dragon's roar. The spear knocked the battle axe out of Chloe's hand and violently blasted into his chest. In an instant, flesh and blood burst and rib fragments flew everywhere. The ice spear penetrated out, smashed into the surrounding rebel crowd, and plowed a 10-meter bloody path. She didn't even use any magical skills. She charged with a lance and reached level 3 in an instant. Goddess above, Lauren and others who were preparing for a desperate fight were dumbfounded. "How I got here in time?" Field killed the surrounding rebels and asked loudly, covered in blood, "Which legion are you from?" After hearing Field's question, Lauren woke up from a dream and realized that she didn't have to die. He and the other magicians were trembling with excitement, unable to control their body shape at all. Great. Ellie's power was exhausted and she passed out. "Sir, we are magicians from the 9th Battalion of the 6th Army. We master elemental magic and belong to the offensive army." Lauren responded loudly, "My wife Ellie is the 3rd-level divine choice of this battalion." "Hey, didn't your wife make a contract with you?" Field was confused. He clearly saw a green dot on the small map. "It's a contract. Then there are God's chosen ones here, look for them quickly." Field dismounted, and his knights also helped to search, and sure enough they found a living woman among the corpses. "It's Miss Daisy, the doctor, goddess above me. She survived the previous Dragon Knight attack by luck." Swordsman Lauren came to help. "She is a 4th-level divine choice with strong healing ability." "Then Miss Levin Rhoda, have any of you seen her?" Field asked eagerly. He had a good impression of the helpful chosen one. Lauren had long been accustomed to seeing death, so she just sighed. "She is a kind and good person. The 2 children lost their father last year and now they have lost their mother. Miss Levin Rhoda, who was killed in the Dragon Knight attack, died in France via his famous general, in the hands of Scarlet. The enemy was a 5th-level divine choice or terrifying dragon cavalry. A sudden attack wiped out the team of doctors in an instant. Although everyone has very little interaction with each other, the Empire is so corrupt. Lewin Rhoda is one of the rare good people who helped everyone in the Night Curtain Leader twice, although it may cost a few bottles of potion. Kindness is a luxury item in this era." After a moment of silence, Field's sadness turned into endless hatred. He gritted his teeth and said secretly, "You dog-like invaders, I will definitely burn you to the sky. As for Scarlet, she must be killed in revenge, sir. The coalition of nobles may not be able to hold on for long." Seeing Field stunned, Asna quickly reminded her, "If the noble coalition cannot hold on, the enemy's 5th and 4th levels will immediately surround themselves, making it difficult to leave. I know how to save as many as I can." Field picked up Daisy, who was covered in blood. "Well, where's my husband?" Daisy reluctantly opened her eyes, murmured unconsciously, and pushed and struggled slightly. "Most of the chosen ones of the Imperial Legion are quite young and almost all have families. Her husband should." Lauren wanted to say it. "Stop talking, do you want to piss her off to death? Take her to a safe area quickly." Without further delay, after Field sent out a small team to escort him, he immediately went to the next green point and collected the defeated troops along the way. "Then send the chosen ones to the rear, and G.H. Shroth will protect them. On the other side, Faramine and Connie have already decided the winner." 3rd-level divine skill, Tianaming Bird Soul Fire. Philomena unpretentiously stabbed out a spear. More than 100 bird-shaped soul flames flew out around her. "Why do you still have supernatural powers? Why?" After fighting for half an hour, it was clear that the opponent's marksmanship was terrible. But every attack was coordinated with magical skills. "Looking back at myself, my divine power has long been exhausted." Connie's eyes were about to burst, and she spit out blood and sprayed it on the magic gun. Immediately, the gun light bloomed, and the gorgeous artifact was as hard to look at as the sun. She swung the magic gun, whipped into the roaring wind, and used extremely exquisite marksmanship to smash all the birds of heaven in an instant, and smashed towards Philomena. Facing Connie's full blow, Philomena showed no signs of solemnity. Knowing that she couldn't dodge, she simply opened up her divine defense. Buzz, the magic gun hit Philomena's divine shield. Hard, instantly dispersing Philomena's massive divine power. But to Connie's despair, despite this, the magic gun was still blocked 1 meter away from Philomena. Impossible, impossible, the strength of this divine power. Connie's pupils were shaking. After living for so long, she felt that her outlook on life was shattered for the first time. I was actually defeated by the 3rd-level divine choice. Oh, nothing is impossible, go to hell. Original Nirvana, change your tactics. Seizing the opponent's flaw, Philomena slapped away the spear in her hand. The black spear, condensed with divine power, instantly turned into an explosive divine beam, causing a series of space ripples and smashing Connie's chest. Wow! Connie roared, knowing she was going to die. Die with me. At the moment of death, Connie regained consciousness, dissociated the artifact in her hand, injected all her life force, and launched the final blow. Be careful, you can't handle it. At this time, an Imperial Legion broke out and ran over. Among them, the chosen one with a shield quickly jumped to Philomena's side, raising his square shield to help resist the damage. No need, she dissociated too late. With a flick of his sleeve, Tiananmen Bird Soul Fire hit the opponent's head. The soul blow instantly made Connie lose consciousness. Pheramine stretched out her snow-white slender hand, directly penetrated the opponent's chest, and directly squeezed the opponent's heart. The divine power of destruction crazily strangled all life, and after Philomena stopped, she didn't even get a drop of blood. Without any last words, Connie fell to her knees, dying. The dignified 4th level was actually crushed by the 3rd level. Philomena gracefully withdrew her hand. Her cold and arrogant eyes remained unchanged, and she looked as dignified as if she was going to attend an international ball. Oh my! This strength, I guess it's the Queen's personal guard. Peggy, holding the shield, looked embarrassed, just rubbing the shield in her hand back and forth, wanting to ask which legion the other party was from, but she didn't dare to ask. After getting rid of a 4th-level god chosen, the mercenaries barely drove away the surrounding rebels, and the small area occupied by Field became one of the few escape exits for the Imperial Army. The fleeing soldiers here are also gathering more and more. Boom, the cavalry roared. And Field grabbed a girl on each side of his armpits and ran back to the headquarters panting. Philomela's eyes widened. Humans really like to stick together. 400 cavalry went out, and Field came back with more than 1,300 people. Among the extra 900 people, there were 500 cavalry. And the soldiers gathered on Philomela's side also increased by more than 1,000 people, but there were fewer mercenaries. Let's continue the attack now. With my remaining divine power, it's no problem to kill another 4th-level soldier. Philomela waved her hand with her sleeves fluttering. My Valkyrie, she can actually kill a 4th-level soldier. Field reined in his horse. We can't attack anymore. The noble army is in a state of defeat. There will be a second wave of slaughter here soon. We have to retreat first. Everyone, load the wounded as much as possible and retreat quickly to the northwest. Northwest, there's not even a military camp there. We should go to the Undying Castle immediately. The chosen one who had just been rescued immediately questioned. Asuna couldn't bear to hear others questioning her lord. She glanced at him and said coldly, "You just need to obey the orders of the Lord. But the Undying Castle will definitely fall." Field quickly explained, "The enemy army is fully capable, and the number of the chosen ones will be overwhelming. The noble army will definitely lose. When the time comes, the Undying Castle will be surrounded, and the people hiding in the castle will be dead." And during the previous battle, a large number of traitors appeared in the Imperial army. Now the Undying Castle is probably the northern camp of the rebels. No longer giving everyone the opportunity to think wildly, Field sternly ordered, "If you don't want to be killed like a dog by the rebels, follow me." Fortunately, he had gritted his teeth and didn't sell the captured horses before. 600 or 700 war horses greatly increased the mobility. Everyone set off in a mighty manner, as Field expected. The noble coalition was already outnumbered, and coupled with the Queen's betrayal, their morale was low, and they were quickly defeated and slaughtered by the rebels. The domain was crumbling. The sky was torn apart, and the 3 enemy gods broke through the air. Among them, the hero King Audrey was the worst, beaten like a bloody man, and the artifact was disintegrated. But even worse was the Empire. The Sword Saint had disintegrated the artifact, his clothes were mostly torn, and his long hair was dancing in the wind, looking like crazy. Cilios was also seriously injured. Why is there one less, that annoying venomous snake? Cilios's eyes were solemn. Although she had the answer in her heart, she didn't dare to believe the reality. Died in battle. The sword saint uttered 2 words desolately. He turned around and turned into a stream of light and left. Alas, I didn't expect. Cilios looked at the battlefield in despair. The rebels had killed all the fleeing soldiers. They were celebrating wildly or finishing off the enemy, and some were playing the defeat animation, as if it was hell on earth. While his own domain was crumbling, the enemy lord became stronger with the support of the army. The bloody smell of the immortal castle in the distance was even stronger, and the screams that covered the sky proved that the rebels had taken this most critical fortress. The south of the empire will be flat, and the terrain advantage will be completely lost. Seeing that the enemy's 6th-level god chosen wanted to join forces to block the space, Cilios had no choice but to turn into a stream of light and leave quickly. Haha, the Griffin Empire is really lagging behind. We killed all 100,000 troops. Leave it to the army next. I'm at my limit. Wait until the enemy's 6th level appears, and then we will take action. The 6th-level god chosen of Franvia did not join in the pursuit of the defeated soldiers, but chose to go back to heal his wounds. The immortal castle had fallen. After the defeat of the imperial army, the commander Fernando and a large number of defeated soldiers opened the city gates. The rebels took the opportunity to cooperate with the insiders in the city and captured this important military town in one fell swoop. Next, there was a more brutal massacre. Scarlet killed 1,000 people by herself, and then asked her mount to participate in the massacre of the undying castle. She came to the meeting hall of the castle and joined the military meeting of the coalition. General, you are mighty. I've heard that the dragoons of Franvia are unparalleled in the world. Lady Scarlet's magical skill instantly defeated several square formations. Goddess, it is really terrifying. Scarlet raised her mouth proudly. Your performance is also dazzling, and the glory shines on you. The commanders and chosen ones of the coalition celebrated each other. Clearing his throat, the commander of the coalition read out the order in an orderly manner. An order came from the upper level. The Dragon Tower army will draw a main force to support the 2nd battlefield, and the Franvia army will draw a main force to support the 3rd battlefield. The rest of the people will use the Undying Castle as a fulcrum to invade all surrounding cities. Doesn't the Grand Duke of Ashes need support? Someone asked. The Grand Duke surrendered. He ceded a province and 3 territories as compensation to us. Grand Duke Ashes, who did not wait for reinforcements, committed suicide. His son inherited the title and the chosen one and became a vassal of Franvia. Wouldn't our Dragon Tower suffer a huge loss? We also want land. Let's talk about this after the war. The most important thing now is to burn the surrounding cities to ashes and not give the Griffin Empire a chance to catch its breath. Many officers laughed happily. Great, we can make a fortune this time. Next, I will refine the order. The commander looked at Scarlet. There is an interesting but not very profitable mission. I think only Mithril Wing, a famous general of Franvia, can take it. Go ahead, it'd better be really interesting. Scarlet shrugged. Keep chasing the fleeing soldiers. Don't let them gather together. The enemy may have many high-level gods chosen hiding nearby. Find them and kill them all. Scarlet licked her lips and smiled excitedly. Oh my god, my favorite, I promise to kill them all. When she fights, she likes to attack logistics, medical care, and fleeing soldiers the most. The enemy's trembling will make her excited. Late at night somewhere in the squirrel forest, the snoring sounded like thunder, mixed with the sobbing and wailing of the wounded, and the whole camp was filled with sadness. After Field took a nap, he got up and went out to patrol, and then came to the camp. His own gods chosen were busy. Jalos was sorting out the list of soldiers, Ashina was studying the army formation and route, and Phaeliomenai turned into a little moon and was busy sleeping. I'm not kidding. Phaeliomenai's sleep to restore physical strength is the biggest help to everyone, and she still has to rely on her output. Sir, don't you want to sleep for a while? Ashina asked with concern. Just leave this place to us. I'm fine, thank you for your hard work. I have to fight during the day and be busy with military and political affairs at night. Garros dropped his quill and put his hands on his hips. It's such a small thing, I've almost finished counting it. Tell me the current number of troops and chosen ones. Jaros handed over a piece of paper and then introduced. Let's talk about our army first. Leading the cavalry at night, there were 384 wounded, including 384 wounded. Because they were mainly cleaning up the mess and their armor was excellent, the casualties were very low. There were about 420 mercenaries, including the wounded. There were more than 1,500 people before, but only 1/3 were left after the battle. No one was lost in this battle. You must know that more than 5,000 gold coins were spent. Why do you think so? Ashina's tail stood up. There were 300 casualties in the battle, and the rest fled or fell behind. Of course, most of them escaped. Gerlo spread his hands. Don't expect the mercenaries to fight with high intensity. They have already wanted to run away. As long as the direct army has not been severely damaged, let's have some good news first. Field was not surprised and then rubbed his hands excitedly. How many divine choices have we gained? 9. 2 of them are 4th level and the rest are all 3rd level. Now we are prosperous. Field swelled but still kept reminding himself not to get carried away. We can't open champagne at halftime. I don't know how many of them are willing to give us all. 2 of the 3rd level divine selections still retained their lord contracts, and their lords did not die in battle. One is Peggy, who holds the shield artifact, and the other is Ellie, the mage god chosen, who is surrounded by rebels. Neither of them are strong, and they are nice people, so there is no need to play tricks. Field knew that these chosen ones had 3 fatal flaws and must be treated with caution. First, most of them are weak. They are also at the 3rd level. They may not be able to withstand a shot from Ashna, and Philomna can sweep them all. If you contract with a bunch of rookies, you will lose the experience of your own direct lineage, which will have a negative effect. Second, if you are old, have a family and influence, and even have grandchildren, you may not obey orders. Joining the Knight territory is equivalent to adding another faction. Thirdly, some of the chosen ones are muscular women, grandmothers or tomboys. Littlefield said he cannot see these. No matter what, it is certain that they will be swallowed all and used by the Knight leader. Field rubbed his chin. Although they are not perfect, they are more than enough to guard some passes and villages. The key is the large quantity. For example, stationing in the Morning Vale territory or using the northern city wall to resist the carrion can save a lot of troops. Of the soldiers who were gathered, some escaped and some were gathered again. Now there are 2,250 soldiers in total. Among them, there are about 410 fighting spirit cavalry, about 260 fighting spirit infantry, about 70 fighting spirit archers, about 120 offensive magicians, and about 30 auxiliary magicians. They are all 3rd level, but they are not fully equipped. Many people ran away, lost the equipment. Field took a breath, nearly 900 extraordinary powers. If you don't have extraordinary strength, you will rarely be able to break through. Ashina was very worried. We must treat it with caution. Don't worry, I know it. Field gave a thumbs up. Most of the extraordinary powers are the main army of the gods chosen. Controlling the gods chosen can control those armies. When you return to the Knight territory, you can split them up and absorb them. That's it. The next morning, the night breeze slowly woke up, but when the smell of blood came, she jumped up suddenly. My whole body felt like it was falling apart. I wanted to call for the artifact, but found that it had already dissociated. Oops. Cold sweat fell from her forehead, and she quickly stretched out her hand to test the mosaic. She felt that the skirt was still there, and she was relieved. It seems that he was not captured by the rebels and was defeated in the animation. Are you awake? You are already a girl. Ahem. Field coughed twice and waved his hand. Don't worry, there are no enemy troops around for the time being. I am Baron Field of the Griffin Empire, nicknamed Hero of the North, Lion. Looking around wisely, he found himself in a military camp. The woman on the side walked out carrying a basin of blood. The logistics staff were very busy, helping the soldiers clean up the blood stains. After making sure that he was safe, Yifeng breathed a long sigh of relief and said with a smile of relief, I have only heard of Baron Happy Bean. Damn it, Field almost kicked her out. Thank you for your help, otherwise I would be dead. Yifeng sincerely thanked him. You have to thank me. In order to save you, I sacrificed many outstanding soldiers. Field was not polite, but for the future of the Empire and the lives of the people, I have to save you. How is the battle situation at the fortress? After hesitating for a moment, Yifeng gritted his teeth and asked. Too bad, we met a fleeing civilian who witnessed the capture of the Fortress of Immortality. I don't believe it. Yifeng gritted his teeth, staggered out of the tent, and met someone head-on. She is sensual and enchanting. with the collar on her chest pulled very low and the slits on her skirt all the way to her waist. Except for the dirt on her body, she is plump and fair from top to bottom. This dress has the flavor of my Shiranui. She has just given birth to a child and has the natural appeal of a young woman in her bones. Daisy still had bandages on her hands and was dirty all over. "Miss Daisy, I'm glad you're okay. Little girl Night Breeze." Daisy narrowed her eyes motherly. "I'm very happy to meet you thanks to Barren Field. I woke up earlier than you and already knew our situation. The Imperial Army was defeated, only a few escaped. Everything is over." Yifeng took 2 steps back and fell onto the cot, his eyes rolling down. "My father also died. The land he protected throughout his life has been defiled by villains. I sympathize with your experience, but please cheer up. We have not reached the safe zone yet, and we will encounter enemies here at any time." Field was worried that the enemy's cleaning forces would launch a surprise attack on him. Night Breeze curled up and cried, "You go, just leave me here." Seeing that the other party had given up on himself, Field immediately raised his voice and encouraged him seriously. "I, Field, am still alive, so what's the point? What I have to do now is to regroup my strength and avenge the dead." Field was filled with murderous intent. "Everything we have lost must be taken back. If we cannot take it back, then we will come back with 1,000-fold revenge. Instead of sitting on the ground and crying and giving up, that will only make the enemy proud." Hearing about revenge, a glimmer of desire flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Seeing that the words had an effect, Field couldn't help but take out a piece of paper and said, "Here, take a questionnaire." "What is this?" Yifeng looked confused. "Understanding your situation will help us reorganize our forces." Yifeng subconsciously refused. "I am a member of the Imperial Army and your behavior violates the rules." "Listen to the Baron. Now is not the time to talk about rules." Daisy shook her head. "The legion we are loyal to has been wiped out and Field saved us." "Well, okay." Seeing that the 4th-level god chosen said so, Yifeng had to nod woodenly. "Let's talk about the artifact first." Field took out a small notebook to record. "My artifact is a halberd, called the Windrage Blood Halberd." Field ran all the way to the coastal area for 2 consecutive days. Whoever woke up was questioned, and a table was sorted out. And they were evaluated for their comprehensive abilities with letter grades, not only considering combat effectiveness, but also character, appearance, and identity. D-Level 4, Shield Girl Peggy. Her magic skills are a mess, she has a contract, but her character is excellent. The other 3 are also a mess. Ashina can probably kill 2 with 1 shot, but she can bully small fish. 2 C-Level, Ellie already contracted, loving couple, Gang Luo tomboy seems to like the same sex. 1 B-Level, Varence 4th level, has a granddaughter 76 years old, has aura-type magical skills 2 a level. Daisy 4th level, a wife who just gave birth, average magical skills, but has much needed healing skills. Yifeng 3rd level, young, excellent magical skills, has good combat potential. After showing the table to his own god's choice, Field was filled with emotion. The cabbage grown by myself still smells good. With so many people, only Yifeng is young. The rest are either aunties or grandmas. In addition, most people can't withstand a shot from Asuna. Hearing the compliment, Ashina was so proud that her tail kept spinning like a propeller. It's expanded. J-Rose put his hands on his hips. "Although I am only at the 1st level, I have a promising future." Philomena said calmly, "My opinion is to kill." "Ahem, don't be too outrageous." Field said with shame, "Don't underestimate ordinary combat power. Everyone has their own value. As a lord, they should be placed in the appropriate position. To give a far-fetched example, are the 5 tiger generals awesome enough? But Boss Cow can drive Liu Bei around with a lot of 2nd and 3rd-rate generals and a lot of small soldiers. Similarly, as the territory expands in the future, I will need many divine chosen ones to help with work, garrisoning, or as assistants to my lieutenants. Otherwise, it would be a waste of combat power to have Asuna, Rosalia, and the others stationed there at every turn. Those who can be contracted, now, will all be temporarily contracted. It will be restructured when they return to the night territory. Field arranged decisively, the outstanding ones will be permanently contracted, and those who are too weak or have serious moral problems will be used as subordinates. At this time, Griffin Imperial City. The Queen was sitting on the Griffin throne, listening to her subordinates report on this year's tax issues. "Your Majesty, those unscrupulous people are becoming more and more resistant to paying taxes. We should increase the punishment. This will surely squeeze out more gold coins. Perhaps we should open up the resources and recruit more people to dig gold mines. Otherwise, we will make another northern expedition. The northern province has the largest copper mine in the empire. As long as we recapture the large copper mine, we will have a steady stream of copper coins. Absolutely impossible. The north cannot be recovered. No one can do it. Everyone was having a heated discussion when suddenly the door of the hall opened and a minister crawled in and looked around in a panic, as if he had lost his soul. "Your Majesty the Queen, news has come from the Fortress of Immortality." "Oh." The Griffin Queen, who was originally bored, immediately sat up straight. She was ready to hear the good news that the coalition of nobles had been annihilated. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night at the thought of being able to take back the land immediately and inherit the family fortune that the nobles had worked hard to accumulate for thousands of years. "Speak, don't hesitate." The queen raised her beautiful chin and urged the minister to continue. "Our army was completely wiped out, and Fort No Fall was captured. The noble army led the army to support, but the single tree was defeated. The 6th-level divine choice, Feathered Serpent, died in the battle, and the Grand Duke of Ashes died in the battle. The son of the Grand Duke brought the 6th-level divine choice of the Ashes family, surrender to Franvia. Immediately afterwards, the 2nd and 3rd main armies were surrounded and defeated by enemy reinforcements. Their vitality was severely damaged, and the number of casualties exceeded 50,000. The entire hall was in an uproar. 2 6th-level divine choices and more than 100,000 troops were lost. Such a disastrous defeat is unprecedented. Looking at the Griffin Empire since its founding, it has rarely been such a disastrous defeat against humans. It was even more terrifying than the last Empress's death of the expeditionary force. After all, no 6th Order soldiers were killed in the expeditionary force. The Griffin Queen was stunned and even laughed out loud. "What did you say? Are you kidding? Your uncle, Lord Fernando, as well as a large number of imperial officials and divine choices, were captured by the enemy. The rebels offered a high ransom and allowed us to redeem them, and their envoys will be arriving soon." "No way, no way." With a wave of her hand, the queen swept the red wine and fruit beside her to the ground and said coldly, "You must not be a spy of the rebels. What happened? Tell me." "Yes." After the minister finished detailing everything that happened, even Field came back to rescue him. The ministers didn't know the queen's plan. They just thought that Fernando underestimated the enemy and rushed in, and they complained and wailed. "It's over now. How can we control the empire's land after losing so many troops? Seek peace quickly. Don't the rebels want money and land? Just give it to them and that's it. The empire's land spans the endless sea and the sea of storms. That's about it. We should regroup our troops and spread false news to stabilize the situation in the empire." Everyone was talking a lot and couldn't make up their minds. How could we lose? How could it be possible? Did she betray me? It's impossible. After being stunned for a long time, the queen's heart was filled with huge waves. When there were signs of rebels in the 3 major western provinces, she deliberately did not extinguish them, and even deliberately set fire to them, because she planned to use the rebels to eradicate the dissenters of the nobles and also to defeat the Franconians. In addition, her relatives secretly converted the food that was in short supply due to famine in the province into gold coins. After a long while, she woke up as if from a dream, slapped the table and said angrily, "No, continue to beat. You must beat those lowly bottom people hard." "But, Your Majesty, we don't have many troops left to draw upon." Despite the huge number of imperial troops, the large territory means that there are many areas to defend, and local troops are needed to deter the nobles. "Are you willing to be defeated by farmers and slaves who don't have enough to eat?" The queen was unhappy. "Don't forget how the rebels treated officials and nobles. Kill them all without exception. Also, it's okay to lose to the Franconians, but you can't lose to those slaves." Everyone nodded. Otherwise, it will most likely lead to imitation. The queen saw that the ministers were a little calmer and immediately ordered, "Go to the defense lines of the elves and the subhumans, and each draw a 6th-level god-chosen and a 10,000-man army back. In addition, urge all places to recruit new soldiers and must fight back. Your Majesty, if a foreign race invades, it will be another disaster. The High Elves are extremely addicted to magic. Our country has rich magic core veins and is their favorite land. But the subhumans are brave but poor, and have coveted the fertile farmland of the empire for a long time. The elves in this world are not the elves in the animations, who are stupid, useless, and cute, and are often defeated by orcs, but war crazy existence. The high elves claim to be the highest creatures, the biological children of the goddess and the demigod bloodline. Looking at humans is no different from watching a bunch of defenses. They would rather have fun with the sacred beasts in the forest than look at humans. And the elves are naturally close to magic, and their desire for magic power has reached the point where they can shout, "Fuck, ice." The queen pondered for a long time. Then we will transfer 2 level 6 soldiers from the subhuman defense line and leave the elf defense line unchanged. Subhumans are just bandits. They can only steal some food and daily necessities at most. It will not harm the foundation of the country. Let's make the people over there suffer. Yes, your majesty. Everyone took the order and immediately went to mobilize troops. The queen leaned on the cold throne and fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that the noble coalition would come back to help. Am I really wrong? On the way to the Western Sea area, everyone has arrived at the blue sky territory of Kanghai province. Corpses and ruins can be seen everywhere along the way. The prosperous west is near the sea, but now it is deserted. Grown-ups, Ashina and Jairose came to report at the same time. Our light cavalry troops frequently find enemy scouts and rebels are following us. Ashina looked serious. They did not attack, but if the number of scouts continues to increase, they are most likely waiting for support. This is inevitable. They will not give up killing everyone in the Griffin Empire. Field secretly thought something was wrong. This is not a small group of rangers, but a legion under the command of a commander. Before we return to the night territory, there will probably be a fierce battle to be fought. Field, our food reserves are at the bottom. Jairose, who was in charge of logistics, ran over and turned to make sure there were no outsiders around. Then he reported in a low voice, "We can barely hold on for 2 days. After all, there are a lot more people and horses." Ashina frowned. "What can we do? We are still at least half a month away from the seaside." Seeing that the two of them were under too much pressure, Field looked up at the sky and exhaled. "Don't worry, I have a plan. I am a man recognized by the wisdom tree and my title is Hongyoagyo. Why do I remember that it's a book of wisdom?" Jairose scratched his head in confusion, "But, as expected of you, you have actually thought of a way." "Of course, the way is to grab it." Field took out a paper map. "Early when I was planning the route, I deliberately chose a route that passed through the enemy city, and we obtained supplies through looting. Blue Sky territory has been occupied by the rebels for a long time. It was originally one of the granaries of Kanghai province. Now the rebels rely on this area as a springboard to attack surrounding cities. Blue Sky City must have stocked a lot of food, which is enough for our army. This is a good idea." Ashina was very happy. "I like robbery the most." Garros was ashamed. "You two are really enough, but as a granary that supplies the frontier army, the defense must be very tight." "Not necessarily. Firstly, the rebels must have been careless after winning consecutive battles. Secondly, if the rebels fight against the Empire, the entire army must attack, and there may not be many troops left behind. Ashina, go back and prepare. When we arrive at the outskirts of the Blue Sky territory, we will launch an attack." "Yes, sir." Asuna turned around and was about to leave when she ran into the Imperial Army's chosen ones and was pushed away aggressively. "Barren, goddess above, I can't believe what I saw. A group of snakes and scorpions are in the baby's swaddling clothes." Vilence, the grandma of the army, was very serious. "They must be driven away." Field was not intimidated. "To put it bluntly, where do babies come from in my army? Don't even have child labor. It's a demi-human. We actually have a demi-human army here as well as a demi-human divine choice." Yifeng pointed at Ashina, then crossed his arms over his chest with a look of shock on his face. "It's really scary." Asuna scratched her head and said awkwardly, "What's wrong with us demi-humans?" "Yes, she saved your lives." Field held his forehead, knowing that an inevitable conflict was coming. He is not a guy who was trained by himself and is ideologically incompatible with the Knight Leader. "I don't care anyway, it's me without her. And she without me." Everyone protested, and they relied on their large numbers to form gangs. Okay, if you put all your money together to exchange for Ashina, I won't even change. These old antiques are stubborn and rigid, and they can't stand anything that goes against their intuition." If he knew that he was still in danger, he would definitely explode on the spot, and he would even be willing to die with himself. Field angrily scolded, "You tried to trick the nobles before, and that's why you lost like this. Are you going to do it again?" Facing soul torture, everyone suddenly felt ashamed. Field stood decisively in front of Asuna, and his tone was unquestionable. What time is it now? My scouts have discovered the enemy's pursuers. Anyone who lays a finger on her today, I will personally kick her out. Sorry, Baron. Everyone in the Imperial Army bowed their heads. Fighting in the bed all day long, why not come and fight with me in the bed? Seeing everyone admitting their mistake, Field's tone softened a little. Valance was horrified. Really or not, that's great. I'm almost 80, kid, don't joke with me. Grandma Valance, except you. Field was sweating profusely. Alas, the divine choice of the Imperial Army exclaimed, Baron Field, although you are quite charming, we all have our own families, so we can't do this. Even though he said this, the chosen one still managed a rare smile. Night Breeze lifted the ends of her hair and said with a smile, Brother Field, how old are you? 18. Field added, if you're talking about age. 9 years younger than me. Night Breeze blinked, how about, you become my younger brother, be my younger brother, you are quite manly when you are fierce. Another divine choice came up to him, chirping and shouting, don't be ridiculous. It was Granny Valance who stopped the farce. I am a noble, not a bunch of idiots like you who come from common people and hang out among the dead all day long. Why do you want you to be my sister and divide the family property? Feel sorry. Field was speechless and waved his hand, as you like. But demi-humans are really dangerous. Yifeng poked 2 fingers and warned seriously, demi-humans are our enemies. Stop talking about this, I am in command now, not the queen. Field stopped talking nonsense. This is the first time you joined the Night Lord's army. I thought you didn't understand the rules and I didn't care about you. Now, I will tell you the rules of the Night Lord's army. Discipline, discipline, discipline. You obey the order, I will lead you to fight and win, or we will all die together, it's that simple. If you don't agree with my rules, you can leave at any time, but I remind you that you are carrying the lives of too many comrades. Everyone was even more languid. They had not yet recovered their fighting strength, and they would die if they left. What's more, they don't know what to do next. Asuna was moved to tears. Okay, you can go about your own business. Field's tone relaxed, and he said sincerely, uniting all the forces that can be united is the way to victory. Besides, demi-humans are so cute, don't let future generations have no cat-eared girls. Wait, Mr. Field, if you want us to fight for you, at least let us join the military meeting. Grandma Valance demanded, even one person should go. Rubbing his chin, Field thought for a moment, only Miss Yifeng can participate in the meeting, and the rest will execute it. Yifeng looked flattered. Dusk has fallen, but Shanghai province is not at peace. The Franconians are killing the Imperial Army. Die, people roared and horses neighed. The Empire's 5th-level divine choice. Graham looked at the flying dragon knight blocking the sunset in shock. The dragon heart cavalry in Scarlet's hand thrust out. 5th-level magical skill, burial in the sky. As soon as the spear was thrust out, the sunset changed color, and black divine power billowed like the water of the Milky Way. Despite the shrill wails or desperate cries of the Imperial troops below, that gorgeous shot still fell. In an instant, everyone's eyes were shrouded in darkness. The mountain peaks were shattered by the magical technique, and the collapsed rocks were like splashing raindrops, leaving everything around them riddled with holes. This elite Imperial army of 1,000 people was unexpectedly no match for Scarlet, and most of them was slaughtered in an instant. Haha, run away quickly, this is the fun of hunting. Scarlet controlled the scaled dragon to fall, stabbing wildly with the spear in her hand. The dragon swallowed them one by one, happily swallowing them. Graham was even more frightened to death. She couldn't believe that, both at the 5th level, the opponent's aura was so strong that she felt suffocated. You retreat quickly, I will cover you, seeing that his family is being slaughtered by the other party. Graham gritted her teeth, and even her gums were bleeding slightly. Although she knew she was no match, she was lucky enough to decide to summon up her magical power and fight her opponent desperately. Fight for the Empire. 5th-level magical skill, tearing poison claws. Graham shuttled through the battlefield like a ghost, quietly came behind Scarlet, and suddenly transformed into a green magical claw, grabbing hard at the enemy. With this claw, she was confident that she could cut through mountains and rocks, not to mention that the other party didn't know about it. Even if he is powerful, if he is attacked from behind, he must. Oh, can't you hold it in anymore, poor little mouse? Scarlet suddenly turned her head and laughed wildly like a devil. The next moment, the sound of breaking wind sounded like a dragon's roar. 5th-level magical skill, roaring spear. When the tip of the gun was still 1 meter away from Graham. Graham's neck was cut by the gun, and blood flowed gurglingly. You must know that the divine defense of the 5th level divine choice is much stronger than the city wall. So fast. Graham's pupils were shaking, and she suddenly felt like she was frozen, allowing the other party to stab her with a spear. The gorgeous gun light passed through the neck, and Graham's entire neck was shattered. Huh? I killed another waste of the Griffin Empire, and saved a lot of food in this world. Scarlet retracted the spear lightly and raised a cheerful smile on her lips. The next one, I hope, can bring me some fun. Other side. After quickly resolving the internal conflicts, the Imperial Army's chosen ones expressed their willingness to contribute, and Field finally took full control of the picked-up army. That night, Ashina, who had just gone out for reconnaissance, quickly came back to resume her duties. Sir, my wolf cavalry have detected the enemy's movements. Asuna hurriedly broke into the camp. Her tone was urgent, and her scarlet eyes were filled with fighting intent. Seeing her expression, Field's heart immediately jumped up. Never a good thing. The enemy is not the peasant rebels, but the Franconian regular army. Asuna picked up the small flag on the table and placed it on the map. A cavalry regiment of 1,500 people is following us, behind. If the cavalry lets go and runs quickly, they can attack us in about half a day's journey. In addition, the enemy may have flying troops and a large number of infantry on their way, and the enemy is building a cage to hold the flying monsters. A cavalry regiment of 1,500 people. Yifeng stood up abruptly, his pupils shaking. Miss Werewolf, please tell me what kind of flag they are flying. The blue dragon holds the staff flag, the knight's charge flag, and the shield and axe flag, a total of 3 big flags. Ashina drew the flag in 2s and 2s and showed it to everyone. It's over, are you sure you read it correctly? Yifeng jumped up in fright and couldn't stop trembling. It's over. It's Scarlet, a famous general in Franconia and one of the deputy leaders of the Blue Dragon Knights. He will almost definitely become a 6th level genius. Scarlet is the guy who killed Levin Rhoda. Damn it, it really lives up to the saying, enemies never get together. Field cursed but calmed down and handed Yifeng a glass of water. Don't panic, tell her all the information in detail. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, she is the 5th level divine choice, and her strength is stronger than the ordinary 5th level. As long as everyone knows this, it is enough. It is impossible for us to compete with the 5th level divine choice. I didn't see her, I only saw the cavalry. Ashina shook her head. She should be killing other people. Once Scarlet arrives in person, she will ride on a dragon and suddenly attack the enemy from the clouds. You can hardly see her at ordinary times, but when you see her, the massacre will begin. In addition, Franvia's army has 2,000 regular troops under one banner and is led by a 4th level divine selection. 3 banners are 3 4th level soldiers with 6,000 regular troops. We only have a small number of people, so they shouldn't be chasing us. Gerlos was dumbfounded. No, Scarlet is cruel. She will not let anyone go. Even if it is a team of dozens of people, the weaker it is, the more she likes to torture. She once tried to use her dragon mount to torture an ordinary person. Abnormal, Field was pacing back and forth, lying if he said he wasn't worried. 6,000 elites, 3 4th level divine selectors, and 1 powerful 5th level divine selector. I finally got the army and the chosen one, but I ran into the pursuers at the last stage of the harvest. It was really annoying. Barren Field, now that things have come to this. Yifeng gritted his teeth. We should abandon the army and let the army find a place with dangerous terrain, form a formation to defend, and buy time for us to escape. As expected of the chosen one of the Imperial Army, he made cruel decisions without hesitation and could even be said to be cold-blooded. It's a very decisive idea. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. Field nodded in praise, then shook his head heavily. But, as long as there is a little chance, even a little bit, I will not give up anyone. How much time can an army without the command of the chosen one buy? At most 1 day, it's useless. It's not my style to let the loyal soldiers who have gone through life and death be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Moreover, I may not be powerless to fight. Don't hesitate. Yifeng continued to dissuade. We are definitely not her opponents. No, we still have time. During this time, we can do a lot of things. Field stared at the map. Isn't she here yet? When she comes, I will slap her face hard and pull off her hood. Please don't take chances. Yifeng shook his head. I support you, sir. Asuna and Jalos raised their hands immediately. Feiluam and I rarely showed an appreciative smile. My opinion is kill. Large-scale military operations cannot be concealed from professional armies. Especially in the Shanghai province, there's not even a stray dog, and living people can be seen from a long distance. Just as Field had discovered Scarlet's pursuers long ago, the garrison scouts of Blue Sky City also discovered Field in advance. Fortunately, Field kept urging the march, and at this time it was only an hour's march away from the city by infantry. The city was quiet and peaceful, and even the sound of bagpipes exclusive to the Dragon Tower could be heard, and the residents sang and danced. Haha, we finally landed on the main continent. A Dragon Tower empire can rely on the land here in the future and become a continental country. Great, but it's a pity that the damn Franvians occupied the other half of the city. Oh, what unfortunate news. Sooner or later they will be sent to the dungeon to eat cockroaches with those lowly griffins. Are there still people from the Griffin Empire who have not been killed and kept as firewood? On the street, the bloodstains in the stone bricks had long dried up. The residents spoke foreign languages and were beaming with joy. As logistics personnel accompanying the army, they usually live in unowned houses and look like locals. Make way, gentlemen, please make way. A light cavalryman with a mustache and wearing red leather armor passed through the crowd. Hey, Mr. Fast Joe, look at this. The cavalry looked in the direction of the sound and saw several enthusiastic girls wearing headscarves but without even a thread on their upper bodies. They painted strange but very beautiful oil paints on their bodies, using their chests as drums, causing the onlookers to whistle continuously. Oh my God, goddess, this is so beautiful, I want you to bake long bread. Then come to the mill quickly, we have already gathered 10 hardworking young men. The cavalry waved their hands again and again. No, a large group of enemy troops were found not far outside the city, and they might attack us. I have to report it immediately. The people on the street laughed and made happy sounds. You are so humorous, those cowards were defeated by our army. I got the news from the wounded. The Imperial army was defeated on all 3 fronts. Our army is attacking frantically. Where can we find the enemy? The goddess of victory favors us. Long live praise the great white queen. Joe, I think you are dizzy. Come on, have a glass of apple juice with girls a pâté. The people on the street cheered again, not taking Field's army seriously at all. In fact, fast legs, Joe didn't take it seriously. He only saw a beggar army with low morale and incomplete equipment. It was estimated that they were defeated deserters, running around like headless flies. Sorry, wait until I finish my mission and come back. Joe took off his hat to the ladies, then hurried to the city lord's palace. It was told that the city lord was on the 2nd floor. Helpless, Joe could only climb the spiral staircase. To his surprise, a woman was sitting at the door of the bedroom. She was peeping into the bedroom through the crack of the door in a charming manner and was drawing something on a piece of white paper. Spy! Joe pulled out the cavalry sword at his waist. SHH, the woman turned around immediately and made a gesture to keep quiet, and Joe put down the sword for some reason. The other party was too beautiful, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. As a scout, she had seen countless beautiful God's choices, but this was the first time she had seen such a high appearance. Accompanied by the fragrance of the magnolia flower, the woman stood in a charming posture and looked at him with a smile. Keep your voice down. Her brown hair was slightly curled, and her low collar showed off her roundness. The blue ribbon around her waist dragged all the way to her bony ankles. Fortunately, her long legs were tall, otherwise it would be very inconvenient to drag it on the ground. Even if you let me dig out your heart, I will do it. Joe wanted to say this, but she was too shy to speak. I'm painting for the lord of the city. You know, it's art. The woman's voice was very pleasant and gentle. She spread out the drawing board and showed Kaio the painting. Everything that happened in it is so interesting, very impactful and intoxicating. Hearing the fluent and authentic Longta language, Kaio was completely relieved that the other party was the god of Longta. In the painting, a strong man was madly ravaging a thin woman. The second painting was a tragic painting of the army entering the city and slaughtering civilians. It was painted in oil. The crazy picture was lifelike and real. Kaio swallowed unconsciously, and his mind became much clearer in an instant. Although he participated in the massacre, he was afraid at night. I really don't know how the woman in front of him dared to draw it. Mind your own business, don't mention my existence. Seeing the other party was afraid, the woman was disappointed and took 2 steps back. I think you don't understand what art is. Yes, I still have to report the mission. Joe knocked on the door. Sir, there is an enemy army heading towards our city. What? An angry voice came from inside. Toothless, stupid dog, the Imperial army was defeated. Where did the army come from? Not only me, but other scouts also saw it. Joe shrank his neck. The other side has more than 100 people, sir, I'm sorry. I can only count to 100. Damn Griffin Empire people, so annoying. There was a sound of throwing heavy objects in the house, and then a strong man walked out. It was the city lord Neil. Tell my God's chosen Gemma to gather some soldiers in the city and call the merchants to transfer some guards to help defend the city. Sir, should we go for help? Go away, it's just some defeated troops. Asking for help will cost your trust. I don't want my superiors to think that I am a coward who is afraid of defeated troops. Yes, yes. Field came to the outskirts of Blue Sky City, and the city stood in front of him. This prosperous small city is now extremely desolate, but the reinforced wooden city gate is still strong. There are some crossbowmen on the wall, not many in number. On the contrary, the crowd watching the excitement secretly squeezed onto the city wall and pointed at the troops led by Yimu, but they were not scolded by the soldiers. Sure enough, the defenses here are empty, and we will definitely be able to capture the food. Field also saw through the small map that there was no ambush here. They're not afraid of us. Ashena wagged her tail in confusion. People's hearts are blind. Field motioned for Asuna to join him and drove his horse up to a high ground. Look at our soldiers. More than 2,000 defeated soldiers were picked up, and their morale was low. There were more than 500 mercenaries who were just hanging around, plus they had been marching for days. They were all dejected and disheveled, just like a bunch of poor beggars coming to beg for food. His direct cavalry were domineering, but they were responsible for supervising the army and preventing soldiers from escaping, so they were not seen. Ha 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 ha. This is the army of the Griffin Empire. I swear I can fight 10 of them. On the distant city wall, the spectators and soldiers burst into merciless ridicule. It's really bad. Ashena was ashamed. Field, is this your plan? To attack a well-defended city? Yifeng hurried over, jumping with anger. We haven't recovered from the dissociation state yet, so we can't adopt a surprise attack tactic. If we force an attack, the enemy will pour boiling oil and stones on the city wall, which will definitely cost us a heavy price. In addition, the most important thing is that there is a cavalry behind us who is eyeing us covetously, and it is very likely that a 4th-level god chosen will lead the team. Yifeng was so angry that his face turned red. When besieging a city, you know the consequences of being charged from behind by cavalry, right? Don't panic. Field shook his head repeatedly and pointed to the surroundings. If we don't attack this city, our soldiers will only starve to death. The 3 western provinces are suffering from famine. For a long time, even the bark has been picked up. Except for winning the city to get food, we have no choice. The style of the fight, simply test it. Remember to show my name. The night breeze is a little wailing. In addition, your surname is Kun. I remember your surname is Rose. This is the army of Suzuki, the North Territory god bird. Please surrender immediately, otherwise we will launch an attack and leave no one alive. Ashena patted the dragon wolf's head, and the dragon wolf immediately raised its front paws and posed in Napoleon's classic style, so cool that it had no friends. Haslaughter. I bet those beggars can't even touch the city wall. There was another burst of laughter on the city wall. They were not the people of the Griffin Empire, so of course they couldn't stand Field's strength. Get out of here. A loud shout came from the city wall, and the dragon tower god chosen Gemma waved the dagger in her hand. Listen, you rubbish, we have killed all the Griffin Empire people in the city. This land has nothing to do with you but belongs to us. What? The chosen ones of the Imperial Army were in an uproar, and Yifeng's blood surged, vomiting a mouthful of black blood. The people of the Empire were actually. Aren't you here to help the rebels? Asuna didn't expect this to happen and asked immediately. Who would help if there is no benefit? Gemma was so proud that she used her divine power to threaten. I just used the hero king. The land near the sea is the most valuable. They will become our trading city. Damn these beasts. Field was very angry. No wonder I didn't see any locals along the way. It turned out that they were all slaughtered. Looking at the dragon tower people on the city wall wearing strange clothes and speaking foreign languages, everyone was indignant. Ashna threw an arrow casually, deliberately missed the target, charged back and forth twice, and was driven back to the main formation by the enemy. My lord, the enemy's chosen ones guarding the city are only level 3. Their artifacts are short swords. I have tried many times, and there are no other hostile chosen ones inside. Very good, they dared to set foot in the Empire. I want their blood to feed every inch of land. Field's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Although they were not the people of his territory, Field was still indignant in his heart. How are you going to fight? Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even if you ask me to die, I am happy to do it. In addition, don't forget that there are enemies behind us. Simple situation. Yimu's army is besieging the city, and more than 1,000 elite pursuers may attack them from behind at any time. You restrain the infantry. Pretend to set up camp on the spot, and be prepared to resist the cavalry. It's best to deceive the enemy to relax. If not, defend on the spot and wait for my reinforcement. Restrain the infantry. What about the cavalry? Field snorted coldly, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, follow me and launch a blitzkrieg. Soon, Yimu's army was boiling, and the infantry mixed with logistics spread out in a mess, surrounding the messy carts, as if they were building a camp. This scene also fell into the eyes of the pursuers. As a subordinate of Scarlet, the 5th-level god chosen, Letty is a noble 4th-level god chosen, leading the 6th flag of the Blue Dragon-affiliated guards cavalry. Where are Lady Scarlet and the other troops? Letty stood on a dirt slope, looking at the knight army in the distance. There are quite a few people, at least more than 2,000. The adjutant Ziquin responded vaguely. The other troops are hunting the fleeing soldiers, and they can't get here in time. Another adjutant, Dahlia, suggested, Sir, the enemy is preparing to attack the city. We should prepare the cavalry and launch a fatal attack from behind. Ha, then I will definitely be scolded to death by Lady Scarlet. Letty threw the gloves to the adjutant elegantly. The enemy is not fully armed, but insists on attacking the city. They are desperate. Attacking the enemy now will cause unnecessary casualties, especially when the enemy is posing as a defensive cavalry. Letty instructed her subordinates, the Imperial army has just been defeated. The chosen ones have separated from the artifacts. Killing them will gain nothing. There will be heavy casualties and no benefit. There is no need to attack. Why not track them down and wait for Lord Scarlet to come, cooperate with her to easily defeat the enemy and get benefits? So that's how it is. The two adjutants were in a trance. But what if the enemy captures the city? So we wait and see the progress of the other side's siege. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. They actually sent out cavalry. Are they going to use cavalry to attack the city? Riley burst into laughter. It seems that worrying is unnecessary. Really, what does the enemy commander do for a living? The pursuers laughed mercilessly. Ha. Look, the idiots of the Griffin Empire are actually going to use cavalry to attack the city. Similarly, in Blue Sky City, the people on the wall also burst into laughter. Even in their own army formation, many people shook their heads and thought that cavalry charging the city wall was simply nonsense. After leaving the infantry to form a formation, the Knight Army actually assembled a cavalry of 800 people, consisting of more than 400 defeated soldiers and the elite of the Knight Army. Field didn't care what others thought, but asked Feiluamanai and Ashna to prepare for the explosion. Remember, our strategic goal is to break through the defense line as quickly as possible and defeat the local defense. After saying that, Field waved the flag in his hand. Column formation, prepare sabers, follow me to charge. Charge. The Imperial Army's Dauki Knights used it as cover, held up Dauki shields, and rushed towards the city gates and walls. For a moment, the knights rose and fell with their horses, and the small flags hanging from their lances fluttered in the strong wind. Are you really going to use cavalry to attack the city walls? City Lord Neil grinned and slapped his thighs with laughter. It's so stupid. No wonder the enemy's pigs were beaten up by us. Ha, this land doesn't need such ignorant trash. It should be ruled by us. The chosen one Gemma laughed triumphantly. This cavalry is really scary when it charges. Some onlookers were frightened by the scene of thousands of horses galloping. What are you afraid of? The walls here are strong. They are indestructible because they are engraved with defensive inscriptions by our inscription mage. If the cavalry can crash in, I will eat 3 pounds of food. They are all played by Lord Neil. The daughter of the mayor of Blue Sky City was defeated and turned into an idiot. I really look forward to the fate of these people. Everyone watched the excitement excitedly, not afraid of the cavalry's attack. When the cavalry was about to enter the range of the enemy's crossbows, it's time Feiluamanai bombard the city wall. Because he was worried that Feiluamanai would kill too many living things and fall into a backlash state, Field simply asked her to attack the city wall. Feiluamanai waved her hand and immediately blasted out more than a dozen golden cross stars, like a gorgeous comet. with a whistling wind and bombarded the city wall. In an instant, the onlookers only felt a flash of golden light in front of their eyes, and the next moment there was a boom like an earthquake. The defensive runes engraved on the city wall were instantly wiped out. The city wall exploded, and a landslide occurred in the bombed area. The flying debris flew out in a whirl. An unlucky soldier had most of his head blown off by the debris, and blood splattered all over the place, and the people on the city wall became chaotic. The original excitement of the onlookers disappeared, rapidly replaced by horror and fear. What is it, a rare siege god choice? Or a long-range magic skill? Gemma was shocked and her smile froze on her face. My lord, the wall has cracks and the defensive runes have been erased. A soldier hurried to report. The city lord Neil was shocked. What a joke! Even if it is a 4th level, it will take a long time to chisel it. Did the inscription mage cut corners? Siege god choice is one of the rarest occupations, usually found in industrially developed cities. Before everyone could react. Level 3 magic skill, avalanche charge. The guard ice spear behind Ashina was integrated into the lance, instantly transforming the artifact into a 5-meter-long, 3-armed, ferocious siege cone. With the powerful boost of the magic skill, the shadow of a giant wolf appeared behind Ashina. The next moment, she jumped out of the formation, like a long rainbow, and crashed directly into the city wall that was almost collapsed before. Another siege. Am I not awake? Gemma jumped up in shock. No longer able to maintain the previous calm, the soldiers on the city wall were in chaos. The city wall, which was already in danger, was directly pierced by Ashina, leaving a 5-meter-wide gap. The stones piled here were transformed into scattered stones like shotguns because of the terrifying shock wave. If they were hit, their bones and tendons would be broken, and if they were hit, they would die without a complete body. Ah, help! The Dragon Tower people watching around and the soldiers lined up behind the wall were hit by the flying stones, and a bloody storm immediately set off. The wall has been broken, chop it hard. I'm addicted to chopping. Field waved the long sword in his hand. Attack, kill all the damn invaders. The cavalry saw the trembling enemies in the distance and remembered their inhumane atrocities. Their eyes suddenly turned red and they raised their sabers. The cavalry rushed through the gap in the damaged wall like a torrent. The impact brought by the high speed turned them into mud trucks, and crashing into the crowd was a puff of blood mist. After the war horses hit, they swung their swords and chopped anyone they saw. When the horses stepped on them, the swords flew, and groups of people fell down with blood spurting out. No matter if you are a civilian, a soldier, or an officer, you will be chopped into a knife if you appear in the field of vision. Help, the Griffin Empire has broken in. Run quickly, they are a group of lunatics, killing everyone they see. The onlookers of the Dragon Tower realized that their enemies were not beggars or wastes at all, but extremely cruel lunatics. The enemy had no sense of chivalry, and even innocent people would be killed. For a moment, the city walls were in chaos, and the panicked civilians even confused their own army and ran with the soldiers guarding the city. Damn it, the lowly people should not attack my army. Soldiers, line up, don't run. The city lord Neil was sweating profusely. He would never have thought that Field could break through the wall in an instant. Quick, Gemma. Let's break through the siege and go out for help. Yes, just as Gemma was about to break through, a beautiful figure blocked her way. Your opponent is me. Phaluomenai was as noble as a goddess with outstanding fighting spirit. A large number of bird-shaped flames surged out of her body. She hooked her slender fingers, and the soul fire of the dawn bird burst out, crushing Gemma from all directions. Damn it, I want to kill. Before she finished speaking, a soul fire hit Gemma's back at a turning angle. As if she was drunk, Gemma felt her vision was disordered, her soul was shaken, and she could not even defend herself, revealing her flaws. Countless bird-shaped flames collided with her. In one encounter, Gemma was submerged by the soul fire of the Tianaming bird and burned to ashes. Phalomna raised her hand in the air, and after a moment of silence, she said speechlessly, "Okay, you are not worthy of being my opponent." With the death of the Chosen One, the defense of Blue Sky City was completely defeated and fell into Field's hands. Oh my God! The city lord Neil was so scared that his heart and liver were broken. His own Chosen One was killed in a single encounter. What's the point of fighting? Without any hesitation, he mounted a gray-white warhorse and turned his head to rush out of the city. Can you run away? I want to catch you alive and interrogate you. Field snorted coldly, drew out his bow and arrow, aimed at the enemy's warhorse, and shot an arrow with a whoosh. The arrow didn't even hit a hair of the horse, but hit Neil's buttocks. Neil fell off his horse with a cry of pain. Bright. My lord, you have a great shot. The knights around him cheered loudly. Field was sweating profusely. He was actually aiming at the warhorse. Neil's guards were coming to rescue him. Field waved his hand, and the demi-human light cavalry behind him pulled the bowstrings together and shot out like locusts, turning the guards into hedgehogs. Girlos, you take 300 people to occupy the granary, the arsenal, and the city lord's palace to prevent arson. The rest of you, prepare fortifications, block the gap in the city wall, and the demi-humans go up the city wall. After Field grabbed the enemy city lord, he threw him to the soldiers and hurriedly climbed up the intact section of the city wall. The pursuers may take advantage of our attack and suddenly attack from behind. Phalaminai, Ashina, get ready. However, when Field saw the situation outside the city, he found that it was quiet. The phalanx formed by the knight army's infantry was not attacked. What's going on? I can't bear this. Field wiped off the blood on his sword, looked at it several times, then frowned and asked in confusion, does the enemy have other intentions? Unknown enemies are the most terrifying, and Field is even more worried. In fact, the pursuers in the distance didn't react at all. Field's raid was so swift that he captured the city in an unheard-of quarter of an hour. The entire camp was silent for a long time. Finally, Letty spoke first. Why did that army suddenly attack the city? I don't know. The adjutant was dumbfounded. You can't even hold on to a cup of black tea, right? This is terrible. If the commander-in-chief finds out that the rebels captured the city under our noses, we will definitely be punished. Then take it back. Letty said impatiently, give me the order to mobilize before the war. They can attack by surprise, and so can we. What's more, the opponent is already tired. The cavalry who entered the city were originally the elite of the imperial army. Most of them were fighting spirit knights. They killed people as if for fun, easily killing the garrison. A large number of defenders were stabbed wildly by the soldiers and fell into a pool of blood. The red-eyed soldiers directly aimed their weapons at civilians. Even the wounded who were resting in the city were pulled from their beds and hacked to death by the frantic soldiers. Okay, the enemy's defense has collapsed. Stop killing. Field stopped everyone's killing. Listen to the order and take the infantry back to the city. But this is an order. We still have a battle to fight. Don't waste your energy. I will deal with them. Yes. Everyone reluctantly put away their swords and guns and stared viciously at the remaining Dragon Tower people. These intruders were all scared to death. They were either crying or begging for mercy. They finally experienced the cruelty of war and no longer had the arrogance they had before. Field, don't be merciful. Philomena said coldly, they are soldiers when they put on their equipment. I know it well. Field waved his hand and said with an arrogant expression, but we are teachers of benevolence and righteousness, and we pay attention to persuading others with virtue. What Field was thinking in his mind was, you guys are so happy with it, how can I upgrade my corrupted cat? Keep the people in the city and use them as experience packs for the corrupted cats. Not long after, everyone from Yimu successfully entered the city without any hindrance from beginning to end. The morale of the soldiers of the Imperial Army was greatly boosted. They looked up to the sky with high spirits and roared, and gradually emerged from the shadow of the previous tragic defeat. You really did it. Yifeng was dumbfounded with more awe in his eyes. The speed of the siege is too exaggerated. It's unbelievable why you were so unknown in the Empire before. The soldiers of the Imperial Army and the Divine Chosen were at best confused before, but now they couldn't help but feel awe. Ha, haven't you heard of the Fox of the North? I'm a master of blitz warfare. Field made a joke easily and then ordered, we can't relax now. Yifeng, you and your infantry force the Longta people in the city to work. Take them to the streets, build earth into walls, and carry furniture to reinforce them. What is this going to do? Sooner or later the pursuers will attack. We have to prepare for street fighting. Of course, it is best not to attack. Field was not sure. After all, the opponent acted too calmly. I have already entered the city, but the opponent has not made any moves, which is a bit scary. I can only seize the time to rest and build defenses. Street fighting. Yifeng looked confused. In this era, normal battles involve setting up a battle array and defeating the opponent is victory, and street fighting is not taken seriously well. Street fighting is not easy, but it is better than defending a damaged city wall. Field waved his hand. Go and do your own business. Remember to report any situation. Field arranged for everyone to visit the Lord's palace. Don't want this, then I'll lose it. Philomena was carrying a sacred dagger, shaking it twice in disgust like a salted fish. Well done, I got another artifact. Field snapped his fingers happily and then said regretfully, there are so many artifacts but few of them are useful, what a pity. After capturing the artifact, Field gained information. Artifact, Whaler's dagger source, magic goddess effect, can activate the dagger and launch fear magic bullets frightening the enemy. Special effects, only for use by the goddess of magic. It's a new divine system. It's probably unique to Dragon Tower, and 90% of the time it can't be adapted to it. Field was not surprised and was about to leave. There are rats spying on information. Ashina's ears twitched for a moment, then she suddenly turned around. Drew her bow and drew an arrow, and the ice blue arrow shot out like a starburst. The simple and unpretentious wolf-tooth feather arrows, with the blessing of Ashina's divine power, erupted with a brilliance that far surpassed that of magic props. Kiang, the woman hiding on the roof, raised her hand with a feather brush and knocked away the arrow. The power of winter is interesting. As the woman retreated, she realized that her right hand was stiff and covered with a layer of frost. It's just an ordinary blow, but it can have such an effect. Spy, come down here. Asuna neatly jumped onto the roof. The ice gun in her hand was like a white meteor with a screaming wind. It stabbed the opponent's heart directly. The speed of this shot was extremely fast and the gun shadow filled the sky. Don't hurt me. The painter screamed, her face full of fear and grievance, and she saw that the spear was about to hit her. A shriveled corpse hand stretched out from her drawing board and hit Ashina's artifact spear with great force. The spear hummed, deviated a few centimeters, pierced the painter's shoulder, and slammed her down to the roof. Ugh, it hurts. Qingyin staggered to the ground with a pale face, and the drawing board in her hand also fell to the ground. She looked at Field weakly, pitifully, and helplessly, and her eyes seemed to speak. Even if she had seen a lot of beauties, the other party's appearance was not only top-notch. Was also particularly distinctive, very artistic, lonely, hazy, and with the shyness of a homegirl. Don't attack me, I'm just a painter passing by. Ashina jumped off the roof and shot into the ground. You were on the roof spying on our army. No, I just saw a wonderful scene and couldn't help but draw it. Qingyin covered the wound on her shoulder and was about to cry. If you don't believe me, just look. Is that so? Such a gentle woman must not be a bad person. What surprised Field was that one of his own soldiers was obsessed with picking up the painting. Don't look. Field used his fighting spirit and shouted, return to the team and clean up the battlefield. Oh. The soldier was startled and woke up from his dream. Lord, I apologize for my presumptuousness, but I really have no ill intentions. Qingyin bowed repeatedly. Why did I hear that there is a famous wanted criminal called the Beheading Painter? When Field was fighting against the Shadow World sect, he carefully read the wanted notices in various provinces of the empire. This wanted criminal from Yinshui province has killed countless people. Third-level magical skill, copy it, bird soul fire at dawn. Seeing that she was seen through, Qingyin's previous gentleness and intelligence disappeared in an instant. Instead, a strange coldness bloomed, and the hidden murderous aura was like an evil ghost in the lake. In her hand, she splashed ink with a feather brush in the air, instantly sketching out countless black day blooming birds. The wandering Tiananming bird exudes a cold and bloody murderous aura. It's amazing that you can imitate magical skills. Isn't this my magical skill? Faramine blinked twice, folded her hands across her chest, and said coldly, next time remember to explain the source. Qingyin waved her brush. Yes, this is my art, enjoy it. The surrounding Tiananming bird howled miserably, and not only did it not fly out, but it exploded suddenly with black flames that directly knocked Qingyin to the ground. Wow, it hurt so much. Qingyin's soul was shocked, her eyes were blank, and she was ignited by the soul fire. She rolled around on the ground in pain, trying to put out the flames. This. Ashina was messy in the wind. Thankfully, I'm still prepared to take it seriously. Awesome, your art is to blow yourself up. Field looked confused and couldn't help but applaud. Zier, is that you? My magical skills are exclusive. Philomena couldn't hold back, covering her mouth and smiling brightly. Don't even think about copying Disaster's ability. This skill is interesting. Capture her and let Kyoryu absorb it. Field rubbed his chin. It seems to have quite a few limitations, but it's still very good. Don't be too proud, I didn't lose. The ignited Qingyin didn't even extinguish the flame on her head. Still stood up stubbornly, third-level magical skill blood-painted evil servant. The drawing board that fell to the ground was gushing with blood, withered corpse hands protruding from it. A shrill wail was heard, and 3 slender monsters with no heads walked out of the painting. Roar! The slender monster was extremely terrifying. Cover my retreat, King Yin ordered. We refuse. The monster servant turned around strangely, stepped forward in a very oppressive manner, grabbed King Yin's perfectly curved ankle and lifted her up. Hey, no, let me go. King Yin's pupils were shaking. She wanted to control it but found that she couldn't do it. Oops, the soul power is so damaged that I can't even control the evil servant. You killed us, we will take revenge. The monster grinned ferociously, grabbing her skirt and trying to tear it open. King Yin's 2 long legs kicked the monster wildly, which aroused the monster's interest. It's funny, I was so serious before. Field didn't hold back. You can actually explode the defeat animation by yourself. It's better not to give it to Kuryu so as not to waste it. No one fought back and allowed King Yin to perform. She was able to defeat herself. Looking at her weak look before, I thought she was a beast in disguise, but it turns out she is really weak. It is rare to see such a pure person. Put her down, I'm afraid of being struck by lightning. In addition, the soldiers are going to rest. Field asked the soldiers to leave. The soldiers around him were all preparing to watch the show, but they were no longer in the mood to work. Yes, sir. Ashina stepped forward with a spear like a dragon, instantly beheading the evil servant and knocking the painter to the ground. Ooh, King Yin wiped away tears. It's so unlucky. I just want to draw a picture. Why are you bullying people like this? What are you playing at? J-Rose came over humming a tune, and she was suddenly startled. This wave of divine power is the god of slaughter. Although it is well hidden, I can feel the bond of the same kind. After saying this, J-Rose's divine power fluctuated. King Yin suddenly raised her head and said in shock, "The Imperial Army has accepted the chosen god of slaughter again. Then can you stop wanting me? Wait a minute, my mind is very confused." Field rubbed his eyebrows. "Let's talk about one thing. What is your name? Are you the beheading artist I mentioned?" "Well, my stage name is King Yin. As for beheading the painter, it is true, but it is normal for the gods chosen to kill." King Yin shrugged and picked up the drawing board. "You have killed a lot of people too, and it fits my aesthetic perfectly." "It's true. After all, I'm called Bloody Hand Massacre." Field said nonsense. King Yin continued, "Ever since the Empire designated the god of slaughter as a traitor and a demon, I have been hunted every day and have to protect myself. As for the bloody rumors, it's because I often appear at murder scenes and pursue the art of blood. I never kill innocent people indiscriminately." "This is not nonsense. She was bumped into by Kaio before and he didn't kill anyone. It turns out he is the god of slaughter, so it is not surprising that he is wanted." Field nodded. After all, the shadow cult has done too many evil deeds. Sisters are also involuntarily exploited by villains. After all, the Empire no longer has our home. King Yin sighed. "We, the god of killing, have been loyal to the Empire for generations, but we got involved in a cruel royal struggle. In the end, the Queen's sister failed and was killed. We knew too much, and without the origin and protection of the Rose family, we became everyone's cry beat the rat. No one in the whole world is willing to accept us. Protected by the Ross family." Field leaned back in disbelief. "Zun Du and Fake Du. He is the Earl's biological son, and no one protects him. At least in the past, the Ross family was very prosperous. When the 6th-rank god chosen, Bloody Rose was there, we all had a backbone. Unfortunately, now we no longer have wings to protect us from the wind and rain. I'm afraid that the Ross family now doesn't have a single god chosen for killing. And me, J-Los raised his hand quickly like a primary school student who could answer questions. King Yin widened her eyes. Could it be? Yes, I am the heir of the Ross family." Field raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky. "I have never forgotten that my charming ancestor would of course accept the chosen one of the killing god." Hey. King Yin was about to cry. "No wonder I smell the scent of the chosen one of the killing god on you very strong." Asna leaned over and sniffed the smell. "I can't smell it at all. There is such a thing." J-Lo said shyly, "My lord, you didn't take my clothes secretly, did you?" I'm not that kind of person. Another question, what is your relationship with Wyan?" Field quickly changed the subject. "Wyan, who is that? Is she also a painter? Night Owl's killer." King Yin used a paintbrush to outline a painter's cap, then used divine power to weave the cap and put it on her head. "They are all quick-made gods chosen, and their names are also plagiarized. They probably borrowed my stage name. In addition, my real name is Illegal." Quickly, Field was excited. No wonder the people in Night Owl are so good. How did they do it? I know this. In exchange, can you please stop killing me? King Yin picked up the drawing board and said, I will paint a portrait for you for free. It's very nice. It's not urgent. You tell me about Night Owl first. Field did not believe it easily and remained vigilant. Wouldn't it be very dangerous if this guy could curse others to death? The King of Heroes is actually similar to a king or a brave man. It's just a meaningless title. There are 2 generations in total. The first generation hero king was originally the 6th level divine choice of the empire, Yimeng. He can dismantle his own abilities and turn them into attributeless divine power to lend to his teammates. The current Audrey is a pseudo 6th level without a domain, and her power comes from Yimeng. As for Yizao, I guess the same is true, and she received the divine power lent by Yimeng. King Yin shrugged. Of course, I only know this much. I don't know why they rebelled. So that's it. Field understood, and what she said was very convincing. Last question, are you contracted? She does not exist on the mini-map. No. Then why can't we feel your presence? King Yin said awkwardly. Because I used the aura of the god of beauty and copied her magical skill of disguise. After canceling the disguise, King Yin immediately lost her charm ability. Although she was beautiful, she was no longer an addictive beauty. Field was greedy and thought to himself, from now on, I must collect a bunch of beauties and stay at home as maids. They will definitely be eye-catching. This magical skill is really not bad. Field rubbed his chin. It's almost the same as the innate ability of the chosen god of chaos. There is a difference. The ability of chaos disguise is fake, but it does not consume divine power. My copying is a skill which consumes a lot of money. It will be weakened and has a time effect. It can only last for a quarter of an hour. After saying that, King Yin took out the paintbrush. Copy, 3rd level magical skill, Violent Halo. A violent and orange halo enveloped everyone. The strength has become much stronger. Field felt that he had been strengthened. So, are you still going to arrest me, or execute me, or get pregnant or something? Neither, although the last one can be there. Field's words startled King Yin, but her next words almost made her jump with joy. Join us, it is better than wandering. Of course, I have to make it clear that if you are really a heinous lunatic, I will forgive you. Yeah, I have a request. King Yin nodded repeatedly but still looked shy. I need private time to paint. You can build a studio. Go to the City Lord's Hall and discuss it in detail. There are many people here. Phaler pulled everyone to the Lord's Hall. Before he had taken 2 steps, a mysterious force suddenly poured into his soul. Although separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, Field could feel that this power was extremely familiar. As if emerging from a cocoon and turning into a butterfly, Field was startled by the strange power. He actually broke through to the 3rd level Lord. Could it be that the territory has developed further? The level of the Lord is linked to the development of the territory, so there is no rush. The Lord ability is mainly used to assist, and the combat power itself will not be improved, but the Lord skills obtained are very good. Black Feather opened up a new path because of his Lord ability. Let me see what new abilities I've gained. 1. Sanctuary Space Exclusive. A special soul space derived from the interweaving of a large number of completely different divine powers. Effect. The contracted god's choice who is dying will be sent back to the asylum space to recuperate. The cooling time is 3 months, and the asylum space can only accommodate 1 god's choice. 2. Divine Seal Extraction. Exclusive World Foundation level. A special ability derived from a large number of completely different divine powers intertwined and infiltrated by the field of laws. Effect. Shatter artifacts, temper divine seals, and collect enough divine seals to provide skills, talents, and artifact enhancements for those chosen by the contracted gods. The special effects brought about by strengthening are affected by the type of divine seal extracted. If all extracted are Vulcan artifacts, the strengthened skills will be biased toward flame effects. Note: the number of divine seals consumed is related to the strength of the chosen person and the enhanced object. The enhancement of talents and divine skills consumes less, while the enhancement of artifacts consumes a huge amount. Likewise, strengthen the magical skills of night owls and the others, and the consumption is very low. Strengthen Philomena's magical skill and consume the heavens. Rosalia's endless slash was strengthened once, and its power was extremely terrifying. Damn it, I'm so awesome now. I can even strengthen the artifact. Field was so ecstatic that he almost jumped up and hit the roof. He couldn't help but laugh. Although the Lord level is slowly improved, the rewards are really good. As long as there is enough time, I can strengthen all the skills, talents, and artifacts of a certain god. To the top. A life-saving ability and an ability to turn waste into treasure are both quite practical. Am I so popular? Field is actually so happy. Seeing Field laughing, King Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her joining made the other party very happy. There was no rush to test out the new ability. Seeing King Yin's expectant expression, Field decided to make a contract with the divine chosen first. Who do I want to make a contract with? Of course it's me, no doubt. Just pass on the mark of God's choice. King Yin opened her coat with great intellectual beauty, revealing the God's chosen mark. The next moment, the God's chosen mark outlined the cold shadow of the goddess of killing, and the invisible soul connection came to her. After Field accepted, he completed the contract and obtained the other party's information. God's choice, Elijah stage name, King Yin occupation, inscription painter can learn the exclusive inscriptions of the goddess of slaughter artifact. Scarlet paintbrush first divine skill, copy, draw a portrait of the opponent, imitating the divine skills that the opponent has used. The effect of the divine skill is 60% of the opponent, and the attribute is the divine power of killing, and the duration is 15 minutes. Note, the foundation level and exclusive skills cannot be copied. Second divine skill. Blood painting ghost servant, absorb the soul of the killed and condense a powerful evil servant. Note, do not use when the soul power is damaged. Third divine skill. Divine inscription slaying, it is a non-artifact, providing permanent inscription engraving effect. Weapon penetration is improved, and it causes difficult to heal lacerations, talent. Artistic perspective, designed clothing and equipment, especially beautiful. Oh, it turns out to be an auxiliary type and a precious inscriptionist. It's a pity that the second skill is a bit crooked. Inscriptions are similar to enchantments, but there are differences between the two. Enchantments last for a very short time, and magic cores are required for energy later. Inscriptions are carved on weapons, and as long as they are not erased, they can be used forever. Field was overjoyed. In the future, she could carve inscriptions on the equipment in Nightfall territory and make better inscription equipment. As the saying goes, the output of water is constant, and the support is iron. She will definitely have a stable job in Nightfall territory. Get a weapon and test it out. Field took out an arrow. Can you cast an inscription on the arrow? Sure. King Yin took out the feather paintbrush and muttered something in her mouth, and then the strange runes condensed out and were carved on the arrow shaft. That ordinary arrow burst out with reddish energy fluctuations. Field seemed to see the equipment changing from common white to rare blue. The whole process only takes 3 minutes. Great High Priest, Ashina's eyes sparkled. That's amazing. In the Wolf Demihuman clan, only high-ranking people like priests can master the ability to strengthen equipment. Haha, that's not the case. King Yin laughed apologetically. She had been beaten so badly by Ashina before and she felt scared. If you make high-quality weapons and sell them, it will be a huge income. After this idea popped into his mind, Field shook his head. Forget it, there is no shortage of money for the time being. There are too many villains in the Empire and they can sell to anyone. Don't worry. After understanding King Yin's ability, Field asked her to recuperate and rest. After all, Asuna had injured her before. Sir, we occupied Blue Sky City's granary and weapons depot and found a large amount of usable supplies. J-Rose reported. There are 200 sets of fighting spirit armors and weapons, all of which are level 3, but there's a lot of good news. Field nodded with satisfaction, but what? The styles are all from the Dragon Tower Empire, which are very different from ours. Field nodded thoughtfully. That's it. Let's get the equipment first. Most of the defeated fighting spirit knights are not fully equipped, so equip them. In addition, there is a large amount of gold and silver jewelry in the bedroom of the City Lord's palace, which is estimated to be worth 30,000. Do you want to pack it up and take it away? After struggling for a moment, Field waved his hand. Forget it, lives are at stake now. Load 2 more carts of food. Have someone pack the money into boxes and bury it and come back to get it if you have a chance. As long as someone wants money, they can grab it. At night, after finishing his work with the army, Field muttered, let me see how the territory is doing now. It can actually allow me to break through to the 3rd level Lord. Wake up the Black Crow and find yourself on the swing in the castle garden. The weather has become colder, and the garden looks a little bleak. Not far away is the little black feather girl. She was concentrating on controlling her power, and the black-red divine power rose up like fire, gathering into terrifying black crows swimming around. The powerful black crow looks exactly like the monster he controls. If you look closely, it is obvious that it is an energy body. Without any magical skills or artifacts, he can actually condense his own power into essence. This talent is very terrifying. The little girl has been promoted from level 0. What kind of artifact should I equip her with? Or what route should I take? Field thought for a long time, and after seeing Black Feather stop exercising, he said, "You did a good job. Hey, my lord is back." Black Feather quickly turned around and trotted up to Field with his hands behind his back and a shy look on his face. I didn't know that Black Crow was controlled by an adult before. I thought it was a god. I prayed often. There is still such a thing. Field was confused. The little girl's belief was so weird that others would be afraid of monsters when they saw them, but she actually liked it. "Where's Rosaria?" Field asked. The eldest lady went to the Morning Vale leader to clean up the rotten creatures. She said that the road construction was always disturbed by the rotten corpses. As soon as Hayu finished speaking, he heard a boom sound of water splashing. "I'll go, what's going on?" Field was startled. Did the enemy take the opportunity to launch an attack? Probably not. Miss Fox has been doing research recently and said that she wants to create a saw that can cut wood without people. She has been making such loud noises in the past 2 days. "Oh, it's interesting. I'll go take a look. You go to bed early." "Yeah." Kurayo nodded obediently. Fly out of the castle and control the black crow to soar in the sky. Field immediately realized the huge changes in the night. Neat and flat roads, acres and acres of farmland, continuous grape trellises are being built, and even new wineries are starting to be built. The industrial area has been completely transformed into stone houses. Because it was time to get off work, the workers left the industrial area talking and laughing. To the south of the manor, a water wheel overturned in the river, and a large machine made of wood and rough iron was attached to it. The little fox Goggles was directing everyone to fish the overturned water wheel out of the water. Well, the water flow was too fast, and the bearing broke. The little fox grabbed his ears, extremely frustrated. She was dejected when she suddenly saw a black crow flying towards her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "You go and have a rest first, I'll think about it later." The little fox quickly dismissed everyone. Yes, of course the craftsmen were happy to hear that they could get off work. After everyone left, Field controlled the black crow to fall. "What new invention are you making?" "Sir, this is a water saw." The little fox gestured. "I was inspired by the water mill you designed, and I thought that using water power to drive the saw to cut wood can save a lot of manpower." "Smart idea." Field nodded with satisfaction. Knight Leader lacked this kind of creative talent, but we have encountered a problem that is difficult to solve. The little fox lowered his ears. "The water flow is like a field mouse, fast and slow, unpredictable. It's better if it's slow, but it's less efficient at most. But if it's fast, it can easily destroy the device. Today's physics is not systematic, and this kind of problem is really difficult for the little fox. But it is not difficult for people who have gone through 9 years of compulsory education." Field said, "Of course. Then control the water speed. Water flow speed flow rate / cross-sectional area * water depth. We can control it." Abba, the little fox was confused. "To put it in human terms, we control the water depth and water flow." Field laughed. "Dig a reservoir by the river, isn't it good? Use gates on both sides to control the flow of water in and out. You can control the speed of the water wheel. If you want a fast speed, open the water valve a little wider, and if you want a slow speed, open it a little lower." The little fox covered his head. "My head is itchy." "It's actually not difficult to understand. It's basic physics knowledge. I'll teach you when I come back." Field suddenly thought of another good thing. By the way, the bearings are easy to break because the friction of rotation is too large. You steel and steel balls to make rolling bearings, instead of wooden bearings, which can greatly reduce friction. Rolling bearings sound awesome, but they are very common in life. For example, when riding some bicycles, you can hear something making noises. Usually it is the rolling bearings of the bicycle, bearings and ball bearings. The little fox's pupils trembled. Then, "Are you going to tell me how to make steel balls?" Seeing the other party nodding in shock, Field said happily, "Just drop hot molten iron or molten steel into the water, and it will naturally form a ball shape. Even if it is deformed, polishing it is much easier than knocking out a ball." "Sir, how do you know this knowledge?" The little fox couldn't describe the shock in his heart. Field was embarrassed. It couldn't be said that he had learned it in his previous life. Just study and practice, read more and read good books. But everyone says that the books you read are all shameful books. Lowering his head, the little fox said in a very low voice, "Adults don't read those. Random thoughts can easily harm the body. When I grow up, just help you." Speaking of the back, the sound is as quiet as a mosquito. Ahem. It's the goddess of wisdom who told me in my dream at night. Don't worry about it. Field was sweating profusely. Besides, who told you this? It's not Miss Tisifa. The little fox waved his hands repeatedly. Okay, it's okay if it's not her. Gritting his teeth and nodding, Field thought to himself, when I go back I have to humiliate her severely. By the way, you send someone to call back little fat dragon and Rosalia. Have something to tell them. Later, Field ordered Zio Feilong to take all the corrupted soldiers, together with Rosalia and Black Feather, take the Abyss battleship of the Night Territory, go south along the coastline, and come to Kanghai province to support them. You don't even need anyone to guide you. There's only one coastline in the western part of the enemy country. As long as you drive along the coastline, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Field asked them to take the Black Crow with them. The granary in Blue Sky City had plenty of food. After Field gave all the soldiers a good meal, they all had a good night's rest. The next day, Ashena hurriedly found Field. "Sir, the pursuers have made some noise. They are testing and reconnaissance in the suburbs." "That's great, she doesn't attack, but I get flustered." Field pumped his fist in excitement, stopped drinking the porridge he was carrying, and immediately drove his horse to the city wall. As expected, there were dense figures on the horizon. The knights were constantly wandering around to investigate, and from time to time people would come whistling by on their own. Hey, coward on the wall, a beautiful woman suddenly rode up, threw an arrow, turned around and left. They are testing to see if there are any traps outside the city. Ashena could see the enemy's intentions at a glance. On the outskirts of many cities, there are horse pits or asphalt traps. There's no doubt that we will attack. Field clapped his hands and laughed. Yesterday, our raid on the city set an example for them. Pass on the order and step up the construction of horses and roadblocks. Ah, sir, why are you happy when the enemy attacks? Garoth raised his hand like a curious baby. Because the pursuers will gather more and more. It is wise to weaken their effective strength before the main force of the enemy arrives. Field pointed at the enemy, but the opponents are all cavalry, and our active attack is destined to be in vain. The advantage of cavalry is their mobility. If they can't be beaten, they will run away. When they stop chasing, they will come back immediately like flies. This is why it is difficult for infantry to annihilate cavalry, and it is equally difficult for cavalry to annihilate cavalry. I am pressed for time, and wasting it on a chase without any will is simply seeking death. But if the other party takes the initiative to deliver it, the nature is different. This is also the reason why I engage in street fighting instead of city defense warfare. The enemy's cavalry must lose its mobility advantage. Otherwise, even if the city defense is successful, the enemy can turn around and run away. Jaros nodded repeatedly. I understand. In Blue Sky City, the mercenaries, captured Longta people, and released aborigines were busy. They want to cut off the roads and pile up all kinds of debris and furniture into lines of defense. Juma is even simpler to make. The most indispensable weapon in the arsenal is a spear. Tie the spear to the roadblock to make Juma. At the same time, Field arranged for crossbowmen to be densely distributed on the roofs and inside the houses. We were busy until noon, and the fortifications were strengthened twice, but the enemy did not arrive. Field was even impatient and thought of simply leaving. The pursuers alone, but that would sacrifice a lot of infantry. It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that the horns of the pursuers were heard. The Franconians seemed to be suffering from logistical difficulties. Knights put on heavy armor, eat, pray, and observe etiquette, which wastes a lot of time. Knights of Franvia, the pride of the country, the people will praise your bravery and fearlessness. Use your lances and swords to pierce the enemy's chest. Letty, the 4th-level divine choice of Franvia, holds a huge blue dragon flag in one hand and a command sword in the right hand. Quickly passing in front of rows of heavy armored cavalry, the command sword in his hand collided with their lances, making a crisp sound. 1,500 people, including 500 3rd-level fighting spirit knights and 54th-level fighting spirit knights, are enough to lead the army to drink a pot at night. The glory lasts forever. The glory lasts forever, The knights were in high spirits. They had just won a great victory, defeating the 100,000-strong army of the Griffin Empire. Such a hardy victory was enough to be called a legend in their hometown. Every knight has no hesitation about the bright road ahead, including Letty, who is equally proud. Let the enemy see our glory. Lady Justice, shine on me. After saying this, Letty's body surged with divine power, as if the actual tyrannical divine power exploded, and even the surrounding air screamed in pain. Level 4 Divine Skill, Libre du Ling. Effect. Within half an hour, the combat capability is enhanced in all directions, and the auxiliary capability is weakened. The strengthening divine skills are used to make the combat power of the 4th level God Chosen climb to a higher level. The wind and clouds surged, and the momentum suddenly burst out, shaking the surrounding war horses to retreat 10 meters. The fierce beast mounts of the Dowki Knights dared not even breathe. This is the suppression power of the 4th level God Chosen. It is worthy of Lord Letty, so scary. That's for sure. We are not the waste of the Griffin Empire. Those who can lead an army alone have absolute suppression power. I heard that the enemy has no 4th level God Chosen. This is stable. Everyone talked excitedly from time to time and even thought about how to celebrate. Letty did not order an attack immediately, but drove forward and said proudly, "Soldiers of the Griffin Empire, we Franvians have good virtues and believe in justice and peace. The God Chosen does not need to shout, just need to use divine power, and the sound can be like thunder rolling, shocking the soul. I'll give you a chance to live. Cut off your commander's head and give it to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, there's only one outcome, death." After saying that, Letty summoned the artifact spear and swung it out suddenly, like a siege crossbow, directly blasting through the city wall and drilling into a civilian house. "Field, what should we do? The enemy is about to attack." The night breeze of the Imperial army felt the enemy's divine power fluctuations and turned pale with fear. "What should we do? The enemy's attack time is faster than I thought." Night breeze bit his lip. "If we delay it for another 2 days, we will be able to fight. In the previous war, the Imperial Army's Divine Chosen dissociated the artifact, and it has not been able to recover until now. You go to the City Lord's palace to take refuge. I'm here." Field raised his hand, indicating that she didn't need to say anything. "Can." Yifeng looked at the dark enemy troops in the distance, with their deafening shouts of killing and the cold light of their weapons. Everything made Yifeng feel a heavy sense of powerlessness, as if he was facing a desperate situation like the destruction of his country and his family. Can this really be won? There's only one ruined city. However, Field had no time to respond to her words and only left her with a back view. Helpless, Yifeng had to go to the City Lord's palace first. Give us the order to leave enough food and weapons for us to escape, and then set fire to the granaries and weapons depots. Ashina, after you let the mercenaries on the wall shoot 2 rounds, immediately retreat to the central city. After quickly arranging the task, Field did not dare to play with fire and retreated from the city wall. Coming to a corner, Field coughed twice. "Mau Mau, Frenita, come out quickly." "Zee. Frenita slept sweetly. "Bitch cat, stop pretending. Corrupt creatures don't need to sleep at all." Field was speechless. "I won't let you face it." Frenita continued to pretend. Hoo, if you don't want to eat, forget it. I originally wanted you to advance, so forget it." Field whispered softly. "Field, did you call me? I'm here, meow." Frenita turned into white soul flames, emerged from Field, and emerged into a graceful beauty. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Mr. Field is so kind, you can call me if you have something good to do. Aren't you not interested? Go back to sleep." "Oh, brother, don't be so stingy." Frenita stuck out her tongue, came up to him like a coquettish girl, and poked Field with her fingers in circles. "I don't want to sleep alone." "Okay, stop messing around, make preparations first, and when all the enemy cavalry enter the city, you will start to corrupt the city. Except for my army, as long as you can defeat the rest, you will kill them." "Good." Frenita flicked her hands and took 2 straight long knives. "Leave it to me, I'm the most handy at this kind of thing." As soon as she left, Field heard Letty yell, "Since you are unwilling to surrender, I have no choice but to kill you all." Letty stretched out her hand, and the artifact spear that was smashed out was summoned back to her hand from the city. She felt her heart surge, and the prancing horse roared. "The whole army attacks, no one will be left alive." More than 1,000 heavily armored knights stepped forward and charged. Once a charge begins, the terrifying heavy cavalry is a death-like presence to any infantry. The place where the enemy attacked was the opening that Field had opened yesterday. Projection, Ashna was extremely sensitive to distance and immediately ordered the archers on the city wall to release arrows. She also raised her bow string, and like a shooting star chasing the moon, she shot the head of a grudge knight at the front. Whoosh, the city walls and watchtowers scattered a barrage of arrows which fell into the charging heavy cavalry team, making a tinkling sound in vain. Only one person fell to the ground because his horse was shot in the eye. What surprised Asuna was that the enemy's riding skills were so superb that they passed by the fallen man like water, but did not trample him to death. What an elite cavalryman! With a sigh of admiration, Ashna strictly followed the order. Everyone retreats to the central city. Mom, run! There were only 200 mercenaries left on the city wall, and they were already frightened to the point of weakness by the thunderous hooves of the enemy cavalry. Now that he heard the order to retreat, the enemy retreated without hesitation. A bunch of cowards. Dahlia, the pursuing adjutant, laughed wildly, waving the sword in her hand repeatedly. They were defeated after just 2 arrows. Beware of an ambush at the gap in the city wall. Letty was able to lead an army alone and remained alert enough. She continued to sense, but she was still uneasy. Zai Quan, use your magic skills to test. Yes, sir. The 3rd-level magical skill, Shadow Chasing Arrow. The thin dog summoned the long bow, a sacred weapon, and shot a brilliant arrow, creating a continuous afterimage in the air. Boom, the magical skill landed behind the gap in the city wall, and the aftermath of the explosion swept away 7 or 8 slow-running mercenaries, melting them directly into a puddle of black water. What a waste of magical skill. Letty chuckled. I thought the enemy was ambushing me. But it turned out that I was just a loser. Without hesitation, Letty rushed forward and was the first to rush into the city through the gap in the city wall. She swept the spear in her hand, and the surrounding land seemed to have been plowed, and the affected houses collapsed directly. The momentum was shocking. So we surrender. Several imperial soldiers and mercenaries who had escaped hurriedly came to surrender. I have long been a believer in the goddess of justice. I have been a Franconian for a long time. I still have half Franconian blood. The deserters tried their best to be submissive and flattering, and they wanted to kneel down and lick Letty's lips. It's too late. I asked you to come out with the enemy commander's head. You should do it. Glancing at them as if they were trash, Letty sneered, and the 4th-level top-level magic horse under her suddenly stomped the ground with both hooves, and the ground shattered instantly. Those self-righteous deserters were shattered by the terrifying bombardment. The cavalry passed through the city wall without any hindrance and entered the city. We won so easily. The adjutant scratched his head. So smooth. Normally, if a siege can allow more than 1,000 knights to enter, it has been declared over. I guess they gathered in the city lord's palace to resist stubbornly or escaped from other exits. My lord, someone set fire in the city, and it is suspected that the enemy is burning the granary. Another scout came to report. Bandits at the end of their rope. Letty snorted coldly, and the last bit of defense was also put down. Come on. Centurion, lead the team to put out the fire, and the rest of you follow me to the city lord's palace to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. The knights went deep into the city, but the terrain became more and more complicated. The streets of this era, even if there is no war, are full of garbage and illegal buildings, and the streets now are like mountains. A large number of knights had to abandon their horses and walk. Even so, the knights' formation was in a mess, and the team of more than 1,000 people was divided into 7 or 8 teams. Damn rats, when I catch you, I will behead you all. Letty frowned and waved the artifact to clear the way. Just when everyone thought Field had been scared, they turned a corner and saw a wall that actually crossed the street. A garbage wall made of furniture and sundries, with spears and halberds standing behind the wall, and crossbowmen in groups, either lined up in 3 rows or hiding in houses and roofs, setting up crossbows ready to go. Google search TWCan. What's more terrifying is that the streets are full of people, and it is impossible to tell how many enemies there are. What's going on? A trace of confusion flashed in Letty's eyes. It was the first time she encountered a city wall that was not defended, but guarded the residential area. No matter, our military force can crush it anyway. Attack with all the troops. Kill. Letty poured special divine power into the spear. The artifact's spear suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance. Her artifact, the afterglow alone, was enough to scare the enemy. The warriors of Franvia were extremely determined to fight. They were warriors who had won all the way, like wolves and tigers. Everyone roared loudly and rushed forward. Just when the fighting knights, like sharp knives, were about to hit the defense line of the Night Lord. Boom! Golden light fell from the sky, directly blasting the surrounding Dauki knights into blood mist. Feiluamanai's white and tender feet stepped out, stepping on the golden light like a blooming golden flower, domineeringly waved her sleeves, and said coldly, "Since you are so persistent in pursuing destruction, I promise you death." The pathetic third-level gods chosen dare to talk nonsense. "Just a group of garbage I am hunting. Dare to block my way, Letty, you're looking for death." The spear in Letty's hand was like a mountain collapse, and it smashed down towards Feiluamanai. Third-level divine skill, original annihilation, change moves. Feiluamanai's autumn eyes flashed with cold light. With his palms spread out, the tyrannical power of destruction wrapped the seed of destruction. This divine skill is obviously a pure energy attack, but it can be infused into a special weapon by Feiluamanai. In a blink of an eye, a black horse slashing long sword inlaid with the seed of destruction condensed out. Clang! The spear hit the sword hard, and the ground exploded in an instant. The solid bluestone floor tile road surface was shattered, the layers of aftermath spread out, and the soldiers on both sides were shaken by the horror, and their ears bled. Letty's artifact spear was even slightly deformed due to the huge force. How is it possible? Letty's pain suddenly magnified. Although she did not use the combat skills, she had used the strengthening skills beforehand. According to common sense, her powerful blow should be enough to knock her apart. Stop talking nonsense, take death seriously. Feiluamanai is a person who hates nonsense. The long sword slashed horizontally, and the wind whistled. The fierce power directly knocked Letty off the horse who was blocking. Letty gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. She looks weak, but she is actually a power-type warrior. Tianming Bird Soul Fire, go! Without giving the opponent a chance to react. Feiluamanai's body flashed with golden light, and 100 flame-type flying birds were condensed in an instant. Field could see that this time, Feiluamanai was serious. Those strange flaming birds no longer flew around like before. Instead, they were like fighter planes that exploded, dragging golden afterimages and layers of ghosts so fast that they were blurred. They crashed into Letty from all directions, and the sonic boom caused by the high speed was like the howling of ghosts and wolves. As a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Letty patted her warhorse to let it stay away from the battlefield. The long spear in her hand stabbed countless white spear shadows in the air, dancing so hard that water could not get in. The sharp artifact spear, every time it stabbed out a spear shadow, could explode a Tianming bird. However, Feiluamanai did not need to control the soul fire herself. She poured a large amount of mixed and annihilated divine power into the long sword in her hand. The divine power fluctuations spread like ripples, and the sharpness of the black long sword soared, which made the surrounding soldiers and the chosen ones tremble with fear. Level 4 divine skill, White Wings kill. Even though she was attacked from all sides, Letty's dashing figure was still as fast as lightning as she swooped in the air. With just 2 dodged moves, she actually got behind Philomna, and with a blow carrying divine power, she slammed hard on Philomna's divine shield. Good, the soldiers of Franvia cheered loudly. Being attacked head-on by the level 4 chosen god without blocking, they would definitely be seriously injured. However, the vast amount of divine power was dispersed, and Philomna only shook slightly, and even the divine shield was not broken. Instead, the tyranny and indifference in her eyes became more intense, like a volcano about to explode. Am I seeing things? What kind of power is this? Is this the 3rd level? The divine power she has released is more than my total. Letty's 2 adjutants were terrified. Philomna changed from floating to landing, as if she had opened the 2nd stage. The moment her snow-white feet touched the ground, she burst out, sweeping the sky with golden light, and the long sword in her hand slashed out brilliantly, and her speed and strength reached the peak in an instant. Oops! Letty had to withstand the attacks of the Tianming birds from all directions. Guard against Feiluamanai and find an opportunity to counterattack. 3 things at once, and there was a mistake, but she remained calm in the face of danger, and she smashed the long spear in her hand into Feiluamanai's long sword in an incredible manner. The 2 weapons collided again, and the fierce energy fluctuations almost lifted the buildings on both sides from the ground. Boom! Letty, who was still blocking the soul fire of the Tianming bird with her clone, seemed to be hit by a speeding high-speed train and flew backwards. After crashing into several houses, Letty fell into the city garden dozens of meters away. Third-level magic skill, original annihilation. While throwing out the divine skill, the blade of the long sword fell to the ground. Eliumenai knew that the opponent would not be killed easily. He immediately dragged the long sword and rushed towards Letty, plowing a burning gully along the way. After the two left, the ordinary soldiers here had room to fight. After all, no one wants to use their lives to consume other people's divine power unless it is absolutely necessary. The guy just now either used the divine skill of burning life or disguised as a fourth-level god chosen of the third level. Don't panic. As long as we defeat the army here, we can support the adults. Letty's two adjutants are very professional. After quickly calming the morale of the army, they organized the soldiers to attack. Charge, soldiers, flatten the waist of the Griffin Empire. Kill. The two led the team to rush. Ashina is also professional. She knows that the ordinary soldiers are under the command of adults, and what she has to do is to kill the other side's god chosen. You two better come together. This is my advice to you. Ashina jumped out on a giant wolf and hooked her finger at the two. Stop pretending. I don't believe that your army will make exceptions again. Zikwin, you go and defeat the army. This wolf subhuman. Why is there a useless barbarian here? It doesn't matter, I'll kill him. Let's see who is faster. Okay, let's see who is faster. Zikwin didn't take the subhuman seriously. She cheered up and just turned around, ready to attack the enemy. Roar! The sky-shaking wolf howl was heard. Third-level magic skill, Tyrant Dragon Flame. Third-level magic skill, Avalanche Charge. The majestic murderous aura seemed to be real. Xin Quan turned around in shock and found Dahlia was talking about speed competition just now. The man and his horse were directly carried away by the incomparable force and were knocked dozens of meters away. All the fighting knights and houses along the way were crushed to pieces. Ah, Zai Quan was confused. Just now I was talking about competing for speed, but I didn't expect to be beaten violently. The huge gap made me blush. Is the Griffin Empire so strong? Why was it so brutal when we were crushed by us in the previous battle and were defeated? The reason why they were so confident in attacking field was that they had won successive victories and had a full understanding of the strength of the Imperial Army. How could they have imagined that it would be ineffective now? Zai Quan's mind was filled with questions, and he looked at the smoke and dust in the distance with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Captain, continue the attack and must capture the city. Not daring to make any more excuses, Zai Quan ordered the officers, armed with a riding bow, went to support his comrades and got into a fight with Asuna. Kill. Without saying a word, the captain led the soldiers of Framvia and rushed towards the defense line of the Knight Leader's army. Whoosh from the roof window sill or behind the bunker. Waves of arrows, crossbow bolts. Bursting fireballs mixed with magicians came overwhelmingly. With the addition of the Imperial Army's mages and fighting spirit shooters, the long-range firepower of the Knight Leader's army instantly increased by several levels. In addition, street fighting can achieve crossfire from 3 sides. A large number of flying projectiles instantly caused a large number of screams. From time to time, elite enemy knights died meaninglessly like pigs and dogs. A fighting spirit knight rushing at the front was hit head-on by the exploding fireball. The powerful impact of the fireball shattered the fighting spirit defense and blew the armor to pieces. A large number of flying armor fragments pierced into the knight's chest, and his flesh and blood were instantly mutilated. Come on for glory! The knight howled in pain, holding his breath, and rushed to the wooden wall piled with debris. It suddenly jumped up the wooden wall. Slashing left and right, he chopped into pieces the heads of the 2 crossbowmen who were shooting from behind the wall. Before he could clearly see the scene behind the wall, dozens of crossbow arrows flew towards them, shooting them like hedgehogs. He opened and closed his mouth twice, then fell down the wall of debris with a look on his face. Go, go, go! However, more vindictive soldiers came forward to kill them. Their fighting will was astonishing. There were so many enemies that they blocked several streets. The shooters were so high up that they could hit them with their eyes closed. However, the enemy's grudge soldiers are extremely numerous and well-equipped, so the damage caused by ordinary arrows to them is minimal. The number of fighting soldiers who climbed up the debris wall instantly numbered 7 or 8. Hold your position and hold off the enemy, Field yelled. The mercenaries on the first floor of the debris wall all raised their spears and poked at the enemy like reeds. Third-level fighting skill, Brilliant Slash. A swordsman holding a flag in one hand, with fighting spirit surging wildly. Swept his sword across the sword, and the spear he thrust broke into pieces. He jumped off the debris wall and waved his long sword. With his exquisite swordsmanship, he killed 7 or 8 soldiers in the front row one after another, and their blood gathered into a pool. Another knight used his war horse to break through the debris wall, and a large number of Franconian soldiers swarmed in, killing everyone they saw. "It's over, we lost." Seeing how brave the enemy was, the mercenaries dropped their weapons and ran away. Don't collide with the military formations and defense facilities. Walk from both sides. Field built a large number of debris walls in this neighborhood. Behind each layer of debris walls, there are soldiers, and the surrounding houses are full of shooters, making the layers stacked like a fortress. There are still narrow passages open for passage, which can be easily blocked. Our own people can return to the rear through the narrow passage, regain their morale, and block the enemy again. What are you losing? I don't believe they are invulnerable. The centurion from the night territory roared. You will die if you rush forward, and you will die if you retreat. Let me chop down those invaders. Seeing that the mercenaries around him had no intention of fighting, they just ran away. The centurion's blood surged, and a man stepped forward, brandishing his mace, and angrily charged towards the opponent's flag-bearing swordsman. After only 2 steps, he was hit in the lower abdomen by an enemy arrow. The arrow penetrated the armor and twisted into the internal organs, and blood suddenly gurgled. But he ignored it and moved on. The swordsman stepped forward, exerted force with his right hand, and thrust the sword into the centurion's chest. The fighting spirit burst out and tore a big hole in the opponent's chest. However, the centurion was spitting out blood and still swinging his hammer wildly at the enemy. "Damn bastard, are you crazy?" the swordsman yelled. "Death invader." The centurion's blood surged like a fountain, and he was already like a candle in the wind. But he was once a native of Shanghai province, and now that his hometown has been massacred, he no longer cares about life and death. "You will accompany me to hell." The two didn't understand each other, but the swordsmen could see the hatred in each other's eyes. The soldiers of Franvia easily broke through the first layer of defense. However, they were confused when they saw the debris walls on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The cries of killing in the city were like a vast ocean, blood fountains were gushing out, and people were falling every minute. "Sir, the defense lines in several blocks have been breached." "Report, the enemy fighting spirit knights are too strong." "Mupai Street was defeated by 3 square formations in a row, please support." "Report, a group of 20 mercenaries escaped privately." Field was on a self-built high platform in the central city, watching the city's front lines and listening to battle reports. After all, the enemy has 4th-level grudge knights and a large number of 3rd-level ones. It is not easy to deal with them. If you fight head-on, you will suffer heavy losses even if you win. "Sir, do you want to send out our fighting knights?" J-Rose asked hurriedly, "or I will go to fight." "You lead our cavalry and sneak out from the back door. If there are enemies outside the city, drive them away, and then block the gaps. If someone climbs over the wall, kill them. Aren't you going to support the friendly forces? Someone will support us." Field grinned. He had already seen the gray fog rising. "Since you are here, don't think about leaving. Stay here and bury my dead warriors." "Yes," J-Rose set off immediately. On the other side, the Dragon Tower and the civilians of Franvia in the city were thrown aside after building fortifications for Field, and no one cared. They were terrified and huddled in dungeons and slums, almost filling the place. "Oh my God, there's a war in Blue Sky City. We should leave the city quickly. Leaving here now is a death sentence. The soldiers are bloodthirsty no matter who you are." "What should we do?" "Stay here. Franvia's warriors are very strong. They can definitely defeat the enemy easily." Everyone discussed uneasily, but they were very confident in their own warriors. "Hee, the smell of food." A pleasant voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Frenita smiled like a flower, and her beautiful face made everyone feel cold at this moment. "Help, help. It's a demon, a demon." After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, everyone was scared to death. "My master, let you all die." Frenita smiled coldly, and the mark of the goddess of corruption fell, outlining the life nodes in the city. Not giving them a chance to escape, Frenita turned into black mist and rushed into the crowded place at high speed. She raised her knife and splashed a blood curtain. As soon as the splashing blood curtain landed, black tentacles grew out of it, like a moldy fungus blanket, and began to spread around. The corruption began. Google search TW can, please spare us, we dare not come again. Everyone regretted it so much that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, the corrupt creatures had no mercy at all. The growing life energy made Franita even more excited. No, kill them all, and there must be no one left. On the other side, the Franvians were fighting fiercely in the streets with the Knight Army. They broke through one stronghold and defense line after another. The Centurion spat and looked at another layer of debris wall and couldn't help being annoyed. Oh my God, why are there so many layers of defense? His hands were sore from fighting, and his armor was filled with sweat. No matter, keep attacking. Victory is just around the corner. As soon as he took a step, he heard a lot of screams and wails from behind. Is it foggy? Something is moving in the fog. It's those stupid Dragon Tower people. Wait, they look. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Demons, it's demons. The Griffin Empire released demons. The fog is poisonous. Cough, cough, cough. The Franvian's rear was in chaos instantly. What's the noise? The Centurion was shocked, turned around, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Behind him, to be exact, the whole city was filled with gray-white fog, making the daytime look like a dark cloud. There were many ghosts in the fog, and strange roars were heard from time to time. What is that? As outsiders, they did not associate it with gray fog at first. A large number of knights stopped and looked at the gray fog that was sweeping in from behind in confusion. Even many Imperial soldiers were confused and subconsciously put down their weapons. Only the direct soldiers of the Knight territory were not surprised. They silently took out a small fog-repelling lamp from their pockets, lit it skillfully, and patted their comrades beside them with a calm expression. Prepare for defense, the big one is coming. Since I went to the Knight territory, going anywhere feels like going back to the north. There is no need to go back to the north will come to you. On the streets shrouded in gray fog, there were suddenly countless footsteps on the ground. Roar! Roar! Countless rotten corpses rushed out of the gray fog, including civilians, livestock, monsters, and even soldiers who died in the previous battles in the city. All kinds of strange and corrupt monsters rushed into the crowd like a torrent. Oh my God! Goddess! A huge number of corpses tore their stinking mouths and stretched out their twisted claws, crashing into the rear of the Franvia army. The moment the corpses rushed over, the fierce fighting on the battlefield reached its peak again. The soldiers in the back row were drowned in the blink of an eye, surrounded by the corpses and torn into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered, all kinds of twisted tentacles spread on the ground, and the beautiful blue sky city turned into hell at the fastest speed. The soldiers of Franvia were already extremely tired and suddenly suffered an attack from the corrupted creatures. They were defeated and killed in a river of blood. The tragic wailing sound, like thunder, broke the psychological defense line of everyone, including the Imperial army. Disaster, it's a disaster. The soldiers of the Imperial army also wanted to escape, but was suppressed by the veterans led by the Knight. What the hell, look at this. The small fog lights just protected everyone in the fog-free area. Why do you bring this to the war? The soldiers of the Imperial army were confused and excited, and they all cried with joy. I'm used to it. Now when I see the gray fog, I even feel like I'm back home, and my heart is warm. The Franvians don't bring fog lights. The Centurion only felt that his lungs were burning, as if something was growing in his stomach and was going to tear him apart from the inside. He quickly held up the fighting spirit shield for defense. Quick, kill it out. Don't worry about those crazy griffins, they want to die with us. With red eyes, the Centurion knew that if he didn't leave here, he would soon be infected and turned into a monster. But several adults are still inside. The other commanders beside him protested subconsciously. Then you guys charge, I don't want to become a monster. The dead can return to the arms of the goddess, but the goddess will not embrace those monsters. After that, the Centurion led some people to follow the previous path and desperately killed outside the city. Some diehards persisted in the tide of corpses and were corrupted by the fog. More than 1,000 elite knights fell apart. However, their fate was already doomed, death. On the other side, the battle between Asuna and 2 third-level god-chosen lieutenants was coming to an end. Didn't you say you wanted to race? Asuna snorted coldly, and the ice spear behind her was like a flying sword. Dazzling and detour. Damn, it turns out that the subhumans are so strong. The two were stabbed with blood holes all over their bodies by the ice spears. Due to the geographical location, Franvia is a completely human country, surrounded by humans, and has never fought with subhumans. However, the first fight made the two completely doubt their lives. The enemy is simply invulnerable. Ouch! The dragon wolf flew over and landed violently, bringing with it a terrifying aftermath. The two lieutenants were blown away again. Although they were also extremely powerful battle gods, they only lasted 30 rounds under Ashina, thanks to the close cooperation between the two and the exquisite archery and wandering ability of the dog. Go to hell, Dahlia was furious. The two of them had already disintegrated their artifacts and used up their magic skills. They could not use them again in a short time. On the other hand, Ashina looked like she was hunting and strolled leisurely. The huge increase brought by the broken artifact made her speed so fast that she seemed to be flying close to the ground. She threw a full strength punch. The dazzling divine power impact came in an instant, and the powerful wind whistled like a howling wind. The divine power impact seemed to hit Ashina head-on. Before Dahlia showed her joy, she realized that she only hit the afterimage. Die! The terrifying speed of the dragon wolf made Asuna appear behind Dahlia in an instant. With the impact of the dragon wolf, Asuna raised her hand and pierced the ice spear directly into the back of Dahlia's chest. No, I want you to pay with your life. The dog's eyes were red with anger, and he raised his hand to shoot a stunning arrow. I'll give you 1 arrow back. Ashina took out the feather arrow engraved by the painter Kingyin from the quiver beside the dragon wolf, and with the magical skill of armor-breaking frost, she didn't even need to aim and raised her hand to shoot back. The 2 arrows, one silver and one dark, crossed each other, leaving amazing traces in the air. Guard! Asuna's mind moved, and the ice spear behind her collided with the opponent's arrow. And Asuna's arrow, with a flash of silver light, pierced the dog. It's a pity that all their artifacts would dissociate it. After defeating the two, Suna spared them a breath and let the dragon wolf carry them to the battlefield of Philomna. Letty, as the elite of Franconia, was almost tied with Philomna, and for a while neither party showed signs of decline. The closer the strength is, the harder it is to determine the winner. The 4th level divine skill, the void-breaking spear. White light flashed, and Lady let out a low shout. His momentum surged, and he hit hard with the spear in his hand. The aftermath of the overbearing momentum actually caused the surrounding houses to collapse. The 3rd level divine skill will finally die. Philomna exhaled a breath of turbid air, like a black hole, absorbing a full 70% of the power of the magical skill that was thrown at her, and then erupted into a golden light that swept across the sky, blasting Letty away. Struggling to maintain his figure, Lady fell to the ground in a panic. The clothes woven by the divine power on his body were in tatters, revealing a large area of beautiful white snow. How is it possible? Even the Holy Lady can't defeat the 4th level divine choice at the 3rd level. Wait, that's... I saw gray fog filling the surroundings, and a large number of rotting corpses rushed out, most of which were once my own men. My lord, my lord. Kill, kill, kill. Fresh rotten corpses will also repeat some of the words they said during their lifetime, which is extremely terrifying, sweeping the gun across the area. I get it, damn, I should have thought of that. Looking at the sky shrouded in gray fog, Letty's face turned ugly, and her heart was already filled with huge waves. The enemy is disaster. No wonder I have never seen such fluctuations in divine power, and extremely powerful. Magical skills. Is the Griffin Empire crazy? Dare to take advantage of disaster. And the commander, whom he had never met before, actually made the bait himself just to annihilate him. Madman, Letty's eyes trembled. She didn't expect that the weak and chaotic Griffin Empire would have such a crazy commander. It's a pity that his army may be completely wiped out. After such a disastrous defeat, he would definitely be beaten to pieces by the marshal. The rotting corpses also rushed towards Philomna like a tide. Annoying bastard fish. Philomna raised her hand and wanted to slap them to death. Thinking of the terrifying backlash, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Brutal dragon flames surged in, burning the surrounding corpses into ashes. Ashna left 2 lieutenants behind, and Philomna understood instantly, quickly finishing the attack, absorbing their goddess marks, and her strength increased again. Let's fight quickly. I want you to pay with your life. Seeing her adjutant being beheaded, Letty couldn't contain the violence and murderous intent in her heart. She immediately yelled desperately, I'm going to skin you, and I want you to die now. No matter where they are, the chosen ones are valuable resources, not to mention they are his right-hand men and understand military affairs. After saying that, Letty arrived in the blink of an eye. the gun light piercing the air, causing continuous explosions. Asuna hurriedly dodged, but a hair was cut off, and the cold chill seemed to be climbing up her thighs like a poisonous snake. Turning around and looking, the Holy Light Church, built of hard boulders and reinforced with inscriptions, was cut open like tofu, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. HMPH, when you are chasing us, you have to be prepared to be killed. Ashina was not afraid. You are only allowed to kill people, but we are not allowed to fight back. Don't talk nonsense with her. Phalomna's golden light flourished, infusing a huge amount of divine power and infusing the power of the divine skill to the maximum. Third-level divine skill, primordial annihilation. Okay, third-level magical skill, armor-breaking frost. The snow-white divine power of winter unfolded like a blizzard, and everyone could even faintly hear the roar of the ice dragon. The moment Letty was enveloped, she felt that her divine shield's protective ability had dropped drastically, and she had become extremely fragile. How is that possible? Without giving Letty a chance to be confused, another shout came from behind. Third-level magical skill, copying breaking armor and frost. King Yin copied Ashina's armor-breaking skills and once again added a layer of negative status to Letty. After Field eliminated the enemy army, he immediately brought the painter to help. What? Letty's pupils were shaking and she was confused. Terrifying spatial fluctuations were heard, and Pheramine's original annihilation left a gorgeous trace that penetrated Letty's coat of divine power. Hearing a crisp click sound, Letty's originally strong coat of divine power was now broken like an eggshell. Artifact solution. Letty also wanted to dissociate the artifact. It was penetrated by a terrifying black beam. Poof, spitting out a large mouthful of dirty blood, Letty's body was carried backwards and flew out like a delicate flower swept up by a typhoon. Struggling feebly in the air twice, she felt her heart was cold. Darkness enveloped her. Like a kite with broken strings, Letty fell heavily to the ground. White energy escaped and slowly gathered into her artifact. This is the fourth-level divine choice. King Yin rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What happened just now? I just came over to take a look. Why is she dead? Field hurriedly patted her on the head to encourage her. Don't talk about it. Your magic skills are indeed amazing, quite powerful. Asuna's armor-breaking ability seems to be ordinary, but in fact it is extremely domineering. The Chosen One does not have a divine shield, and its body is not very resistant to beatings. With King Yin here, it's equivalent to 2 domineering skills superimposed. It's over. I was able to kill the fourth-level divine choice without causing her to dissociate. Otherwise, with the terrifying explosive power of the fourth level, at least one person on your side can be injured. It's a small matter. Phalomna suffered some minor injuries. Her face was a little pale. But she tried her best to maintain her cool and aloof personality. The seed of destruction floated out and absorbed Letty's goddess mark. Asuna stepped forward, took down her artifact spear and squeezed out all its benefits. Humph, it's not far from the fourth level. Phalomna nodded slightly, but her face was still solemn. If there is no rejection from the world, it will be normal to reach the 9th level in 3 months and destroy the world in a year. Now it's too slow, it's only the 3rd level in half a year. Field gave a thumbs up. It's so scary, but don't think about destroying the world, just be a Feiji in the night territory. Cough cough, don't stare at me. My lord, this is a harvest. Asuna handed over the artifact spear. Very good. Field took it with a smile and refined it instantly. Artifact, white spear effect. It can be used as a javelin and recalled by soul power. The more righteous your heart is, the greater the power. Special effect, only for the chosen of justice. It seems useless. Next time when I strengthen my skills, I will directly extract it. Field hid it and then ordered, Ashina, please take care of the army and leave Blue Sky City. Leave it to me. After organizing the army, everyone slowly drove out of the city. When they walked out of the city gate, Jalos was already waiting outside the city. All the Franvians who had tried to escape before had been killed. The Black Wolf Subhuman Khanate, where the Black Wolf subhumans have lived for generations, has its capital at Howling Moon Imperial City. It is located in the northeast of the Holy Griffin Empire and borders the Silver Wing Empire sporadically. To the west of this place is the home of the Orcs, but separated by the towering ice dragon Snow Peak. The subhumans and the green-skinned orcs in the north have never met. More wolf cavalry than in the past are patrolling, just because this time many bigwigs come here to discuss national affairs. In the Khan's tent, The wolf subhumans, full of wild beauty, sit carefree on both sides of the fire. Beside them are beautiful foreign slaves, pouring wine and cutting meat fearfully. Respected Black Wolf Saint, what's the important matter that calls our tribes to the imperial city? An old wolf human lady with gray ears and a gray tail swallowed a large cup of wine. Tun tun tun. This wine is very strong. Is it because this winter is particularly cold, and too many cattle and sheep have frozen to death? The little wolf human lowly with red ears shook her head and said, "It's time to form a group to rob the Silver Wing Empire." Robbery is the most fun, la la la, forget it. The human king of the Silver Wing Empire married the queen of the Grassland Centaur tribe. Therefore, the Grassland Centaur tribe joined the Silver Wing Empire as a whole country. Let the Silver Wing Empire master an extremely elite cavalry force. Our proud cavalry, it's not that effective. What's even more bizarre is that the centaurs are even more brutal than us. In a few weeks they slaughtered 3 or 4 of our tribes. The centaurs have horses in their lower body, how can they have children? The red wolf demihuman little Lolita scoffed mercilessly. Centaurs are lowly beasts, or are we demihumans cuter? In fact, humans look at demihumans, orcs, and even Warcraft with the same look. If you ask me, I'd better go north and kill all those lower-ranking hoofed demihumans and steal their food. You mean those sheep demihumans and cow demihumans? They are so poor that they eat wild grass and tree bark, and they also belong to the Demihuman Alliance, so they can't do anything too ugly. Everyone was talking. Okay, everyone be quiet. The Black Wolf Saint, who sat in the main seat, crossed her legs domineeringly. Every time her long white legs swung, the jewelry on her ankles would make a sound. I called everyone here first of all to keep in touch. After all, although we have separated, our blood and beliefs are the same, and we are all the people of the goddess of nature. Secondly, the Black Wolf Saint paused slightly, and this was obviously the key point. The border defense of the Griffin Empire is empty, and 2 6th-level people have been transferred away. It's time to march west. The Black Wolf Saint closed her eyes slightly. The dragon, bear, tiger, and other subhuman tribes have begun to gather their armies and are rushing here. When the time comes, the land will be distributed according to the merits. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. Almost every inch of the land of the Griffin Empire is extremely fertile. Most of it is fertile farmland. The west is the center of commerce. Even the relatively barren north is full of copper, iron, gemstones, and magic core veins. The only worthless thing is the northern province, which has only monsters. Is the news reliable? There are too many fortresses in the Griffin Empire. I don't want the soldiers to die on the rocks. Of course, the Griffin Empire was defeated by the Franvians and lost more than 100,000 troops in the country. This will be our best opportunity. The Black Wolf Saint licked her lips. This time, the Griffin Empire will be divided up. Okay. Our White Wolf tribe will send troops immediately. We will do the same as the Grey Wolf. On the other side, Griffin Imperial City. The Franvian envoy has arrived at the palace to start negotiations. The envoy raised his neck and looked at the Griffin Queen with a proud face. Many of the advisors and ministers in the palace cast angry eyes. There were also ministers who lowered their heads, trembling with fear, and did not dare to face the arrogant enemy envoys. Hold respect to our queen, barbarians from the south. You failed. Excuse me, gentlemen. The envoy spoke with a heavy accent of Griffin language, disdainfully. It is you who are asking for peace with our noble emperor, not us asking for peace with you. Don't be arrogant, wait for our army to support you. We must. Enough, be polite to our guests. The Griffin Queen smiled. I remember Envoy Martin and the noble royal blood of Franvia. Please be polite to people of royal blood. In this era, if a member of the royal family rebelled, the generals responsible for suppressing it would be severely punished if they dared to harm the royal family members. Ha, a quarter. Hearing the words of the Griffin Queen, the envoy was very proud. Your Majesty, I believe you asked me to come here for peace. That's right. The Queen nodded. The Griffin Empire and Franvia have been friends for generations. You shouldn't help the rebels. Sorry, Queen, but they gave too much. The envoy shook his head repeatedly. Of course, you can give more. Hearing these greedy words, the Queen frowned slightly. Tell me your conditions. In addition to the 3 provinces of the Grand Duke of Ashes, we also need 3 provinces as compensation. The envoy's mouth corners rose. You have killed too many knights. We can't accept this. Skinning demon, you invaded us. A minister was almost mad. We are just fighting back. I don't care, what can you do? The messenger shrugged. Anyway, our main force is intact, and the follow-up army is still rushing to the front line. Don't forget, we have been fighting with Longta for 100 years. We swallowed up all the continental areas of Longta and drove them into the ocean. Similarly, we can also fight you for 100 years. Or even 1,000 years, if you can hold on that long. Damn, the minister who cursed instantly wilted. 100 years ago, Longta had several provinces on the mainland, but now they have all been annexed. Another minister jumped out to argue. Your country does not need to guard against attacks from foreign races. We in the Griffin Empire have to stop elves, subhumans, and orcs. We are all human beings, aren't you ashamed? No shame. Messenger Martin rolled his eyes. Just some barbarians, how powerful can they be? I can beat 10 of them. You. Seeing that everyone was silent, the queen waved her hand. It is impossible to give you 3 more provinces, so continue to fight. However, you have captured a large number of our ministers, and you should return them. The chief minister next to him cast a grateful look at the queen because his own son was captured by the enemy. Oh, you are talking about your uncle and the minister's son Adam and other officials and gods chosen. The messenger laughed to death. Of course, but the ransom is a bit high. Mr. Adam is worth 10 million standard gold coins and your uncle is 100 million. Head to the west. Field didn't even have time to count the number of people. So he immediately urged the army to leave, and he took the team to wait for a while. I hope this corrupt city can attract the enemy's attention. Although Field was unsure, he still remained calm in front of everyone. No matter what, at least this annoying pursuer has been eliminated. Ashna put her hands on her hips happily. The feeling of being followed by more than 1,000 cavalry is really terrible. I can't sit still. Fortunately, there is the invincible Miss Faramine. Garoth gave a thumbs up, turned to look at Faramine and suddenly stared at him. Wait, what's your expression? Are you constipated? Oh, nerd. Philomna had returned to her little moon form, blinking her watery eyes. When she saw everyone looking at her, she immediately hid behind Field shyly, with only one eye exposed for observation. When did you turn into a little moon? It seems that you are exhausted. Field was happy and turned around to pinch Philomna's face. Not only was Philomna not angry, but she squinted her eyes and showed a sweet smile. Bad brother, why don't you wait for me? After finishing her meal, Fernita ran back and stretched her body lazily. Her curvaceous white waist was full of pampered elegance. Isn't this waiting for you here? Field praised. The timing is very good, Mau Mau. That's right, I have advanced. Fernita smiled brightly. I just feel sore all over. Field, come and rub my shoulders. After saying that, she took off most of her coat, her snow-white shoulders dazzling. Hey, this is still a battlefield, isn't it? Ashna cast a resentful look. Are you trying to squeeze your shoulders? I'm too embarrassed to point it out at you. Don't believe her, she's just teasing. Field had suffered a lot from Fernita and didn't believe a word of her. Sister, you're awesome. Little Moon was behind Field, imitating Field, giving a thumbs up. Of course. Fernita put her hands on her hips and said, the bigger the rabbit is, the stronger its fighting power is. Little Moon, you are still far behind, poor little bread. Well, Little Moon also wants Bunny, the biggest one. Faramine bit her lip, patted her bunny, looked up and looked around and suddenly burst into tears. Little Moon also wants fighting power. Protect everyone. Let your lord squeeze it for you. Before Fernita could finish her words, she ate the roasted chestnuts that Field had hit, and she immediately shouted happily, Wow, Jinnah, I like being beaten the most. It feels like my bones, they are all crispy and numb. Unbelievable. Everyone was ashamed. They had never seen such a shameless person. I won't tease you anymore. I'm exhausted. If you need anything, call me. Fernita stretched softly and turned into white flames and penetrated Field's body. I'll leave it to you to add more. Just order whatever you want. If you can, go for the whole body, hee. You like to watch it anyway. Unbelievable. Field was speechless. He really wanted to put this guy on full defense and pull him out as a shield when he encountered an enemy. Clicking on Mau Mau's panel, her advanced options popped into her mind. 1. New magical skills 2. New army bonus 3. New territory bonus 4. New features 5. Qualitative changes in original skills. Decisive's new magic skill. Let this guy keep fighting to avoid becoming a lazy dog. Field made a decisive choice. New magical skill. Purgatory Black Flame, passive/active, passive. Frenita's attack will be accompanied by black corrosive flames, which will continue to burn the divine power or vitality of the enemies it touches. Active. Add black flame status to own artifact, greatly increasing attack power. Not bad standard combat skills. After handling all matters, Field led the team and continued to head west. After 2 days of hurried marching, everyone was so exhausted that Field ordered everyone to rest. I hope there won't be any more pursuers. Field looked at the way he came, always worried that thousands of soldiers would be killed. Activities within the actual control of the enemy are like walking on a tightrope, which is a huge test for the body and mind. Sir, I simply cooked the fresh game. Ashina held a pot of broth, eat it while it's hot. Huh? Where did the fresh meat come from? Field was shocked and waved his hand. The soldiers are all suffering, and I don't want to be alone. After Kanghai province experienced great famine and war, all the animals in the wild disappeared. On the other hand, the corpses were overwhelming. Even in the previous Blue Sky City, they only found a large amount of black bread and wheat bran cakes, and not even a piece of dried meat. Since the outbreak of the war, everyone has not encountered much meat. I walked around and didn't find many traces of prey. I only hunted a beaver. Because it was too hard for you, I went hunting on my own. Ashina looked apologetic. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't think about it. So much, I just don't want adults to suffer. What are you sorry for? I should say thank you. Field was so moved. Let's all eat together. There's something delicious. J. Rose's eyes lit up. I'm just waiting for your words. Before everyone could sit down to eat, they suddenly heard heartbreaking cries. Turning around, he saw 2 wolf cavalrymen rushing over, grabbing a man who was missing an arm. Lord Baron, we found a survivor of the Imperial Army. Oh, Field's eyes lit up, and he looked up and down at the man with a broken arm in front of him. The man's hair was stuck to his scalp. He was smelly, his pupils were dilated, and he looked like a typical deserter. But the strange thing was that his arm didn't look like it was cut off in battle. Don't eat me, don't eat me. The man kicked his feet and shook his head like a rattle. Calm down, I'm a member of the Imperial Army, I don't eat people, I'm the Baron of Night. Field repeatedly comforted the man, and the man calmed down, his eyes were focused again, and he burst into tears. My lord, the underground elf ruins, the land abandoned by the gods. Many people were eaten, woo-woo-woo. Everyone looked at each other. What's going on? I am Baron Robert's subordinate. After we were defeated, we ran here in a panic. Then we were attacked by a group of monkeys, but not monkeys. They took us into the ruins to feed the terrifying beetles. A Lord Baron said that there are ruins of underground elves there and asked me to find someone to save him. Field nodded. You go and rest first, I understand. But he didn't care in his heart. Since the war, people have been dying everywhere and he didn't need to take risks. Field, it's strange, I smelled the power of destruction from that soldier. Philomena turned back into the breath of the little sun. Maybe there is the same god of destruction. But she is not alive. Maybe there is a scroll of destruction there. Philomena realized for a while, interesting, I have never seen other gods of destruction in my previous life. In that case, I have to go and see it. Field Lindgren, if there is news about another god of destruction, it is worth exploring. If there is another god of destruction, their combat power will soar again. So be careful, the underground elves are strange existences abandoned by the gods. Asuna was furious. That's right, my god's chosen inheritance also said so. J-Rose nodded repeatedly. Philomena was confused. How come I haven't heard of it? In the era of my existence, there were no underground elves, let alone the weird ones abandoned by the gods. Even if they are weird, just kill them. Hey, let's take a look. Rubbing his eyebrows, Field remembered that he had found information about the ruins of the underground elves in the Night Territory. Letting the soldiers stay and rest, Field took only Philomena and Asuna with him, traveled lightly, and found the ruins the soldier mentioned as quickly as possible. Although it is said to be an underground elf, the ruins have experienced historical changes and are already half exposed on the ground. Damn it, ancient machinery. Just one glance made Field jump in shock. The house that is half exposed on the surface is composed of a large number of gears and brass. One of the components is still generating electricity. The overall architecture is similar to steampunk. Let's go in and take a look. Strong curiosity drove Field to enter the entrance. The ruins are damp, and the sound of dripping water can be heard in the distance. Ashna scanned the surrounding environment with all her concentration, and with the help of the dragon wolf, she protected everyone in the center. The aura of the divine power of destruction has become even stronger. Philomena closed her eyes. I only smell the smell of decay and mold. Wrinkling her nose uncomfortably, Ashna's ears flickered twice. In addition, there are sounds of human screams deep down. I don't know why, but it feels very familiar to me. It's really strange. Field touched his chin. Am I an underground man, a lizard man, a Martian or something? Haha, you're a pure human being, stop guessing. Before he finished speaking, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. its wriggling tentacles making people's scalp numb even from a distance. Third-level magical skill, extremely cold. Wait a minute, you curious explorers, it's me. A familiar voice came, and Field turned around, only to see a girl wrapped in a bandage, standing in the darkness. Barren Field, we meet again. Chaos disaster. You can call me Elegy, that's what humans call me. I also like to bring death to living creatures in Elegy. Elegy squeezed out a melancholy smile and pointed at the large black shadow. This is mine. Creatures of chaos, fallen creatures. What a good name for the second grader. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Can't you tell me your real name? Of course not. We chaos never say our true names. There's something watching us in the dark. Magic, lighting. Elegy cast an illumination spell, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Field was almost blinded when he saw the fallen creature clearly. The super-huge pig man, with a mosaic as big as a person under his body, was even squirming, and his back was covered with tentacles, which was extremely disgusting. I'm going to ask if I can get something nice to look at. Field almost exploded on the spot. The fallen creature is very effective. Please don't humiliate it, it will be very sad. Elegy akimbo with an awesome expression. It is my newly created masterpiece. It can severely punish the invading girl. Huh, ugly trash. Philomena looked like he was looking at garbage and casually threw out a shot of primordial nirvana, directly blasting it into pieces. I didn't expect that the disaster of future generations would turn out like this. I need to use the order. The disgusting monster comes to destroy the world. Hey, hey, hey. Elegy's pupils were shaking and he could no longer hold back. If you don't like it, don't hurt it. I haven't done the experiment yet. Field, you have to compensate me. If you don't pay compensation, you are in chaos every day. What are you doing? Field stepped forward unceremoniously, grabbed Leia G's face, and squeezed it into an oval for a while, and then into a square for a while. Well, you don't understand what we are doing at all, miserable and insignificant human beings. Lament protested loudly. Can't you realize that this world is full of H? What are you talking about? Field was stunned. No way is this really a buttery world. What butter? I have no interest in human food. After Elegy got rid of he frowned and said, we chaotic creatures are fallen creatures created after exploring the truth of this world. I don't understand. Field shrugged. You are stupid, idiot. This is a coincidence. Elegy showed a rare hint of joy. After we destroyed the magical civilization with our tyrannical fighting power, we did not die like a disaster but hid in the superworld, in ancient books. But gradually we discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, life has appeared again in this world, and our clever chaos disaster has also failed to destroy the world. This world cannot be completely wiped out. Moreover, there are more and more H phenomena. They are not normal biological reproduction, but various weird H phenomena. Sad Song narrowed his eyes. For example, the coming of the holy light, the fall of the god of love. Even many of the chosen ones have changed their jobs and have H jobs. That's right. Field asked hurriedly, have you found anything? Forget it, these phenomena are what we have observed for many years, don't pretend to agree. Sad Song scratched his head. In any case, we need to acquire more knowledge. This is also the reason why we collect the treasures of the god of wisdom. Ashina was shocked. Can't we do that? Of course not. Sad Song spread his hands. Otherwise, why would we create fallen creatures? In addition, it's interesting that the new generation of corrupt disasters has become more H. It's as if they are competing with normal creatures. We are eager to know why this is happening. In the dark, I can feel that this is related to the complete destruction of the world. As long as this problem is overcome, all living things can be truly killed. In the final analysis, it is still necessary to destroy the world. Yes, so you can give me the Book of Wisdom, brother. Sad Song pinched his throat and squeezed out a clipped sound with difficulty. No, Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My evaluation is that they all deserve to be slaughtered. Philomena rolled her eyes coquettishly. Field pulled the two of them and continued to set off. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. We have to go save people. No need to go. Those humans have been killed by the fallen. Sad Song followed. Those fallen are monsters developed by the hero king and others in order to mass-produce the chosen ones. Fallen. This name must be related to fallen creatures. Yes, she stole our chaos technology, and we are happy to let her steal it. Anyway, God's chosen creation is impossible to achieve. Attempting to create a man-made God's chosen can only create corrupted creatures. Lament shook his head slightly. Of course, we also absorb the research results of the underground elves. Elegy returned to its usual melancholy and indifferent appearance, brushing its delicate hands over the dusty walls, revealing the cold brass walls. The underground elves are full of wisdom. They perfectly combine flesh and blood, technology, magic, and inscription technology. Large-scale underground empire has been created. But it will eventually fall when it flourishes. Like us chaos, they also discovered the weirdness of the world, but they were crazier than us. The underground elves sacrificed their own gods and slaughtered them everywhere. The pure snow elves were transformed into monsters by them, and countless races were killed by them. Philomena was very pleased and nodded in approval. Well done. Let me go, what's the difference between this and a disaster? Field was shocked. What are they trying to do? Do they want to urbanize, or the myopia rate is too high? Create weapons that can kill gods. Lament said seriously, it's not just to kill the gods chosen, but to kill the god. Is there really a god? Field asked curiously. I don't know either. Sad Song shook his head repeatedly, as if he had seen through Field's thoughts. If you want the world-destroying scroll, you have found the right direction. The underground elves can achieve such achievements mainly relying on the world-destroying scroll. It is rumored that the underground elves possess a scroll of destruction that contains thunder and lightning. The power of destruction provides energy for the underground world. Pharamine's former world-destroying scroll was made of light and heat. Where Field was overjoyed. I don't know, we chaos are equally ignorant. Lajij asked a question, but still said wisely. I can tell you the last warning left by the underground elves. After speaking in the underground elven language, the lament was translated into the common language of the Griffin Empire. Warning, everything about us no longer belongs to us. It comes to bring us fatal joy and eternal despair. Destroying ourselves is the final salvation. Field's eyes were lowered and he said without interest, the Riddler, get out of Gotham. When everyone arrived at the bottom of the ruins, it was like a hell-like scene, which was disgusting. The first thing that caught the eye were the hanging fans of meat. Steaks and several ape-like monsters, whose mouths kept imitating human wails and cries for help. What's even more curious is that the monsters are holding onto the two corpses and doing indescribable things. It's true that evildoers appear in troubled times. Kill them. Without Field's need to do anything, the dragon wolf stepped forward and killed all the monsters in a few strokes. See if there are any survivors or treasures. They are all abandoned failures. The King of Heroes wants to create artificial gods, but he is just destroying himself. Elegy did not take the monsters seriously. Field, I foresee your desperate situation. Soon, more powerful pursuers will find you, and you will be in dire straits. It's not too late to ask me for help now. How about this, you join the Knight Leader, and I'll lend you the Book of Wisdom to play with. Field was greedy. Sad Song shook his head, backed away slowly, and disappeared into the darkness. I don't make deals with ignorant people. The painful failure will wake you up, and I will come to appreciate your struggle. When the time comes, you will crawl at my feet, ask for forgiveness from the wise. Field couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. There is always a way. I really don't believe in evil. Even if there is a desperate situation, it is impossible for her to hand over treasure with just a few words. Otherwise, there will always be people using prophecies to ask for things from you, and you will not be able to survive this day. Sir, these people have been dead for 2 hours. Ashena shook her head repeatedly. Besides, we found something. When I came to a large box, there was a huge amount of debris piled up here. Most of the copper, iron ingots, gears, etc. were garbage. The monsters obviously put the underground elves' construction garbage together with the personal belongings of the human soldiers. Here's a potion. Feeling the brilliance of magic, Field found a bottle of magic potion with a letter wrapped in it, which was an autographed letter from Baron Robert. Field put the letter in his pocket and used the Book of Wisdom to identify the potion. Magic Awakening Potion. There's a slight probability that people can awaken magic. Needs to be under 18 years old. It's not bad. I made a trip, listened to a fascinating story, and picked up a bottle of potion. I barely got my money back. More than that, there are things chosen by the god of destruction here. Philomena pointed at the pile of debris. Following the direction of Pharamine's finger, Field picked up a gray metal ball. Is this it? I don't think it's anything special. The aura of destruction here is all escaping from it. Philomena touched her fingertips, and golden light was injected into her. The next moment, visions occurred. It's like being in a thunder pond. A mixture of red, black, and purple electricity crackled and exploded, wildly escaping in all directions. The aura of destruction instantly alerted all the rats and poisonous insects in the ruins, scaring them to the point of peeing. Throughout the underground ruins, the machines that were still functioning began to start. The strange lamp overhead flickered with difficulty. Without giving everyone time to take a closer look, the machine died down and lost its energy. Buzzfield's head was in severe pain, and he saw a vague figure in the hazy state. The ferocious dragon horns, wings, thunderstorms like the ocean, and the huge divine seal ring behind her are very similar to the gorgeous divine seal ring behind Phaluamani when she is at full firepower. "My lord," seeing Field covering his head, Asuna was so scared that her tail stood up. "I'm fine." Field waved his hands repeatedly, and his mind soon became clear. In Franvia, the second volume of the world-destroying scroll is on the top of the Thunder Dragon Mountain in Franvia, where the underground city of the underground elves is hidden. Interesting at that moment just now. I also felt her provocation. Phaluamani was not happy, but was extremely eager to fight, with murderous intent in her eyes. She grabbed with one hand and laughed coldly. "If I kill the same kind, I can use her artifact, and I may become stronger. Artifacts are only valuable if they are the same kind of chosen gods. The chosen gods of destruction are too rare to obtain the bond of their companions. So ruthless." Asuna glanced at her with contempt. "The chosen gods of destruction, why do they want to kill everyone? I have to be careful with her in the future, so she won't go berserk." Typical disaster thinking. Field laughed. "As long as the adults are fine." Asuna sighed. "The rest doesn't matter." Touching Ashuna's head, Field smiled and said, "Let's go, knowing this information is worth the trip." Returning to the temporary camp, everyone rested for a night before continuing their journey. As if the words of the tragic song were confirmed, the rest of the journey suddenly became difficult. It seems that all the good things he has been using have been exhausted, and the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Griffin Calendar, November 3rd. We bypassed the rebel fortress, but it rained heavily, and the muddy road made the march even more difficult. Griffin Calendar, November 6th. It took 3 days to pass through the Shell territory and wipe out a local army of 200 people. The crazy rebels poisoned the water in all the surrounding wells, and more than 10 soldiers were poisoned to death. Even if he ordered his soldiers to drink boiled river water or rainwater, there were still soldiers who, trying to save labor, drank dirty water and got sick. Griffin Calendar, November 6th evening. Captured an enemy commander and received shocking news. Her Majesty, the Queen, used half of the treasury in exchange for her uncle and a bunch of useless officials who were caught. The rebels, supported by a large amount of gold coins, have once again strengthened their armaments, and the enemy country has sent more troops in order to seek benefits. Griffin Calendar, November 7 noon. There are still 3 days to go from the sea, and the pursuers appear again. The Blue Dragon Knights of Franvia launched an air attack on our army, and the wounded and sick who were separated were almost slaughtered. Field closed the report and looked at the sun in the distance, slowly falling into the horizon. Night is falling. I feel inexplicably irritated. I cannot march at night. Both the soldiers and the chosen ones need to rest and eat. However, the pursuers have the initiative and can attack at any time, and their numbers are increasing. He could take the chosen one and leave first, but the entire army would have to be buried here. Moreover, destroying the army does not mean that the pursuers will give up. On the contrary, it will allow the opponent to flex its muscles. To put it bluntly, if there were no troops and cannon fodder to share the pressure, the enemy's attacks would be concentrated in one place, and the consequences would be disastrous. The other Imperial troops who fell behind us have almost been dealt with. Field knew it well. Barren, our Imperial Army's artifact, has been restored and is ready to fight. Yi Feng came to report with a heroic appearance, holding a long halberd. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Field glanced at him and comforted him. Don't force it. Her artifact and the crack were apparently half restored. Even the recovery ability of the Imperial Army's chosen ones is far inferior to that of Asuna. Now that I can fight, I can at least share the pressure with you. We can't just let you protect us. Yi Feng cheered up and said something heartwarming. Very good. Field wanted to arrange some things. But suddenly his expression changed, and he saw a lot of evil dragon icons on the mini-map, rushing towards his station. Air strike, prepare for battle. Field immediately drew out his weapon. Let the crossbowmen and magicians form a dispersed formation and use bunkers as much as possible to shoot down the enemy's air force. The chosen ones with long-range skills should not waste too much power and wait for the right opportunity to counterattack. Yes, the chosen gods immediately dispersed. Like a fleet of airplanes, the scattered figures in the distance grew larger and larger. Field clearly saw a large group of elite knights wearing blue armor and holding blue dragon flags. The armor faced the setting sun, emitting a dazzling light. Of course, the configuration of the dragon riders cannot be all precious dragons, but the thin dragon-blooded monsters born from the dragons and other races. 3/4 are wyverns, and the remainder are dragon hawks, dragon-shaped birds covered in brilliant feathers. Only the 2 4th-level divine choices in the lead were riding the controlled fire dragons. The structure of the entire army, 2 4th-level divine selections, the fire dragon knights. 300 flying dragon knights and 100 dragon eagle knights, all possess fighting spirit or magic. The number of enemies was about 400, but they seemed overwhelming and powerful. Magic energy shield. Magic sharp edge. The auxiliary mage of the Imperial Army, who casts magic on his own army. The remaining soldiers, following Field's orders, spread out as much as possible and hid behind bunkers. Even so, the soldiers were trembling and looking around, wanting to run away immediately. Die. A huge divine seal like a magic circle bloomed behind Philomena, and continuous cross stars flew out like a heavy rain. The 2 flying dragon knights collided head-on with the golden light, and both the man and the flying dragon were blown into a bloody mist. The armor fragments sent flying by the explosion, carrying a strong wind pressure sound, almost blew up the dragon eagle knight next door. The chosen archer of the Imperial Army fired a magical arrow, but was dodged by a flying dragon knight. Spread out, attack freely, tear those cowards to pieces. And avenge Letty. Eunice, the 4th-level divine choice on the back of the fire dragon, gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. It's them. Letty's last letter said that we should pursue them. They must have killed Letty. Kill, leave no one alive, teach those cowards of the Griffin Empire a bloody lesson. As soon as the armies of both sides met, the 2 fire dragons in the air breathed out fierce flames from a long distance away. The scalding flames turned the sky into an illusion. Boom! The breath fell like an upside-down torrent, directly burning a carriage and the 7 or 8 soldiers hidden behind it to ashes. The fire dragon flapped its wings and breathed out while flying like a plow, burning all the soldiers along the way to dregs. Gravel splattered. The enemy's flying dragon knights, using the cover of fire, quickly smashed into the defense line of Yimu's leading army. Like a silky flying fish, the 2-legged flying dragon glided down, its sharp claws suddenly thrust out, and immediately caused a large scream. Fighting skill Sky Slash. The knight on the dragon's back used the fighting skill to kill the soldiers who were besieging him. Picked up the reins and flew into the sky with the dragon again. Although the arrows were flying around like locusts, the dragon knight had fighting spirit to protect his body. The arrows could only wear down the fighting spirit shield first, and only occasionally one knight was shot down. The dragon eagle knight didn't even need to fight in close combat. He kept controlling the dragon eagle in the air, launching magic missiles and bombarding the gathered soldiers. In a back and forth, hundreds of people were killed. But the Knight Lord was not passive. 3rd-level magic skill, Tyrant Dragon Flame. Asuna herself released her divine power to maximize the range of armor-breaking frost. Purple dragon flame like a burning cloud blasted out, and even the fire dragon had to dodge, and several dragon knights were set on fire. As the dragon screamed and rolled, the knight on its back fell down and was half dead. The soldiers around them immediately rushed over and tore them to pieces. The chosen ones of the Imperial Army also fought back with all their might. So annoying. Phelim and I want to find an opportunity to fight the enemy's 4th-level chosen ones, but the enemy had no intention of engaging in battle. After attacking for a quarter of an hour, they immediately chose to retreat, leaving only wailing on the ground. Just like the previous air raid. They are playing tricks on us. Yifeng was stained with the blood of the dragon, and his face was full of resentment. Despicable Franvians. Their purpose is to eliminate us with minimal losses. They are probably tired of killing us now. Field put away his sword. The enemy just goes back to recover his fighting spirit and physical strength, and will come back soon to ensure the lowest casualty rate. To put it simply, after finishing one set, go back and wait for the next set. But the soldiers of the Imperial Army have fallen into deep despair. Death is not terrible, but waiting for death is terrible. Everyone knew that soon the dragoons would appear again on the horizon, bringing more death with them. There was blood and flesh everywhere. The morale of the soldiers was low, and the soldiers of the Imperial Army escaped again. Even though Shanghai province has implemented a strict wall and cleared the country, escaping will only starve to death, but the soldiers who have lost their courage will not think so much. The sobbing and wailing around them affected the chosen. One of the Imperial Army. "So what should we do or surrender?" Yifeng almost wanted to cry. The other Imperial Army divine chosen were equally desperate. The newly ignited fighting spirit was completely worn away after just one fight. Yifeng and the others were crushed by the terrifying Dragoon regiment. Philomena glanced at them and said with merciless contempt, "Trash, we have been fighting the whole process, but you're talking about surrender. I will dirty my hands if I kill you. We haven't even fought yet, but we're thinking of surrendering." Ashna was furious. Does the Imperial Army only fight among themselves? They were no longer so powerful when they took credit for our achievements. Garros waved his scythe domineeringly. "Why don't you die? I won't surrender to my enemies until I die." "Can?" Field waved his hand. "Okay, now is not the time to argue. Do you think there will be a way to survive if you surrender?" Field knew that they were just scared of being beaten and did not really want to surrender. "Maybe, as long as the ransom is enough, maybe." Yifeng was upset. She also wanted to fight, but the difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves was too great. Coupled with the shadow of the previous disastrous defeat, most of my self-confidence was lost. "I'm telling you, there is absolutely no way to survive." Seeing how miserable they were, Field pretended to be sulky and snorted, "Because Letty is dead and we are short of sandbags. Even if they accept surrender, you should be prepared to be the enemy's army." Field remembered the tragic situation of the natives of Blue Sky City, where the daughter of the former lord was humiliated to death. In addition, Garroth's family was brutally slaughtered. Expecting brutal thugs to be benevolent and moral is just a dream. "What should we do?" "Gather the troops and keep walking." Field gritted his teeth and scolded, "Climb to the beach for me." That night, an Imperial Army god chosen, rated D-level by Field, escaped secretly. After being alone, he was immediately found by the enemy's 4th-level divine choice and killed mercilessly. Subsequently, the enemy attacked in the middle of the night and was repulsed. Soldiers on both sides suffered casualties, but Field's army found it difficult to rest. It was dawn the next day. Taking advantage of the rising sun, the Dragon Riders once again launched an attack on the night-leading army. The dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. This time, the number of Dragon Knights reached an astonishing 1,000. Flying dragons filled the sky, falling down like dumplings, and accompanied by the roar of the monsters, the dragoons roared over. When the enemy's cavalry collided with our own army's formation, the whole earth trembled. Amidst the roaring and tsunami-like killing sounds, soldiers were killed one by one. The fear accumulated in my heart broke out again. The Imperial Army collapsed at the first touch. Their morale collapsed again and again, and they ran around crying. Just like when the Imperial Army was defeated. They didn't fire an arrow, abandoned their armor, and fled indiscriminately. There are also those who surrender, but the superior Dragon Knight doesn't care about this. It's just military merit. He just raises his hand and cuts them off. Although the troops of the Nightfall leader and the Chosen Ones were still fighting, the Imperial Army soldiers reached their limit first. After all, we are still a partial force in the enemy's territory. It still collapsed. Alas, it's their fate. They are destined to die here. Field knew that the collapsed people could not be saved and had no mercy at all. He immediately led his direct troops and soldiers who could fight to retreat while fighting. The crumbling soldiers were like sheep, without any intention of fighting back. They curled up and allowed themselves to be attacked by the enemy's swords. Soon, the place was massacred by the Franconians into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But the collapsed soldiers also bought time for the Night Lord's force to retreat. Keep walking. Field looked back at the bloody road littered with corpses. The pursuers, riding powerful flying monsters, slowly disappeared. They wanted to return to the camp, to replenish their strength and prepare for the next wave of attacks. "We have become prey and are being bled." It seemed that he felt Field's gaze. Sitting on the back of the fire dragon, Eunice turned around, glanced at it, and said in a cold voice, Go back to the camp and use the reserve magic core to replenish the magic power of the monster. Be sure to restore combat power as soon as possible. I want to kill all those trash. The Queen's compensation has made the rebels' frontline supplies extremely abundant. Scarce supplies such as magic cores can now be used at will. Jessica, another 4th-level divine selector, said in surprise, "Their fighting strength and will have exceeded my expectations. Half of the soldiers have not been defeated. Other Imperial armies were defeated at the first touch. But this army is extraordinary." Don't say these irrelevant words. I only know one thing: the enemy is not our opponent. Field, with the remaining troops, kept gathering the broken troops along the way. Some people escaped along the way, and they were constantly attacked by the pursuers. The sky darkened again. There were cries of grief all around. Some soldiers were sobbing, some were sitting on the ground in a daze, and some soldiers were looking at the dark forest, almost peeing in fear. They were afraid that the enemy would come out at any time and chop off their heads. "Well, no, we can't run like this anymore. Running all the way will kill you, but a head-on counterattack is even more deadly." Field held the paper map and stared at the small map, his mind working quickly. How to shoot down the damn moth. Even if you shoot it down, it may not be able to withstand the enemy's head-on attack. Noticed that Field stared at the map without blinking. Ashina was heartbroken, thinking that Field could not bear the continuous failure, and his mentality exploded. Clearly, the pursuers were completely wiped out and the coastline was close at hand, but suddenly a stronger pursuer appeared, as if the goddess was joking with everyone. "My lord, I will lead you to fight your way out." Ashina said softly, "You have done very well. It's all because the Imperial army is too useless. You are dealing with the enemy's elite. This is not fair." Jalos comforted him repeatedly, "Cheer up." Even Philomene nodded in agreement. "Well, I'm not decadent." Field raised his head and laughed. 9 out of 10 things in life are not satisfactory. Who can win all the time? I'm not a kid who can only accept fairy tales. If I was looking for death and survival because of a trivial matter, I would have died on the way to the Knight Leader. Field's voice suddenly became much louder. "Our main force has not been defeated. As long as we go to the coastline, we will have a chance to survive and let everyone leave." These words were like a stone thrown into the stagnant water. The surrounding soldiers, or the chosen ones of the Imperial army, stopped crying without objection and looked at Field. "The one who is chasing us is Frankia's 5th-level divine choice, Scarlet. But did she show up? No. This means one thing. She is being held back. Maybe support or other soldiers who are using their lives to delay us from leaving." Regardless of whether a loud declaration would reveal his position, Field roared passionately. "I'm telling you now, Scarlet was delayed by my Knight Leader." Field speculated that Scarlet was most likely dealing with corruption in Blue Sky City, or she might be hunting down other people. But it didn't matter, at least she didn't jump out to object. "The Queen has abandoned you, and so has your bullshit commander, because you are worthless to them. But I, Barren Field, have never abandoned anyone at will from the moment I took over you. I need the strength of each of you to resist the invaders. Since the enemy invaded, every land they passed has been turned into hell on earth. Sooner or later, your home will be burned and my home will be burned. If you don't want your family members to be slaughtered like pigs and dogs, then stand up, move forward immediately, and give me a damn chance to survive." Field's words aroused everyone's desire to survive. The soldiers gradually stopped crying and reluctantly lined up, and the Imperial army's chosen ones regained their fighting spirit. It's not your own army, it's really hard to lead." Field breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at his direct troops. They were all eager to fight and were waiting for his orders. For the army of the Night Territory, they have to fight against 10 times the number of enemies every day, and the current situation is nothing at all. It's not bad that the soldiers are depressed, but the most terrifying thing is that the chosen ones of the Imperial army are also fragile, which is so irritating. Field, who was thirsty, wanted everyone to continue walking along the original route. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, unable to stop his violent heartbeat driven by ecstasy. Little Fat Dragon's corrupted warship has sailed into the waters of Kanghai Province and is now near the coastal city, Purple Coral City. "Great, we can go home." "Wait, Purple Coral City." Field was just about to announce good and exciting news, but he immediately suppressed the news, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Running away in despair, being attacked by the enemy all the way, and then escaping on a boat. I don't accept it. Filled with murderous intent, Field narrowed his eyes. You must pay for those who dare to chase me and kill my soldiers unscrupulously. Cost. As of now, I don't care about you. The only antidote is ruthless deurbanization. Quickly catching a trace of a fighter plane, Field quickly rummaged through the map and asked Ashina, "How many troops do we have now?" "There are still 1,000 people. More than 350 direct cavalry, and the rest are Imperial troops. Most of them are fighting knights. That's enough, let's go to Rainbow Town immediately." Without further ado, Field immediately ordered the army to move forward. "Sir, why did the route suddenly change?" Noticing the change in route, Ashina was confused. "If this road goes to the seaside, it will be further." I've thought about it. Being chased all the way, and even at sea, the casualties may be greater than defeating the enemy. Many times, we have to get out of the inertia of our thinking. Instead of escaping, I will fight back, Rob. And urbanize. Field waved his fist and said, "Make profits fiercely and strengthen our strength, then burn Scarlet and her knights to the sky." Without further ado, Field immediately led his troops and set off. Meanwhile, Field awakens the corrupted crow. "Opening your eyes, you are surrounded by blue water, which is extremely peaceful under the moonlight." "Field, are you okay? You're worried about me." Rosalia, who was lying next to her and resting out of boredom, jumped up suddenly when she saw the black crow moving. "I'll pick you up now." "No, you are not in a hurry to pick me up now." Field sneered cruelly. "Did you see the seaside city in the distance? The famous purple coral city. It's time to deurbanize." I seem to hear a beautiful melody." The little flying dragon fell from the sky, folded its wings, and licked its paws. "I heard such an interesting command just after I saw you. The enemy's main force is fighting on the front line, and the pursuers are all focused on me. Plus, the Griffin Empire has no sea power at all. The largest port city in Kanghai province is simply our cake, and it is completely defenseless. Send the order, march to Purple Coral City." Yes, Rosaria wiped her saliva. The terrifying giant battleship slowly turned around under the control of the little fat dragon. Late at night, Purple Coral City. This century-old seaside city is a famous trading city. Even if the war turned it into a pulp, it did not affect the trade here. The Longta people occupied this place and were busy trading. The soldiers stationed here are not worried about enemy attacks at all. First, the Griffin Empire was defeated, and the compensation was paid, and the Queen's pajamas were almost pawned. Second, the U Coral City faces the sea on one side, and the other 3 walls are terrifyingly strong. Every brick is engraved with inscriptions and has defensive artifacts to suppress it. As for the side facing the sea, it is defended by the shallow water paddle warships of the Dragon Tower Kingdom. It is simply as solid as a rock. In the paddle warships responsible for defending the sea area, the sailors gathered in the warm cabin. They did not stand guard at all, but laughed and cooked fish soup. The weather was getting colder, and they huddled together, singing, playing cards, or bragging, and it was very happy. Boom, boom, outside the cabin, there was a sudden sound. "What's the noise?" "It's probably a monster in the sea. I'll go and see." A sailor went out lazily. Following the sound, a huge warship with no end in sight was heading straight in his direction. Am I dazzled? There are reefs all over here. How could a deep-water warship come here?" The sailor rubbed his eyes and saw it clearly. However, he soon wished that he had no eyes, because he saw a terrifying scene that made his eyes split. A strange warship that looked like a deep-sea shipwreck, with dense tentacles, scarlet devil pupils and fangs, rushed straight towards him. A large number of red and gray magic missiles flew out from the layers of artillery splints, and the entire night sky was dyed scarlet. The big demon that covered the sky and the sun flapped its wings, and under the cover of the ship's guns, it rolled over the distant Purple Coral City. "Evil, the devil is coming. Enemy attack, enemy attack." The panicked sailors rushed into the cabin, prepared to fight back. The people in the cabin had not yet reacted and suddenly felt dizzy. The whole ship was swept into the sky. "Goddess, what is that?" On the coastline of Purple Coral City, sailors, and residents who were awakened gathered on the shore in a daze, looking at the hellish scene in the distance. Under the scarlet night sky, the abyss extended a huge corrupted tentacle and rolled the shallow water sail of the Dragon Tower Kingdom into the air. The wailing sailors were thrown directly from the broken hull and fell into the abyss, torn into pieces by the corrupted creatures. The sea water was dyed bright red, and the whole world seemed to have turned into the color of blood. "Didn't they say that the Griffin Empire has no navy?" "What is that?" someone roared. Look at that flag, a black crow flag, not a griffin flag, so it's not the fleet of the Griffin Empire. Is that a ghost ship? The legend is actually true. The sailors on the shore were trembling with fear. No, this is no longer a ghost, I saw hell. Everyone in Purple Coral City was trembling in their bones. Their genes reminded them of the fear of being dominated by disasters, and no one even wanted to escape. Boom, boom, boom. On the starboard side of the abyss, 2 gun decks, more than 70 magic towers, continuously fired continuous magic missiles, and the red and white missiles drew gorgeous trajectories in the air, like a meteor shower. The magic bullets hummed and poured into Purple Coral City, erupting with a deafening roar. The buildings near the coast were instantly submerged by magic bullets, rocks flew everywhere, and countless residents screamed and ran into the streets. Vincent was still asleep. After the hero king rebelled, he ceded the wealthy Purple Coral City to the Dragon Tower people. After slaughtering the natives in the city, he was one of the first people to move here. He was given a beautiful stone house by the sea and robbed a woman from the Griffin Empire as a slave. He often felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck. Purple Coral City is really a paradise on earth. He always thought so. He was not worried about the revenge of the Griffin Empire. What can the Griffin Empire do? It is impossible to massacre the city. However, today, the fierce fire and explosion outside the window woke him up. He walked to the street in a daze, but saw a hellish scene. A red magic bullet fell on the tailor shop not far from him. The next moment, accompanied by a loud thunder, the tailor shop was blown into powder and the flames burned. Some residents around tried to put out the fire, but the wind was howling. Another magic bullet fell. The blooming corrupt energy immediately swept the residents who went to put out the fire. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood bursting was heard. More than a dozen residents were blown to pieces. The flying floor and bricks broke the flesh and bones of the surrounding residents, and they crawled on the ground wailing one by one. What was even more terrifying was that the place bombarded by the corrupt magic bullet began to be filled with gray fog and tentacles. Blood rained down from the sky. The whole city was shaking, and explosions were everywhere. Ha-ha! The woman who was robbed by Vincent was no longer in human form, and she was still tied with shackles and covered with blood. She staggered out of the house, her eyes full of excitement. Look, you bastards, God's judgment is coming. That is the corruption disaster, the corruption from the north, and the dead souls of our Griffin Empire. Retribution, this is retribution. The woman laughed wildly, and she laughed until tears came out. Let's die together. It's so wonderful. Vincent wanted to go up and beat her to the ground, but his trembling legs did not allow him to do anything. He could only follow the woman's gaze and look together. The officers of the Dragon Tower army on the coastline roared, "Hold your ground," while the magicians opened the protective shield. The sailors rushed to the warships in the port, trying to start the warships to counterattack. On the sea level, the wind was howling, and the black crow flag on the abyss fluttered in the wind. The bow of the huge corrupted warship that suppressed the world was torn open, revealing the wriggling flesh and sharp teeth inside, like a giant abyss beast opening its mouth to eat, extremely hideous. Buzzed the surrounding divine power, in the form of white lines visible to the naked eye, quickly gathered. The air was instantly drained. Damn, what the hell is that? The commander in charge of the shore defense had a tingling scalp. Quick, turn on the magic shield to the maximum and prepare for the attack. Level 3 divine skill, abyss whale roar. The little fat dragon awfully laughed grimly, and the main gun of the abyss gushed out. The sea water evaporated, and the space was distorted. A white, terrifying light column swept across with a buzzing sound. The moment the white beam of light enveloped the city, it was as bright as day, and the people in the entire city seemed to see the light. Bang! The abyss whale roar directly blasted a warship in the middle, and its power did not diminish. The white light instantly penetrated the magic shield of the shore defense, and the magician who held up the shield died instantly and evaporated, leaving a lot of debris on the ground. The terrifying magic skill blasted straight into the city, like a boulder hitting a lake, and the surging energy spread out in a hemispherical shape. Large pieces of buildings were crushed into slag, and the garrison troops, along with their positions, were directly blown up to the sky. Just one blow defeated the city's defense. The morale of all the defensive soldiers collapsed again and again. Wow, monster, it's impossible to defeat it. The remaining soldiers were scared and fled in all directions. They had lived for most of their lives and had never seen such a horrible scene. Oh my God, what kind of magical skill is this? Even the chosen ones stationed in the city chose to escape without hesitation, without even the slightest thought of resistance. In the icy sea breeze, a large number of dragon-winged demons were flapping their wings. All into the city and disintegrate the last resistance. The big demon used his sharp claws to pull out the hiding dragon tower soldiers from all corners and tear them apart like pigs and dogs. There were howls and screams everywhere. Field watched everything coldly and snorted. If you attack other people's territory, you must be prepared for bloody revenge. Rosalia, the rest is up to you. Okay, leave it to me. Rosalia summoned the corruption dragon and drove the dragon into the burning purple coral. City, the overwhelming chains were dug into the city. Rosalia held a big sword and fell directly into the residential area. She smiled ferociously at the horrified residents. Welcome to the Griffin Empire. I will lead the army at night and send you good wishes. Goddess is on top. The residents were so frightened that they fled in all directions. If they had a choice, they would have wanted to beat themselves to death a few months ago. How stupid were they to dare to come here? At the same time, the mark of the corrupted goddess fell, and life nodes emerged in the city. The corruption has begun. At dawn the next day, Scarlet, the fifth-level divine choice far away in Blue Water City, was busy dealing with the city's corruption problem. Field guessed it right. The corruption in the city did delay Scarlet's pursuit plan. Corrupt city is not a small problem that can be ignored. If it is left alone, the entire Shanghai province will soon become a hotbed of monsters. In addition, the western and southern parts of the empire are flat, and there is no dangerous terrain in the north to block corruption. What exactly is going on? Scarlet's eyes were cold and cruel. She looked at the corpses of her subordinates quietly. More than 1,500 cavalrymen were all her direct troops. Now they are all buried in the Blue Sky City and turned into monsters with deformed limbs. If she hadn't arrived in time and killed all the monsters in the city, it would have caused irreversible consequences. Bring the prisoners here. I want to interrogate them in person. Scarlet raised her chin, and the huge Phosphorus ankylosaur behind her roared. Soon, her subordinates captured 3 prisoners. One was an officer of the Imperial Army, the other was a soldier of the Imperial Army, and there was a cavalryman of the Night Lord. They were all separated and captured during the pursuit. Whose army are you from? What's the commander's name? The 2 Imperial soldiers were so scared that they turned pale and trembled violently. You look a little rational, you speak. Scarlet pointed the whip in her hand at the soldiers of the night. Damn invaders! You will be defeated by my master sooner or later. Not only will we defeat you, we will also fight back fiercely. If the Imperial Army was not so useless, you would not be worthy of carrying our shoes. The soldiers of the night started to swear at him and glanced at the trembling Imperial soldiers with contempt. Bah, 2 losers, you're just trembling after being beaten at home. Scarlet's already cold eyes became even colder. Aren't you afraid of me? It seems that you killed my men. Yes, it feels great. I only regret not killing more people. The Night Leader soldier stiffened his neck and yelled with a red face, Come on, kill me quickly. I can't wait to return to the arms of the goddess. Who is your commander? Who is the chosen one? Where did you escape to? Tell me and I'll spare your life. Scarlet squinted her eyes, enduring to the limit. It was the first time she saw such a brave soldier. It's your father. Don't expect me to reveal a word. Okay. Scarlet stepped forward and tore off the soldier's arm with one hand. After hearing his wailing, her face looked much better. Here we go, drag him down and feed him alive to the monster. Bitch, our master will avenge me. Wait, you'll be a sex man for the master. Listening to the spitting sound gradually fading away, Scarlet frowned. It was rare to see such a soldier with such backbone. She raised her spear irritably and pointed it at the 2 again. The master saved my life. I'm going to pay it back now. The soldier of the Imperial Army was scolded, and his face was red. He was extremely ashamed, thinking that Field had saved them directly. He suddenly rushed forward and hit his head on Scarlet's spear. Tusk, what's going on today? This is the first time Scarlet has encountered such a situation. I say, sir, I say. The officer of the Imperial Army kowtowed repeatedly. It was Barren Field with about 1,000 troops. He incorporated our army, and there are several chosen ones. It seems that he is going to the seaside. Please spare me. The army of Lord Letty was also killed by the despicable Field. That's right. Scarlet nodded with satisfaction. Who is the enemy's chosen one? What is the title? I don't know. He defended our fleeing soldiers very well, and we have hardly seen his chosen ones. but we all know the chosen ones of the Imperial Army, including Night Breeze, and after some inquiries, the officer of the Imperial Army told everything he knew. Okay, Baron Field, poor little bastard, it turns out that it is you who is chasing you. Scarlet showed a dangerous smile. I will make you die ugly, don't expect to escape from my palm. How to torture you, I have to think about it carefully. Scarlet seemed to see Field begging for mercy, and showed a perverted smile. Everyone get ready. Report to the Lord, an urgent report has come from the west. A flying dragon knight rushed over in a hurry. The purple coral city has fallen and has been contaminated by the corruption disaster. Commander, we are urgently called to eliminate the corruption disaster and prevent it from spreading. Hearing this news, everyone was in an uproar. If the Shanghai province is corrupted, the flat terrain will easily allow the disaster to spread. Franvia will sooner or later suffer from the corruption disaster. What's going on? Scarlet's eyes widened. I don't know, I only know that the purple coral city was captured overnight last night. The soldiers and civilians in the city were wiped out, and 2 third-level God-chosen died in battle. We can only suppress the disaster first. Scarlet was unhappy. Let Eunice and the others continue to hunt Field, kill all his men. He himself is my prey, and I want to torture him personally. Yes. On the other side, the purple coral city. The entire city has countless inscription chains. Like a spider web nest. Various horrible corrupted creatures screamed and howled in the city that had turned into a corrupted land, like hell. The huge corrupted dragon was wrapped in a corrupted blood cocoon. On the blood cocoon, Rosaria curled up in a bird's nest made of chains, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and she slowly opened her brilliant starry eyes. Stretching lazily, Rosaria's every move was full of elegant and graceful divinity. It's the 4th level. This is the power of the 4th level. It's interesting. Rosalia looked at her small porcelain-like hands, her eyes filled with autumn water. I really want to practice my skills. With a wave of his hand, the space was slightly distorted, and the majestic divine power became more intense several times. Although she looks more delicate and beautiful, Rosalia's domineering strength can bring suffocating pressure to people with every move she makes. Like a sleeping angry dragon, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any time. It's actually level 4 faster than expected. The 4th level divine choice, who truly belongs to the night territory. It's not a trash of the Imperial Army. With the 4th level divine choice, if it is a normal divine choice, it already has the potential to become an earl. Field was surprised. His original expectation was that Rosaria would corrupt at least 2 big cities before she could advance. It feels like something important has been neglected. Isn't it shameful to speed up the advancement? Field thought wildly. No, if it can really be accelerated, other lords should also speed up. Good morning, Field. Rosalia greeted with a smile. It's up to you to add some extra points this time. If you want to add more, keep it for now. I have an interesting plan. Field controlled the black crow and patted his chest. Now let everyone return to the battleship, and then continue sailing south to prepare for the decisive battle. Rosalia's figure was light. She tapped the chains around her a few times with her toes, shuttled between them lightly. Landed gracefully on the ground. The goddess mark was retracted, and the surrounding chains instantly returned to the gluttony sword. The great sword of gluttony floated in the air. Rosalia snapped her fingers, and the corrupted dragon behind her burst out with a thundering roar, breaking out of its cocoon. The domineering and ferocious body exudes terrifying pressure like a tidal wave, like an emperor suppressing the world. Damn Field, so biased. The little fat dragon awfully came over with a resentful look on his face and said cutely, I'm hungry too. Wow, don't be so cute, it's so unconventional. Field was sweating profusely. It's not that he doesn't give it to Awfully, it's that Awfully needs more food than Rosaria. It seems that the chosen ones such as commanders need more divine power. Of course, most of their divine power is used to control rotten corpses, and their combat power is not top-notch. I have looted most of the magic cores in the city. After replenishing the ones consumed last night, there is still a lot left. Very well, let's go. On the other side, a rainbow collar. There was no raid last night due to Field's sudden rerouting, but the scouts of the dragoons appeared around everyone again, apparently detecting Field's movements again. Field immediately summoned the crowd. The opponent has air force superiority, and we can't hide our movements for long. We have to bite people hard to make the enemy afraid. In addition, towns can weaken an enemy's air force deterrent. Rather than being bombed by the Air Force on the plains, it would be much better to enter the city. At least there would be a roof over your head. With his finger on the map, Field said bluntly, "Rainbow Town, the enemy's wounded gathering place. I want to take it back now for supplies and rest. Do you have any ideas? Leave it to me." Ashina immediately raised her hand. "I'll blast open the city gate, and everyone will rush in quickly and attack Rainbow Town." Philomena nodded slightly at the side. Her violent and direct fighting style was in line with her style. Field looked at Night Breeze. "What do you think?" "We agree." Yifeng scratched his head and thought. "We, the god of war's chosen ones, only know how to kill people, so we don't have any good ideas. Sir, I have an immature idea." To everyone's surprise, the painter King Yin came up with an idea. She smiled at everyone sheepishly and then said with a slight lack of confidence, "The situation is urgent now, and every part of everyone's divine power is precious. It would be a waste to bombard the city gate. Even if Ashna attacks the city quickly, it is still in siege and consumes a lot of money. Moreover, city defense ballistae can cause casualties to soldiers. Perhaps we can trick the city gate into opening." "Oh, how to lie." Field's eyes lit up. King Yin smiled proudly, cleared her throat, and spoke in pure Longta language, Jiligulu. Later, King Yin used authentic Franconian dialect, way by babu. Everyone present was shocked. "Are you still a linguist?" Field was delighted. "He, because I have been to many countries before and learned painting skills." King Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. "We have the armor of the Dragon Tower people. We can pretend to be an army and trick them into opening the city gate, which can save a lot of energy. This extremely risky strategy should not be used frequently on weekdays, as it will overturn sooner or later. However, the defense force of Rainbow Town is not strong, and even if it fails, it will not cause huge losses." "Good idea, let's do it." Field made the decision immediately and made improvements at the same time. "To be on the safe side, I will be accompanied by Asuna and Yefeng, 200 fighting spirit knights, and Philomena for remote support." Soon, Field selected a team of 200 people. King Yin is a magical person. She used a paintbrush to doodle and drew a perfect Dragon Tower flag without any clues. Let the soldiers carry the military flag, and King Yin leads the team towards Rainbow Town. It's winter now, and the sky is still a little gloomy at this time. The soldiers on the Rainbow Town sentry tower saw a group of cavalry galloping towards the town with 2 or 3 torches, and quickly woke up the 3rd-level divine selection stationed here. "Stop, who are you?" The chosen one on the city wall asked vigilantly. "Damn idiot, who could he be? There's not even a rabbit around here. I'm Lord Neil's subordinate in Blue Sky City. Open your eyes that have been cursed by the devil and look carefully." King Yin scolded sternly. What are you doing in Rainbow Town? Shut your mouth, oh God, I'm here to blow you up." Beep, silence, you got the answer. King Yin curses like crazy. "Open the city gates and let people in." Listening to the other party's authentic Dragon Tower aristocratic accent and extremely pregnant curses, paired with the standard Dragon Tower armor, everyone on the wall didn't dare to show any slightest care. Everyone was scolded like a quail and went to open the door honestly. The iron gate was driven by the winch and slowly opened. "Kill." As soon as the city gate opened, Ashina summoned the Black Wolf. The knight behind her charged forward. While greeting the ghost servants with a gentle voice, she imitated Ashina's armor-breaking skill and directly enveloped everyone at the city gate. Night Breeze summoned the halberd, and murderous intent suddenly filled the air. 3rd-level divine skill, tearing apart with strong wind. A green storm surged out and swept over the halberd. Night Breeze let out a low roar, and the halberd in his hand was swept with divine power and hit the city-defending divine chosen on the head. "Wow, what are you doing?" The chosen one who defended the city was hit hard and was directly hit and flew backwards. Vomiting blood, before he could get up, a black ray directly blasted him. The chosen one was killed in the battle, and the soldiers defending the city lost their fighting spirit and fled in panic. King Yin kept shouting in a foreign language, "Kneel down and surrender, and you won't be killed if you surrender." Asuna led the cavalry into the city and chopped down the enemies when she saw them. For a while, the city was in chaos like hell. Everyone occupied Rainbow Town at the fastest speed. "It's easy." Yifeng looked happy. "I haven't fought such an easy battle for a long time. I originally estimated that at least 100 people would be killed or injured before we could capture this important town." "Well done." Giving everyone a thumbs up, Field still squeezed out a relaxed smile even though he was still under great pressure. "We found quite a few prisoners of the Empire in the dungeon." A soldier came to report, about 300 people. That's good, give them food, leather armor, and long weapons. They belong to us now. Along the way, they also absorbed deserters and soldiers who escaped. It was normal. Sir, how to deal with the surrendered enemy troops? Ashina came to ask with blood on her body. Many of them are the hero king's troops. Kill, wait. Field looked around. The city was in ruins due to the war, which made him fall into deep thought. Rainbow Town is too shabby. It is definitely not enough to just defend the town. In this case, only the hero king's troops and a few foreign troops are left. The rest are gathered together. I will be useful. Field thought for a moment and smiled. The cavalry withdrew from the city and went to the rear of Rainbow Town. Crowds are not allowed to gather. The infantry is hiding in the edge houses. They can rest now. Garrows let the captives set up tents and campfires all over the streets, creating a style of cooking with buried pots. Sir, what are you doing? Yifeng looked curious. Well, let's practice the wisdom of our ancestors. Field touched his chin. The enemy's flying troops are scattered at every turn, which is not conducive to our attack. If they are concentrated together and then attacked with a large-scale group damage skill, the effect will be much better. Before that, we need a target to hit the enemy. Even if it doesn't succeed, the situation can't get any worse. In short, do as I say. Our army rest now and wait for my orders. Everyone quickly became busy. Until the afternoon, the wolf cavalry in charge of the reconnaissance made an urgent report. Lord Barren, the enemy's dragoon regiment is attacking us from the due east. There are more than 1,000 people. Okay, just wait for them. Field walked out of the town's town hall in high spirits. Climbing up the city wall, you can vaguely see small black dots in the distance, which are the enemy's air knights. A hint of indifference flashed in Field's eyes, and he scanned the Imperial army in the city. These were just rebel prisoners from Rainbow Town, but they were wearing Imperial army uniforms. Stop making noise, as I said this morning. If you don't obey, you will die. With a sharp roar, Field urged the many prisoners in the city. The prisoners didn't know what was going on, so they stood up and started to stir. Many of them peeked and tried to escape. Inject some energy into them. Field waved his hand. Ashina raised her hand and shot an arrow, directly blowing the head of a guy with ink stains. Wow, the goddess is on top. The prisoners around him were so frightened that they were forced to walk back and forth in the town. There were people patrolling in formation, cooking, and others bragging and chatting or pretending to sleep. No one knew what Field was thinking. They just thought this mad commander was torturing them for fun. Very good. At this time, Eunice drove the powerful fire dragon, and together with her companion Jessica, led the dragon knights to fly high in the sky. Damn, we're still a step too late. The smell of blood is so strong. I guess Rainbow Town has fallen. Jessica took a sip bitterly. There are many of our wounded in Rainbow Town. It was my negligence. I didn't expect Field to change his route suddenly, you cunning mouse. Eunice blamed herself very much. The enemy has the ability to capture the small town, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Damn it, I should have thought of it earlier. When I was chasing Field, I should have tried my best. Since flying monsters will tire, the dragon riders usually attack in waves. Once their fighting spirit and magic power are used up, they immediately return to the camp to replenish their energy. Now is not the time to blame yourself, sister. Use your strength to dismember Field. Majestic dragon riders streaked across the sky and quickly approached Rainbow Town. As soon as she arrived in Rainbow Town, Eunice's eyes instantly turned red. At the foot of the city wall and everywhere in the city, there were corpses of wounded Franconian soldiers. Their proud blue flags were thrown into the stinking ditch like garbage. It was extremely miserable. The Imperial army in the city was celebrating with joy and laughter. This scene made the entire Dragon Knight's blood pressure rise, and they roared loudly. Even though they were used to seeing killings and their hands were filled with blood, no one could calm down after seeing such a brutal scene. On the city wall, Field stabbed a wounded enemy soldier to death and threw him off the city wall. Then he turned his head and saw Eunice with a horrified look on his face. He immediately exclaimed, "Prepare to defend, the enemy is coming. Damn, damn, kill, kill, kill. No retreat is allowed until all enemies are killed." The cruel look in Eunice's eyes could not be concealed. At this moment, she no longer cared about the previous discipline of the dragon riders. Her energy and blood surged up, and her whole body was full of blood and rage. Level 4 Divine Skill, Spear Light Falling. Eunice controlled the fire dragon, drawing a beautiful semi-arc in the air, and the artifact spear in her hand erupted with an astonishing dazzling light. The next moment, her body and dragon merged into one, like a blazing meteor slamming into the city. Immediately, the houses in the city were shattered, countless imperial troops were crushed into powder, and blood splashed like a fountain. Kill! Kill! The densely packed Franconian flying dragon cavalry plunged into the city like flying fish diving into water. The prisoners in the city didn't even react. They were simply forced by field to act in the city. When they first saw the dragoons, they even cheered happily. Only then did they remember that they were wearing imperial army clothes. By the time the prisoners reacted, Eunice had already smashed into the city. "Goddess above, we are our own people. Sir, we are your loyal subordinates." The rebels of the hero king cried for their fathers and mothers. But the Griffon language and the language of the Franconians were not clear. Even if someone could understand, the knights would have been blinded by anger. The fighting spirit surged violently into the city, no matter whether the people in the city knelt down and begged for mercy, or kept defending and killed everyone on sight. For a time, the city was filled with blood and buildings collapsed, making it feel like hell. More than 1,000 dragon knights almost filled the entire Rainbow Town, and those who didn't crash into it were also hovering in the sky. "Field, where are you? Get out of here." Eunice's eyes were red. She controlled the fire dragon to crash into 7 or 8 stone houses, roaring loudly. Welcome to my wonderful house. Annoying flies, I've been waiting for this moment." The dragon knights blocked the town and splashed their power wantonly, making them the perfect prey. Seeing that the hero king rebels in the city were almost slaughtered by the dragon knights, Field immediately waved his hand and shouted excitedly, "Dare to chase me, then you will face heavenly punishment after that." Ashina and Kingian launched armor-breaking frost at the same time. The cold frost, like the cold tentacles in the abyss, spread from everywhere. Everyone's defense ability was plummeting, but Eunice felt a force that could destroy the world, gathering above their heads. The knights were shocked and subconsciously raised their heads. The sky was shining with golden light, and the entire blue sky was filled with gold. The divine power was rolling, and the space was shaking violently. There was a loud buzzing sound, and a golden beam as bright as the sun fell like a galaxy. Boom! The golden beam of light arrived in an instant. The dragon knight who was bombarded did not even scream and instantly turned into a residual image and disappeared. What is that? The sky turned golden. Is it the goddess herself who came? Eunice's pupils were shaking and even her soul was trembling. She knew something was wrong and she shouted immediately, "Retreat immediately, this is a trap." Before she finished speaking, the vast golden light, dense and shrill like rain, fell. Level 3 Divine Skill, Sun Bombardment. Phaluminized divine power surged. The disc-like divine seal wheel behind him slowly rotated. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking golden beam fell, and the dragon eagle knight who was still soaring in the sky was the first to bear the brunt, and was instantly submerged by the golden light. The monster and the knight were torn into pieces, exploded into blood mist, and evaporated. Damn it. Eunice's eyes were bloodshot, and the anger and shame in her heart almost overflowed. But there was no time to vent. She immediately stretched the divine shield to the maximum, and at the same time poured the divine skill into the spear, trying to smash the golden light in the sky. "I won't let you succeed. It's just a level 3 divine skill." With a roar, Eunice smashed the spear in her hand on the golden light, but the horrible recoil caused her internal organs to be torn apart with severe pain, and blood snakes flowed from the corners of her mouth. Help! Eunice's pupils trembled. She would never have thought that the attack of the 3rd-level gods chosen could actually cause damage to her. She immediately called for friendly forces. "Jessica, buy time for everyone, otherwise the whole army will be wiped out." "Yes." Jessica was also unambiguous. She immediately turned all her divine power and raised her spear to meet it. And their 4 adjutants were 3rd-level gods chosen, and they also flew up to share the pressure. They didn't know that such loving soldiers like Sun's behavior was exactly what Field wanted. If the little Sun was allowed to bomb, it was estimated that it would kill 300 or 400 people, and the little Sun would have to stop because of the serious backlash. But the enemy's gods chosen tried their best to resist, which gave Fey Lumini the space to output as much as he wanted. For a time, the golden light falling from the sky continued, and the enemy's gods chosen could only support it and cover the retreat of the Dragoon Regiment. The chosen of the Imperial Army. Take the opportunity to attack the enemy soldiers. Ashina, find an opportunity to severely damage the enemy's chosen. Field was overjoyed. He originally only wanted to severely reduce the number of enemies, but he didn't expect to hit the enemy's vitals. He immediately captured the opportunity and urged everyone to attack. Can the power of the divine skills be so strong? What a joke! Why is it not over yet? Is the enemy's divine power endless? Franvia's chosen held on for a minute, but was shocked to find that this golden bombing was endless. Coupled with the negative state of 2 layers of armor breaking, they deeply experienced the excitement of adding insult to injury. I can't hold on. An adjutant was charred all over, miserable, gritted his teeth and dodged away. Not giving her a chance to leave, Asana's extremely cold ice spear shot out, brilliant as a rainbow, and directly penetrated her. Wow! The adjutant's eyes went black, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. She then remembered that the enemy had more than one chosen one. All of her chosen ones were going to bear the enemy's bombardment, so who would stop the remaining enemy chosen ones? Only death can make you realize who is the prey. Asana condensed the divine skill ice spear with both hands at the same time. It fired at the enemy's 3rd-level chosen one. The enemy was attacked from both sides, and the other 3 adjutants fell down like a kite with a broken string. One by one, they were pierced by the ice spear and burned black by the sun bombardment. They were almost dead, with only half a breath left. Good opportunity. The chosen ones of the Imperial Army immediately took action and killed 2 people directly. Hey, don't act on your own. You deal with the enemy dragon riders. Field's eyes turned black and he almost cursed, but it was not easy to shout, "Don't touch my wife's upgrade materials." After all, who is a normal person who upgrades by killing the chosen ones? If the people of the Imperial Army really found that Feyuamani was destroyed, the possibility of turning against them was not great, but the probability of losing all their fighting spirit was very high. Oh, the Imperial Army nodded. Fortunately, they worked hard, and the 8 Imperial Army God-Chosens killed many of the flying dragon cavalry who tried to escape. Even Peggy, the shield girl who was rated as D-level combat power, killed 2 cavalry. Grandma Varence waved her saber repeatedly, and with the help of the 4th-level magic skill, she killed 70 or 80 cavalry. At the same time, the soldiers of the Night Army were on the city wall, using crossbows, magic bullets, and city defense weapons to continuously cause casualties. Field, you must die today. Seeing her men falling down in groups, Eunice knew that it was meaningless to stop them foolishly. She immediately took on the bombardment and turned to rush towards Field. Hey, my goddess of justice. You should tell me before you leave. Jessica was shocked. Although Eunice kept shouting to be cautious, she was too reckless. Puff, without the help of everyone, the overwhelming attack was poured on Jessica. Her face suddenly turned pale and she was blown away like a cannonball. Seeing Eunice rushing over, the whistling sound of breaking wind and the cold killing intent stimulated her cheeks to have goosebumps. Field pulled out Letty's artifact white gun and shot it straight out. At the same time, Mau Mau used his magic skills to turn Field into a strange white mist and fled backwards at a rapid speed. Don't panic, child. I have long wanted to meet the Dragon Knight. Grandma Varancer waved her knife, 4th-level magic skills, blazing eyes and hundreds of cuts. Hearing the loud sound of splitting mountains and splitting rocks, she quickly covered Eunice with the knife light. Tusk, old-fashioned ability, long outdated old thing. Empire veterans like Varancer, the magic skills and names have long been known to people, and almost all the chosen ones of Franvia know her magic skills and tactics. This world doesn't get more powerful as you get older. Eunice didn't even use her magic skills, but relied on her ultimate dragon control technology to dodge most of the damage in the air like a ghost. The fire dragon's wings supported the defense and resisted the remaining damage. Varanth was a little confused when he saw that his specialty was easily avoided by the enemy. Bang! Eunice fell down and blasted Grandma Varanth back more than 20 meters with one blow. She had to roll and crawl to stop. Are you okay? Field was shocked. Don't underestimate our Imperial Army. After all, we're covered with scars. Goddess of War, witness me. Varanth jumped up suddenly, cheered up and entangled with Eunice. With her rich combat experience, the two of them fought back and forth for a while, and there was no winner. Good, awesome. Field gave a thumbs up. Without the obstruction of the Chosen One, the solar bombardment of Phalamini was wantonly splashed on Rainbow Town. The buildings were shattered, and the tents and enemy corpses were all blown to ashes along with the enemy's dragoons. The Dragon Knights who had not yet escaped fell tragically in the bombing. And the enemy's casualties soared. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 knights were killed and injured. They were precious dragon knights, not serfs who were pulled in to make up the numbers. I feel dizzy. Philomena was excited, but her head was buzzing with severe pain, and she almost fell to the ground. I can't do it anymore. I feel that the world is resisting my will. Pharamine stretched out her hand and held her forehead. Fine beads of sweat slipped from her palms down her white wrists. Well, no, I haven't fallen down yet. Time. No need to force it. The situation is now in our favor. Corpses in the city blocked every ditch, dried blood was plastered on the walls, and there were wailings everywhere. To Philomena's surprise, Field came up and said bluntly, I support the Imperial Army, but it is of great use. There is no need to fight alone. On the battlefield, every soldier has his own meaning. Philomena remained silent, her pride not allowing her to bow her head. He just silently stretched out his jade-like arm, summoned the seed of destruction, and absorbed the enemy's adjutant's divine seal. You take a rest first. Field noticed that there was a hint of sadness under her willow eyebrows. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was probably very sad. After all, being ostracized from the world is not something worth celebrating. But on the other hand, she is a disaster. It's kind of like hell to show sadness because you can't kill people wantonly. Ashina, you bring the Imperial Army's divine chosen to contain the enemy's 4th level. Although the enemy's 2 4th level warriors were injured, their combat prowess was still astonishing. The army entered the city and stormed the enemy army. Field directed the troops into the city. The previously aloof flying dragon knight was now both alive and seriously injured. The soldiers, who had been holding back their anger for a long time, rushed into the city and slashed the enemies wildly. A large number of elite dragoons lost their mounts and were seriously injured. Like pigs and dogs, a large number of soldiers surrounded them, tore off their fighting spirit armors, and stabbed knives at them crazily. Within half an hour, the dragoons suffered heavy casualties. Of the more than 1,000 flying dragon knights, only 200 to 300 survived, and everyone was injured. That's almost it. Let me bury the enemy. Philomena raised her head proudly. Her beauty was not just about appearance. Philomena's whole person was full of arrogance, but like the rising sun, her vitality could illuminate the world. Boom, continuous footsteps could be heard in the distance, were horses galloping, soldiers stepping on the ground, armors clashing, monsters roaring, all kinds of noisy sounds that could almost reach into the sky. The enemy was marching hastily. Trouble. Field frowned and opened the mini-map, only to see a large number of red enemy markers approaching. The dragoons were just the elite vanguard of the pursuing troops, and the infantry army at the rear came in a hurry. Her support has finally arrived, Jessica. It's time. Eunice was overjoyed and turned her head. Jessica was completely defeated under the siege of 6 or 7 people, including Ashina. After all, Jessica was so unlucky. She had endured the sun's bombardment for a long time, and now she was surrounded and beaten by a bunch of people. She couldn't withstand just the Imperial Army's gods chosen, who each took 1 strike of magic, let alone Asuna, an equally top-level 3rd-level gods chosen. At the same time, Jessica and the fire dragon's shackles of divine power were destroyed. Artifact solution. Without giving Jessica a chance to dissociate the artifact, the fire dragon regained his freedom, his eyes filled with anger and strange meanings. Without saying a word, the fire dragon grabbed Jessica despite the bleeding wounds all over her body, ignoring her resistance, and let out a roar. Jessica, who didn't have much ability to resist, exploded with her magical coat, and the rabbit rolled randomly in the strong wind, revealing a scenery like white winter snow. Hey, let me go. Jessica was shocked. The fire dragon roared, flicked its tail with great force, smashed Jessica into the ground, and breathed out wildly. Roar! Picking up Jessica, who was already dizzy, the fire dragon was drooling. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, it was about to merge a horse-sized mosaic into another mosaic in an attempt to create a new dragon-blooded race. Damn idiot, after all, it's a puppet forcibly created by the saint using her magical skills. Helpless, Eunice suddenly rose up, sprayed out a powerful spear light, and killed the seriously injured fire dragon. She tried to save others, but her speed was a step slower. 3rd-level divine skill, primordial annihilation. Philomena pointed with her slender hand. Ashina and Kingian immediately released the armor-piercing frost in cooperation. PFFT. Jessica groaned, being penetrated directly, and her eyes quickly lost their look. It's pity that a tyrannical fourth-level divine choice was tricked to death by his teammates. Damn it, damn it. Eunice cursed furiously, almost all the curse words she could curse. I will kill you all. I swear, I will pursue you immediately and send you all away at all costs. Go to purgatory. After saying that, Eunice fled eastward under the cover of the remaining dragon cavalry. Yifeng still wanted to pursue him. Stop chasing, hurry up, retreat, we need time. Field just glanced at the small map and saw that there were 4,000 to 5,000 enemies. Although most of them were temporary conscripts of infantry, archers, and miscellaneous fish, and there were not enough elites, there were too many of them, and their morale was high. Needless to say, it is an army composed of 3 knights from Scarlet's headquarters. Letty's 1,500 cavalry were killed before, but this time Eunice's 1,000-man dragon cavalry was defeated. There are still 4,000 to 5,000 enemies, and combined with Eunice, it's so desperate. Even though 300 new people have joined our side, there are only 1,000 people who can still fight at this moment. After successive battles, most of them were injured or exhausted. The fighting spirit magic has long been exhausted, and ordinary soldiers look confused and desperate. Phalomna covered her head, her face pale. Ashina had a strong burst, but after continuous fighting, her power had reached its limit. Let alone Yifeng and the others, they were equally weak, and letting the Imperial Army fight was purely sending heads. Fortunately, there was a 4th-level healing god chosen in their family, and everyone's external injuries recovered quickly, but that was all. I didn't expect that the final decision was made by ordinary soldiers. Elite Fighting Knight fell, and the terrifying Dragon Cavalry Master also fell. Who would have thought that ordinary soldiers could interfere? If they didn't handle it well, and a bunch of God-chosen was surrounded and killed by the enemy's trash, who would they go to for justice? Oh my God, your majesty, if you can't stop the dragon riders and cavalry, forget it. How come even the pursuers can gather 4,000 or 5,000 of them? You don't put any pressure on them at all. Field cursed speechlessly, but still pretended to be relaxed and encouraged. Haha, the enemy's cavalry and dragoons were all slaughtered by us, and now there are only some short-legged cowards left. Let's go, let's get out of here. They are almost exhausted from running here. Survive, keep going, those who can ride horses all ride for me. 2 people and 1 horse is fine, it doesn't matter if the war horse is exhausted to death. At this moment, no matter what the facts are, Field just boosted morale and urged the exhausted soldiers to get up and retreat. As long as Phalamini and Ashina recover their fighting power, or Rosaria's reinforcements arrive, everything will be fine. Time, what is most needed is time. Rainbow Town is a coastal town. Field led the army and galloped all the way. The journey of a day was completed in less than half a day. The war horses and pack horses were so tired that they spitted at the corners of their mouths, but the people still did not stop and urged the war horses to escape. Some soldiers with superb riding skills even used daggers to stimulate the war horses to squeeze out their last strength. Soon, many horses died suddenly or broke their legs. The enemy's pursuers bit very hard. Although there were no dragoons to attack, the pursuers also had pack horses and man monsters. In addition, they were energetic and sent supplies from all over the place along the way. They were able to follow the army led by night. Moreover, reinforcements continued to gather along the way. The legion of more than 4,000 people did not disperse much, but gathered more and more. Now there are about 6,000 to 7,000 people. This is their home advantage. The more than 1,000 troops led by night fled to the westernmost part of Kanghai province, Heifeng Cliff. From a distance, the boundless blue sea was displayed in front of everyone. Field had never felt so deeply that the seabirds flying in the air were so lovely. The sea, I see the sea. The soldiers cheered loudly. The sea cliff is a fault formed by the corrosion of bedrock, which is extremely steep. Some people ran over in a hurry, but immediately stopped and looked at their feet dumbfounded. It's over, this is a cliff. We have to take a detour to the beach before we can take the boat. I thought the seaside was all soft beaches like Chenmuling. Ashina was shocked. She had never had any concept of the sea. No, there is a downhill road here, don't panic. Some soldiers reached the road from the sea cliff to the beach, but it was very narrow and there was a huge shoal in the past. Wait, where is the boat to pick us up? A soldier asked soul-searchingly. Looking at the endless sea, everyone stared at each other. The soldiers who squeezed to the shoal ran back again. Sir, where is the boat? It's definitely on the way. Field frowned and glanced at the small map. In fact, Rosaria's army had arrived nearby an hour earlier than everyone else. The Abyss battleship was in diving mode and hidden underwater. Now is not the time to expose the Abyss. Let alone explaining the battleship, the enemy could take advantage of everyone boarding the ship and then launch a surprise attack, which would wipe out their own assets. As for the landing point, there is no better place around. Either passing through someone's fortress or the road is too long. This road is already the best route. Field dared to say that without the help of a small map, a normal person would not be able to find this road at all. The enemy is approaching again. We have more than 1,000 people. Even if there is a large enough ship to pick us up, it will take half a day just to get on board. After all, Villancer has fought many wars and understands human nature very well. Moreover, in a crisis, trampling and crowding will occur, which takes more time. It takes time to wait for the ship, and it takes time to escape. If the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, we will be dead. Yi Feng was so anxious that he turned around. Wu bursts blew from the eastern woods, startling the birds. Chaotic footsteps, mixed with angry curses, echoed in the woods. The remaining 200 dragon knights stopped in the air, staring at everyone with resentful eyes. Although they dared not to kill again, they were still thinking about revenge. There were countless flags in the forest, and spears and long weapons were sticking out of the woods as lush as reeds. Eunice was leaning on a sturdy dragon. Her fire dragon was killed in the previous war, so she had to change to a dragon knight. Quickly gather the army and separate the two wings. We must not let them escape under our noses. Eunice kept urging, the army in the rear quickly come together. The enemy was waiting for the disjointed army. After the army was gathered together, they would pinch their strongest punch and launch a fierce attack. The enemy army, 6 or 7 times larger, made my scalp numb just thinking about it. Field, today is the day you die. Eunice used her divine power, her roar suppressed the world, and then she laughed coldly in a hellish voice, enjoy your last moments. After a long breath, Field felt a little uneasy but remained calm. Really, I don't think so. Field didn't know where Scarlet was, and he dared to fight whether she would show up or not. The enemy's army was mobilizing, and the cavalry scattered, cooperating with the mage to investigate the surrounding environment. This time I won't make any mistakes again. Not even a single mistake. Eunice drove the flying dragon and kept investigating the surroundings. The previous ambush left her with an indelible psychological shadow. Magician, have you sent a message to Lady Scarlet? Yes, ma'am. We sent a message to her as soon as possible. She has begun to curb the corruption disaster in Purple Coral City and promised us that she would come as soon as possible. We can't wait that long. The enemy is obviously waiting for the ship and preparing to leave. Eunice would never allow it. The enemy left and kept urging, assemble quickly and prepare to attack, and the atmosphere on Field's side was even more depressed. What should we do? Everything we do is meaningless. Woo, I want to go home. I shouldn't have joined the Imperial Army in the first place. The soldiers cried bitterly, and many of them had already left their last words or lay on the ground to pray. Only a small part of the army still placed their hopes on the ship and remained alert. Only the chosen ones still had some fighting spirit. Phelim and I returned to the moonlight form and stepped up to recover from the backlash. At the same time, the moonlight form of Phelim and I can speed up the recovery of the divine power of other chosen ones. 4th level divine skill, healing aura. Miss Daisy of the Imperial Army, bloomed aura, slowly healing the wounds of everyone. Although many soldiers fell to the ground, looking like they were waiting to die, the wounds on their bodies was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reduction of pain relieved their collapsed emotions a lot. My lord, do you want us to escape? Ashna only cared about her lord at all times. No, this battle is crucial. It's bad to escape in a hurry. Field did not rush to boost morale. He stood quietly on the sea cliff, feeling the humid wind and calmly watching his own army. At the same time, he also paid attention to the movements of the enemy. As if catching a critical opportunity, Field suddenly shouted, stand up straight. This time, Field was infused with Dukai and the divine power of the cat. The sound was like thunder and rolled in the air. Yimu led more than 1,000 soldiers, and everyone heard it. The original direct army, which had been maintaining a vigilant and defensive posture, stood straight at this moment. Some of the original Imperial Army obeyed subconsciously, and those who did not obey were immediately beaten by the Wolfman commander. Did you hear it? Countless dead souls are roaring in the sea breeze. This is the Shanghai province of the Griffin Empire. Thousands of people were strangled here by the damn invaders and traitors. Our compatriots were humiliated, tortured, and killed by the enemy. Our comrades were slaughtered and beheaded by the enemy. I tell you, today it is Shanghai province that will be destroyed, and tomorrow it will be High Castle and Morrowind. Today it is the people of Shanghai province that will be slaughtered, and tomorrow it will be our family's turn. No one can escape. I also want to live and take you with me to live. But we retreated all the way, and all we saw in the end was the sea of despair. Can we retreat any longer, being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, and then letting the enemy free their hands to slaughter your family members? No, never. We can no longer retreat. Behind us is not just the sea, but your family. Everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on Field, and they gradually became extremely agitated by Field's roar. The fear in his heart was quickly covered by anger. Damn rebels, they can't escape anyway, let's fight them. Haha, if you kill one, you will make a profit. I bet that my lover will be proud of me if he knows about this. The soldiers who had collapsed had their fighting spirit rekindled, and their morale was even higher than at its peak. They began to spontaneously reorganize their military formations, and even became more regimented. Can the enemy rekindle their fighting spirit? This is too exaggerated. Eunice was dumbfounded. This was the first time she saw an army that was forced into a desperate situation and faced 6 or 7 times the number of enemies, but could still maintain peak morale. Field, I've never heard of such a commander in the Empire. Eunice was not thinking of recruiting, she was only thinking of killing and immediately urged, attack quickly, don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Woo, as the trumpet sounded. The enemy took the first step. The front line is composed of elite heavy infantry, covered in armor, holding large shields, hammers, and knives, mixed with auxiliary mages to further enhance defense. The 2 formations on the left and right are composed of a large number of spearmen and halberdiers, coupled with a large number of crossbow shooters. Outside the left and right formations, there were cavalry galloping back and forth. For time, the momentum was like a rainbow, spreading over the mountains and plains like a tide, slowly advancing. Although the troops of the Knight Leader have rekindled their fighting spirit, they all know that they will die, and their expressions are gloomy. Ashina, get ready for battle. Field snorted coldly. He wanted to inject the genes of the Knight territory into the Imperial Army. They would not be afraid of the existence of rotting corpses and should not treat them as enemies. At the same time, the enemy's fighting spirit must be completely defeated. Hey, here comes what I hate the most, the god-making stage. Otherwise, a dry explanation will be of no use. Field sighed. Although he hated superstitious activities at this moment, it was really difficult to turn defeat into victory without some miracle. Under everyone's gaze, Field suddenly laughed and raised the wolf flag of the Knight Leader. Goddess, it's a goddess. I heard the goddess's teachings. Yifeng, who was originally determined to fight to the death, looked confused. It's bad, the adults went crazy because of the pressure. The soldiers were also at a loss. God's domain. Field raised his hand. With a command, the blue sky was instantly dyed golden, and the majestic divine power caused the surrounding birds and beasts to fly away in shock. Although everyone had seen this scene before, they were still shocked from ear to ear. Especially, the newly brought troops by Eunice was so frightened that they hesitated to move forward. Field shouted, "The goddess told me that our dead warriors will turn into vengeful spirits and kill all our enemies. The souls of those who died in war will return to thee. Embrace of the goddess. The flesh and blood will return from hell and turn into corpses to guard our homeland forever. Really or not, everyone look at me and I look at you. No one can believe this. Although everyone has faith in this era, no goddess has ever appeared. Even if there are rumors, they are just lies. Sir, don't scare me." Even King Yin kept tugging on Field's hand. "This kid is stupid. It's all our fault. We put too much pressure on him." Grandma Villain slapped her head. "Ha ha ha ha, when I was about to die, I even said such stupid things. I laughed to death. I can laugh for the rest of my life when I go back." Eunice almost fell off the flying dragon with laughter. "You are talking nonsense and turning into a rotten person." "Corpse, you should." Woo ho ho from the sky above Seawind Cliff. A dull horn sound suddenly sounded, accompanied by a continuous roar of monsters. "What's the noise? It should be our new reinforcements. After all, this is already the hinterland of the rebels. They are all our own people, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Eunice was stunned for a moment and immediately said to the people on her left and right, "Don't panic, it's fuck, what is that?" on the skyline. The black, blood-stained, and broken night wolf flag flutters and stretches under the sea breeze, making a hunting sound. A woman wearing a mask and a gorgeous aristocratic skirt elegantly carried a ferocious sword and joined the battlefield from the northeast corner of the battlefield with 1,000 corrupt demons. The corrupt demon, who was more than 2 meters tall, wore ill-fitting heavy armor and had a ferocious face. When thousands of people marched, they were like moving mountains. The terrifying sense of oppression had condensed into substance like a surging ocean tide. "It's our flag." Even the soldiers of the Imperial Army could not help but exclaim. "We had more than 2,000 people before and more than 1,000 people died. Are they really back? A miracle, a real miracle." At this moment, no one cared why they turned into corpses or whether the corpses would chop them. Anyway, there was a desperate situation behind them, and over there were comrades who came back from hell. As for the evidence, they were all flying their own flags, so what evidence was needed? The soldiers in the knight's position, even the chosen ones of the Imperial Army, fell into an inexplicable madness, instantly accepted the corpses, and became completely fanatical. The fighting spirit in their eyes had turned into madness, and they would eat people alive. The soldiers on Eunice's side set off a big noise. "Fuck, is it true? Corpse, we were attacked by corpses. It can't be such a coincidence. Their flags are actually the same." The enemy soldiers immediately wavered. They had not yet fought with the army of the night, but they had already determined in their minds. The enemy was a demon and could not be defeated. Eunice was also frightened, and she shouted in a cowardly manner, "It's just a coincidence. Don't retreat. Prepare to attack." Eunice didn't need to attack at all. Field shouted, "Attack, kill. God's will, the whole army attacks. God's will, the whole army attacks." The Knight Leader Corps and Rosaria's corpses launched a shocking attack in an instant like a black flood. The troops of the Knight Leader, like hot, sharp blades, cut into the enemy's formation without any hindrance, immediately tearing open a large gap. The soldiers had no idea what death was and charged wildly. Ignoring the enemy's attacks, a soldier with 3 or 4 broken spearheads remaining on his body still stared at an enemy and threw him down. He casually grabbed a broken sword and twisted it in the enemy's face. The Imperial Army's chosen ones crashed into a dense area of enemy troops, charging left and right, causing a continuous rain of blood. The demon of deterioration is even more like a human bulldozer. It takes very oppressive steps, and when its claws come down, there are pieces of stumps and howls. "Devils, they are devils. Run away, I don't want to go to hell. Mom." A sense of fear invaded everyone in Eunice's army. Almost instantly, Eunice's army collapsed. No matter whether they were elite fighting knights, magicians, or line-resistant spearmen who were captured as cannon fodder, they could not resist for even a second and were quickly defeated. They scrambled to escape with only one thought in their minds: regret. "I just hate why I can't think about it. Why don't I seize the benefits of the front line? Why can't I get along with thousands of pursuing troops?" Accidentally, he got into trouble with the devil. The human army is different from the whites. When their morale is high, their combat power can explode several times. When their morale is low, they don't even have the courage to resist. "Don't back out, come on." Eunice was so frightened and furious that she flew down and smashed the artifact in her hand. With the spear, immediately 3 or 4 deserters were smashed into minced meat, and blood splashed on the faces of the surrounding soldiers. Even if the enemy can be resurrected, there are only 2,000 people. What's so scary? Eunice waved her gun domineeringly. "What's more, Lady Scarlet, the 5th-level divine choice, is rushing to reinforce us as fast as possible. Escape 1 man, kill the 10 captains, flee 10 men, kill the centurion." Eunice activated her divine power and shouted, "Counterattack! With the blessing of the goddess of justice, no one can stop our troops, and no one can escape the sanctions of justice." The frightened soldier finally regained his composure. "Yes, even if they can be resurrected, there will only be more than 2,000 people. We have 6 or 7,000 people, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if those demons are very powerful, but with the invincible Lady Eunice here, there is really nothing to be afraid of." The enemy soldiers were urged to turn around and reluctantly formed their formation. "Huh, you actually dare to resist. The 4th-level divine skill, endless slashing." Rosaria sneered, swung her sword wildly, and slashed out layer upon layer of huge waves of sword energy that swept across the sky. In an instant, the surrounding space shook, mixed sword energy tore through the void, and a terrifying scream erupted. The soldiers in the battle formation subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But the sword energy that swept across was 60 meters long, making it impossible for him to escape even if he ran. Not to mention that at this time, in the battle formation, there were people all around, so they could only raise their shields and pray that the sword energy was just a showpiece. However, bang bang banged. Any soldier who came into contact with the corrupted sword energy was instantly crushed into powder by the terrifying sword energy. A body below the 4th level divine choice cannot withstand such astonishing damage. Ordinary soldiers were not even qualified to resist for a second and turned into bright red powder upon contact. Rosaria's sword energy was not very fast, advancing slowly like a wave, but wherever it passed, there was nothing higher than the height of the wheel, and everything exploded into blood mist and debris. The enemy army only suffered a single blow from Rosaria, and more than 1,000 of them were killed instantly. Fortunately, there were carriages, trees, and rocks blocking the way, and the military formations kept a distance. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more horrific. "Hit me!" They had previously shouted, 7,000 against 2,000, what's there to be afraid of? But after seeing Rosalia's terrifying combat power, the soldiers were frightened to the point of peeing, turned around and ran away. As for those who didn't run away, they were simply too scared to move. What kind of magical skill is this? Eunice was dumbfounded again. She thought the golden light bombardment was exaggerated enough, but she didn't expect another terrifying magical skill. In her impression, only Lady Scarlet has such terrifying skills. Normally, at the 4th level, he could defeat 1,000 people and kill 100 people, but this was the first time she had seen a regular army of 1,000 people killed in one move. Shame, anger, and shock intertwined in her chest, constantly stimulating Eunice's nerves. After reaching the 4th level of the continuous slash, the consumption will be even less. Rosaria absorbed the life force of more than 1,000 people and did not consume much divine power. The enemy soldiers collapsed again and again, leaving only their backs exposed to the night-leading troops. Seizing the opportunity, Field led his crazy army to attack fiercely. For a moment, swords flashed and countless blood flowers shot out. Damn, I will never retreat. Eunice's eyes were red, like a gambler unwilling to fail. She didn't dare and couldn't bear such a big responsibility. He dodged continuously in the air, avoiding the cross-star beams shot by Philomena. This is a total annihilation. It's such an incredible responsibility that even killing her 10 times is enough. 4th level divine skill, domineering heart. Hearing a buzzing sound, white divine power surged out and turned into bright stars, swimming around him. At the same time, the divine starlight was integrated into her weapons, and Eunice's momentum increased steadily. Level 4 divine skill, heart of justice. Vomiting out a mouthful of white blood and spraying it on the artifact in her hand, Eunice's combat power increased again. Gritting her teeth, Eunice forcibly used 2 powerful magical skills in a short period of time, causing her internal organs to tremble violently, as if they would jump out of her chest at any time. My lord pushed 2 times in succession. The flying dragon knight beside him quickly tried to dissuade her, but he was horrified to find that Eunice had already prepared her 3rd magical skill. I said, Field must be killed today. Eunice laughed sickly. I want to see who can stop this peak blow. With this blow, I will turn defeat into victory. She is confident that her attacks can instantly kill everything below the same level. Level 4 divine skill, judgment impact. A spectacular shot was fired in the air, and the fierce gunlight first strangled Eunice's flying dragon mount into pieces. The magical spearlight is like a huge mountain peak, hanging upside down and falling at a rapid speed. Her target is Rosaria. As long as you kill the enemy's 4th level divine choice, they will collapse. Eunice thought, this skill is too terrifying. The chosen ones of the Imperial Army were stunned. They asked themselves that no one could withstand this attack. It's a bit interesting, but it's not enough in front of this lady. Rosalia just glanced at it, but she actually smiled, bowed gracefully, and her skirt fluttered due to the incoming magical skill. 4th level divine skill, Eclipse Star. The corrupted divine power gathered like a whirlpool and wrapped around the great sword of gluttony. The star-devouring dragon behind him also suddenly appeared from the void. The bone wings shook, and while holding Rosalia forward, her right claw also charged up magical skills. 1 person and 1 dragon, with a shocking momentum, they collided towards the spearlight. Boom! I thought the 2 attacks would collide in the air. However, Rosaria was like a black and red comet. tearing the opponent's magic skill cleanly and neatly, splitting it in half. Buzz, 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 Eunice's magic skill melted directly like the sun entering the ice. The sharp sword energy directly crushed the enemy's spear light, and even the aftermath could not fall. Eunice was dumbfounded. Who are you? Without giving Eunice a chance to be confused, Rosaria had already flown over. Her elegant figure, delicate and romantic Gothic long skirt was full of aristocratic atmosphere. Don't cut her, Field shouted hurriedly. Okay, it's a pity. Rosaria changed from stabbing to slapping. The heavy gluttony sword accurately shot Eunice down. Eunice's divine power protection was directly shattered, and the outer coat woven by divine power also burst, revealing a mosaic that could not be looked directly at. Sir, you were defeated, and you were shot down after just one blow. Is this the real strongman of the Griffin Empire? The flying dragon cavalry around was shocked. You know, Eunice has led everyone to win many battles, but she still lost, and lost so miserably. Impossible, this is impossible. Eunice's bones were broken, and she smashed a huge human-shaped depression on the ground. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The people of the Imperial Army were all excited and continued to chase the enemy and chop, beheading countless heads. The heads on the ground rolled and the blood gathered like a sea. The blood that flowed out along the sea breeze cliff gathered into the sea, dyeing a large area of red. Phalomna, take the enemy general. Field hurriedly urged, at this moment. Roar! The huge roar that suppressed the world came. The terrifying dragon roar made everyone's eardrums hurt. Ordinary soldiers covered their ears and couldn't bear it. The war horses and monsters were more sensitive and were scared to dig the ground and beg for mercy. Almost at the same time, a huge figure fell like a meteorite on the rear of Field's army. The rear was instantly shrouded in a strange black, and the majestic divine power ripples bloomed, gravel flew, and smoke and dust rose up. The movement, like a natural disaster, instantly attracted everyone's attention. I'm sorry, because I had to kill some grasshoppers on the way, I came late. The waste of the Griffin Empire is quite capable of tossing, but it ends here. Poor puppies. Thank you for not giving up your fighting spirit. The more you fight tenaciously, the more interesting this hunting game will be. I, Scarlet, was born to hunt. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. In the smoke and dust, there was a playful laugh, as if the subordinates who died before had nothing to do with her. The strong wind whistled, and the huge scale-armored dragon flapped its wings to disperse the smoke. A woman wearing a heavy divine armor, holding a 5-meter-long divine gun with a Franvia flag on it, riding a domineering scale-armored dragon, is none other than the famous general of Franvia, Scarlet. What everyone doesn't know is that Scarlet went to clean up the corruption of the Purple Coral City, and she killed all the rotten corpses in the entire city in just 1 hour. Dogtail Gra, Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot. In the attack just now, Scarlet instantly killed 2 third-level divine elects of the Imperial Army and more than 60 archers. Damn it, we've come all the way here, and there are still divine elects who died in battle. Field gritted his teeth. We were still caught up. Fortunately, we made some preparations and didn't gamble on our luck. Although the 2 were pure scum and were rated as D-level, they were more than enough to guard the town. Fortunately, Field had heard that Scarlet liked to cut into the back row, so he kept his eyes open and let the back row soldiers use a loose formation, and Ashina, Qingyin, and Feilong and I acted together. Zio Feilong and the others were still hiding under the water, just waiting for this moment. Go to hell, that's my woman. Divine artifact, dissociate. The Imperial Army was rated as the sea-level gods chosen, and Gang Luo couldn't sit still. She liked the same sex, and with her comrades, she had completely lost her mind at this moment and rushed forward regardless of everything. She dissociated the divine artifact and released the peak divine skills. Haha, your expression of longing for revenge is so great I want to come mute. Scarlet seemed to see a joke and raised her hand with contempt. She was plain and simple, and she didn't even mobilize her divine power. However, in Gang Luo's eyes, this shot was like a mountain falling. The screaming murderous intent was entangled in the body. Gang Luo's body trembled violently. Before being hit by the spear, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices and died. Puff. After killing another person in seconds, Scarlet casually swung her spear and threw Gang Luo's body out. Is that all you can do? You're not wrong to be called a waste. No wonder you, the Griffin Empire, are only worthy of trembling under our iron hoofs. Revenge for everyone. Yifeng and the others also wanted to go up and give their heads one by one. Don't go, listen to my orders. My fellow soldiers of the Imperial Army, I will avenge you. Field was not intimidated by Scarlet's words. The more intense the battle, the calmer he was. Field's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Stop talking nonsense. Until the last moment, we don't know who will be blessed with the glory of victory. You are interesting, very tenacious and lucky. Scarlet responded with interest. The rest of the fleeing soldiers have been killed by me. You are the last mouse and the only one who can kill my men. I have a habit of keeping the toughest rats. As long as you dedicate your chosen one now and let all my soldiers and dragons enjoy it, I can accept you as my pet. Field waved his hand domineeringly. Why the hell do you deserve it? You're only entitled to things like the zombie explosions defeat animation. Come on, I'll give you a choice. Kowtow from here and go to the Knight Leader, and then call Fei Ji I was wrong, and I will reward you with a whole corpse. There is a mouse, I want to die. Scarlet put away her smile, her eyes were full of danger. This is your last chance. Don't lose the kindness I gave you because of your stupidity. In fact, Scarlet will not let anyone go at all, she just likes to watch people struggle. Pointing at the half-dead Eunice, the corners of Field's mouth raised slightly. Sir, save me. Eunice waved her hands in pain. She regretted it deeply. She would not have come to fight if she had known better. This is my response to you. Field snapped his fingers. Boom! Philomena killed Eunice with one blow, and the seed of destruction floated out, absorbing her goddess mark. It was as if a surging ocean tide had broken down the dam. Philomena, who had already killed 4 4th-level divine choices and a large number of 3rd-level divine choices, had absorbed power that once again exceeded its limit. The seed of destruction bloomed into golden glory. Philomena's momentum is rising steadily, breaking through to the 4th level. Reseria drives the corrupted dragon and also blooms the 4th level of divine power. Come fight if you want. 3 completely different divine power fluctuations. All emit terrifying pressure. The aftermath of the momentum alone makes it difficult for people to breathe. Why did that woman advance? I only know that the woman is very strong. The chosen of the Imperial Army was deeply shocked by the sudden advancement of Philomena. As early as when Philomena was at the 3rd level, everyone could not ignore her strong fighting power. It seems that the Queen and the Empire have underestimated Barren Field. Grandma Varence was shocked by the chosen of Night and murmured, 2 4th-level chosen are already a force that cannot be ignored. If such a force joins the Imperial Army, it can play a huge role. For example, defending a border city and resisting foreign invasion will become the cornerstone of the future of the Empire. Unfortunately, the Queen did not take it seriously at all, and even kept asking for money. Now, Field will no longer talk about loyalty. A few 4th-level gods chosen and a bunch of trash. You expect them to stop me. Or are you looking down on? Scarlet held the reins with one hand, grinning and shouting. 5th-level god's skill, inspiring horn. The horn hummed in the void, and the manic divine power swept the entire battlefield. Those enemy soldiers who were constantly fleeing suddenly stopped fleeing as if they were pressed the shutdown button. The originally frightened and desperate face was suddenly replaced by madness. They are all my dogs, loyal dogs, tear them apart for me. Scarlet pointed at Field. Kill, kill, kill. The enemy soldiers' eyes were red, and their morale was instantly full. They launched a counterattack against the army of the Night Lord without fear of death. Oh, there's a skill to inspire soldiers. Field was not worried at all, but overjoyed. The skill of the opponent was not a threat to Reseria and others. Field quickly told Reseria and the other 2, we will eliminate the trash, you can just focus on dealing with Scarlet, be careful. No problem, by the way, these artifacts are for you. Reseria threw 3 artifacts, all looted from Purple Coral City, and she also winked playfully. Well done. Field gave a thumbs up, feeling very relieved that Reseria finally started to support her family. Opening her eyes, Philomena exhaled a foul breath. In just a moment, she perfectly adapted to her own power. After all, she was a 9th-level god in her previous life, and controlling the 4th-level divine power was as easy as breathing. I'll leave it to you to add some points. If you go wrong, I'll explode with you. Philomena said coldly, and this lady. Reseria put her hands on her hips. Don't be so sweet, you have plenty of time to chat in hell. Enjoy the power of the dragon spear of justice. The ferocious dragon with sharp horns on its head clamped the scaly dragon's neck fiercely and stepped on the ground, tearing a hole in the ground. With the recoil, Scarlet blasted straight at him like a cannonball. She smashed all the soldiers of the Night Lord and the enemy into blood mist along the way. not caring about the enemy at all. Rosaria drew out the gluttony greatsword, and on the greatsword, the 4 terrifying dragon pupils all exuded amazing momentum. Clang, hearing the tearing sound caused by the violent friction of metal. The gluttony greatsword in Rosaria's hand fiercely intertwined with Scarlet's super long lance. Just at the moment of collision, the dazzling sparks flew like a fireworks show. Chains. Dozens of sharp spell chains shot out from Rosaria's side like venomous snakes, cunningly drilling into the scaly dragon. It was able to withstand my lance charge, a good struggle. Scarlet's mouth corners slightly raised, her back slightly arched, and the 5 or 6 meter long dragon spear in her hand suddenly increased by 30%. Roar, the scaly dragon landed on the ground with 4 claws and exerted force at the same time. Rosaria only felt an irresistible force coming from the big sword, as if she was run over by a train and was knocked out straight away. What an exaggerated power, but this lady will not bow her head. 4th level divine skill, endless slash. During the explosion, Rosaria swung the sword and slashed out with a majestic sword energy. Nothing more. Scarlet rolled up the powerful 5th level divine power and blew up the endless slash fiercely. Hearing the whistling wind, Scarlet shot back and blew up the corrupted dragon's cooperative endless slash. Interesting. Can actually make the corrupted dragon imitate divine skills. Scarlet glanced at the corrupted dragon, her face slightly more serious. This dragon, scaled dragon, blow it up. It makes me feel very irritated. Driving the scaled dragon, Scarlet rushed towards the corrupted dragon. Roar, the corrupted dragon was not afraid at all. It opened its bone wings. Countless divine powers gathered, tore its cheeks, and began to breathe wildly. Shockingly, the armor on Scarlet's body automatically opened a layer of protective shield, absorbing most of the breath damage. Then Scarlet violently shot, blasting away a large piece of flesh and blood of the corrupted dragon. Artifact armor or 5th level. She has 2 5th level artifacts on her body. It's too scary. Grandma Varence was shocked. The value of the artifact increases with the value index of the level, and it can only be used by the same god system. It is extremely difficult to achieve these 2 conditions. Go to hell. Scarlet fired her gun repeatedly, and the scaled dragon also roared out a blue-white beam of light. 4th level divine skill, Skybird Soul Fire. A shriek sounded behind her, and Scarlet's perception instantly spread over. She immediately knew that 300 or 400 skybirds were flying towards her at a high speed. It contains a strange law of soul breaking. If attacked, the weak will instantly become an idiot. You are so lucky to master such a rare skill as soul attack, and it is so powerful. Scarlet turned around and took a deep breath. Level 5 divine skill, Roaring Tornado. It spit out layers of storms like dense sharp knives, instantly strangling all the flying tanning birds, turning them into white falling flames. Philomene stretched out her hand and blasted another original annihilation, which was nimbly dodged by Scarlet. Scarlet charged with a lance in her backhand and hit the dragon with her. Philomene even prepared to be knocked away by holding up the divine power defense. Clang! Rosaria appeared in front of Philomene and took the shot steadily. How do you still have strength? Scarlet was stunned. She frowned. Why do I feel that she has become relaxed after taking my attack? Is it an illusion? Hee, the dance has just started, and I am still warming up. Rosaria revealed half of her face from behind the greatsword and smiled coldly. The effect of the blood-stained constellation has been activated. The more injured she is, the more her combat power rises. 4th level magic skill, Eclipse Star. 4th level magic skill, Primordial Annihilation. The 2 people plus a corrupted dragon attacked Scarlet fiercely. At this time, Field had recovered the artifact given by Rosaria, and also recovered the artifacts of the dead in the Imperial Army. After leading his troops to stabilize the front, Field began to take control of the battlefield situation and observe the battle between his own divine choice and Scarlet. If you want to win the war at the minimum cost, you need to calmly control all resources. Both level 4 have received bonus points. How should I choose? By the way, use my Lord ability first. With a thought in his mind, Field activated his Lord ability, Divine Seal Extraction, crush useless artifacts and gain special bonus points. He only kept a few important things: the Book of Wisdom, the Pendant, the Gift Potion, the Sin Ring, and the Lucky 4-leaf Clover. The rest were all broken into Divine Seals for extra points. In an instant, almost all the collected artifacts were reduced to fragments in nothingness. Artifacts from different divine systems turned into strange divine seals with the same shape and color, slowly floating in the void. Mysterious and powerful, it blooms with a fascinating atmosphere. With a thought, the divine seal flew out and merged into the palm of his hand. It's like holding a miniature version of the universe in your hands, extremely profound and magnificent. I've long wanted to try this special Lord ability. At the same time, Field obtained all the points added information of the Chosen Ones. The current number of divine seals can strengthen the Chosen One. Philomena, it cannot enhance the artifact, but it can enhance a magical skill or talent. Rosaria, artifacts cannot be enhanced, but a magical skill or talent can be specially enhanced. Kingyun, the artifact cannot be enhanced, but 2 magical skills or talents can be specially enhanced. After crushing so many artifacts, you can only add so much. Field was dumbfounded. He had collected more than a dozen artifacts along the way, but he could only strengthen the top combat power once, and it was not an artifact enhancement. I hope the strengthening effect will be stronger. Field said helplessly, let's strengthen Little Sun and Rosaria first. Both of their skills are of great value for strengthening, but they have to deal with strong enemies, so you can't choose them casually. Field made a simple plan and made the best choice now. Use his Lord ability to evolve Rosalia's endless slash once, and then use the bonus points she gained from advancing to evolve it a second time. Because Rosalia's endless slash was transformed using a 0-level artifact before. Strengthening a level 3 skill will definitely consume much more energy than strengthening a level 2 skill. However, upgrading will give you bonus points regardless of the level, and you will earn blood. Endless slash Lion Hue, and Field really wants to know how terrifying it is to evolve 3 times. It's decided, strengthen the endless slash. Field held up his hand, and his figure turned like a vast star. Divine connection was directly connected to Rosaria. Suddenly, the surrounding space was trembling. The violent divine power surged out crazily along the connection. The surrounding monsters and war horses were so frightened that the magicians could not even activate their magic, as if their magic was surrendering to divine power. The soldiers who had been encouraged by Scarlet before started to tremble all over. Although the divine connection was invisible and could not be destroyed, this movement instantly made Field the focus of the battlefield. I'll go, there's such a big movement. Field was stunned for a moment. What's bad is that such enhancement is not instantaneous and needs to be transmitted for a period of time. What's the movement? The soldiers were confused, the Imperial Army's Chosen One was dumbfounded, and Scarlet was even more shocked and looked at them one after another. Rosalia, on the other hand, felt that her Funzen was briefly taken over and began to transform it. What are you doing? Scarlet didn't show any surprise before, but now she couldn't help being shocked. That strange star cluster is definitely not a good thing. No, we can't let him do whatever he wants. One shot knocked back Rosalia, while the scaled dragon withstood Pheromine's overwhelming attack. 5th-level magical skill, Peak Dragon Spear. With divine power like an angry dragon, Scarlet suddenly waved her hand. The dragon-shaped spear light, which was dozens of meters long, outlined a solid shadow and smashed straight towards it. The air began to explode, and countless soldiers were evaporated along the way. Don't be afraid, children, we can still withstand it. Divine weapon, dissociation. Grand Mauvillance, without saying a word, directly dissociated the artifact, poured it all into the arc shield, and stood in front of God Field. We must win. Ice Spear Guard. Ashina threw out the ice spear. Corruption Dragon, hold on. 3rd-level magical skill, Abyssal Whale Roar. The abyss hidden under the water suddenly surfaced and fired its main gun. I'm not afraid at all. With so many people resisting the line, Field ignored the enemy's attack and turned around to directly open Philomena's panel. After being promoted to the 4th level, Philomena's attributes were greatly improved and she gained new bonus points. 1. New magical skills. 2. New features. 3. Qualitative change in original skills. 4. Eliminate negative status, cannot eliminate world rejection. What the hell, why can't the world's rejection be eliminated? After just a glance, Field almost vomited blood, but he had no choice but to directly add, choose a new magical skill. The next moment, Field received information about a new magical skill. New skill, Aurora of Annihilation. Description. Launch a fan-shaped beam composed of destructive particles, a pure smashing magical skill, causing huge mixed damage, space disintegration, and destructive divine power to all enemies and objects along the way. Special. The duration of divine skills is determined by the supply of divine power. Moreover, the power and range increase over time, and the power has no upper limit. The longer the output, the greater the power. At the same time, there were subtle changes in Philomena's panel. Negative status reduced. Gradually understanding magic. Magic resistance changed from 10% to 20% magic immunity. Negative status reduced. Fragile soul, subjective initiative is restored again. Combat skills are improved. Negative status worse. Rule rejection, world rejection continues to increase, and every killing will be severely backlashed. Damn, how come the rejection is more serious? Field's heart sank suddenly. The rejection of Philomene, starting from the first level, will increase by 1 point with each advancement. What about the 5th and 6th levels? Boom! The explosion not far away interrupted Field's distraction. The people of the Imperial Army took on Scarlet's magical skills. Grandma Varence was knocked unconscious, and the corrupted dragon had half of its arm blown off, which was extremely miserable. Where did all those bugs come from? Is it really the army of the Griffin Empire? They are not afraid of death. It was the first time Scarlet saw the Imperial Army's god-chosen, who would bravely block the knife. Looking at the divine seal still transmitting in Field's hand, Scarlet felt inexplicably uneasy and immediately shouted, "Warriors, attack at all costs, attack." Yes, the soldiers of Franvia were still inspired by Scarlet's divine skills and attacked frantically. God's will, attack. The morale of the Night Lord was still at its peak. Whether it was the soldiers of the Imperial Army or the soldiers of the Night Lord, they shouted for a frenzy of fighting. The two sides were frantically fighting and killing each other in the plains and woods under the Heifeng Cliff. "We'll go too," Little Fat Dragon waved his hand. "Corrupted Demon Legion attack." There are actually reinforcements. Who are these people from? Are they from the Advent sect? Scarlet's face couldn't help but become serious. The enemy has more tricks and trump cards than you think. Although her powers are powerful and abundant, they are not endless. If you free your hands to clean up the miscellaneous fish, you will be severely bitten by those two annoying guys. Charge, charge. The Little Fat Dragon's Gixu magic ball shines with light. 3rd level magical skill, Mad Corpse Halo. A large number of corrupted demons charged towards the enemy's dense area. One corrupted demon crashed into the enemy's infantry formation. With a wave of its sharp claws, the 3 people facing them were chopped into 4 or 5 pieces. The cutting was so fast that the soldier didn't even feel the pain. He just screamed loudly in terror. The increase in the number of corrupted demons made the Imperial soldiers who killed Red Eyes mistakenly believe that they could really be resurrected after death, so they attacked even harder. Soon, the encouraged enemy troops were defeated again. Buzz Buzz, the Abyss battleship, continued to conduct magic bombardments on the enemy's positions on the sea. At the same time, the dragon-winged demon of the Little Fat Dragon also began to chase the flying dragon cavalry who was killing the enemy. The entire battlefield was turned into a mess. The battle between high-level divine selections is equally fierce. Scarlet held the dragon gun, constantly colliding with the Night Lord God Chosen, fighting and quickly changing positions. Although Scarlet is a dragoon driving a huge armored dragon, she is extremely flexible. The situation did not allow her to stop, because Philomena's long-range methods were ridiculously many. Bird of the Sky, Distant Nirvana, and Cross Star rays are free throws, but the key is still strong. As long as Scarlet stops, she will be overwhelmed by the bombs. "You have to force me to kill you, it's annoying." As soon as she stopped, a series of Tiananmen birds flew over. She raised her hand and stabbed out the dense spear light, smashing the Tiananmen bird's queen. The violent divine power that swept through his body rushed over quickly and struck Philomena with his gun. Seeing that the other party didn't hide, Scarlet almost laughed angrily. Seeking death. If he were a normal 4th-level divine choice, he would be seriously injured even if he was bombarded by her once. But Philomena is a monster with 99% physical immunity, so she can directly use the divine shield to resist. Stayed. Philomena was only dispelled a lot of her divine power. Her clothes were not damaged at all. She snorted coldly. "Is this the only level? A big ant. The physical resistance is very high. Could it be that he has learned a defensive skill? It doesn't matter. Scarlet has so much experience in combat, she just needs to use her magical skills to break the shield even if she is slightly stunned. Good opportunity." Rosaria couldn't let the enemy attack, so she rushed out from the side, struck Scarlet with a powerful and heavy magic sword, and heard a muffled groan, and a large piece of the divine shield was shattered. It also caused holes in Scarlet's magical coat. Okay, it seems she has been injured a little. Field's eyes flashed. Anyone who has played H games knows that the defeat animation is not triggered instantly. It has to start with continuous bursting of clothes. Of course, this was just Field's sudden whim, but the rupture of the divine cloak is usually a sign of injury. 4th level divine skill, Lotus Flower Endless Slash. Taking advantage of Scarlet's injury, Rosaria immediately cooperated with the Corruption Dragon and performed the even more terrifying Lotus Flower Continuous Slash. 2 scarlet curtains of sword energy overlapped and shot out, extremely gorgeous. Just the aftermath of the sword energy plowed deep, ravines into the rocks suggested by Haefingya. This power is at the level of a 5th level magical skill. It is definitely an enhanced qualitative transformation magical skill. It cannot be resisted forcefully. When the Chosen One advances, he can choose the magical skill of qualitative transformation. Scarlet frowned slightly. The enemy's fighting strength was somewhat beyond her expectation. She retreated violently. Scarlet immediately distanced herself, and at the same time charged up and threw the dragon's spear in her hand. However, I also have the magical ability of qualitative transformation. 5th level divine skill, Kwangsong Heaven Burial. The moment it came out of hand, the dragon spear was wrapped in the divine skill of burying heaven, and 3 completely different divine seal incantations buzzed around the dragon spear. If you listen carefully, you can seem to hear melodious music. The dragon gun flickered several times, leaving several afterimages in the air, and shot towards them in the blink of an eye. 2 top-notch magical skills collided with each other under the gaze of countless people. There was a sudden thunder. The Imperial Army, Divine Chosen, who was far away from everyone, was shaken to their feet by the aftermath, and the soldiers were even beaten to pieces. At the explosion site, a black hole seemed to have appeared, and a huge black explosion spread out, blasting the Endless Slash into pieces. The large inscriptions on the dragon spear were also shattered. This is the combat power of the 5th level divine selection. Everyone watching the battle took a breath. The terrifying thing is that after the dragon gun was blasted with endless blows, it still had some energy left and flew towards Rosaria, still at an alarming speed. Rosalia was so shocked that she could only hold up her sword and wrap it around the chain to defend herself. Humph, just in time to try my magical skills. Philomena, who had obtained a new magical skill, decisively aimed at the dragon spear. Level 4 magical skill, Annihilate the Aurora. The magic ring behind him bloomed with black gold brilliance, and the entire sky was dyed black gold. The brutal aurora of annihilation surged out from the seed of destruction, tearing apart the sky and crushing it in a straight line. The space collapsed along the way, and the onlookers felt that their blood was being pulled by some kind of traction, trying to escape from their bodies. The aurora of annihilation accurately hit the dragon's spear. The 2 magical skills collided again. Jingle clang clang. There were constant explosions. The inscriptions on the dragon gun were broken one after another. At first, the dragon spear was still able to move forward against the aurora of annihilation, but gradually, like a punch in the sand, it slowed down rapidly and even seemed to be pushed backwards. These 2 chosen ones, even if they are both disasters, are too strong. At this point, Scarlet looked at them seriously. A top-level magic system and a top-level guard, Scarlet was a little confused. Before, she only knew that Rosaria was a disaster, and now she sensed that Philomena was also. It doesn't make sense. The Griffin Empire has to deal with such a strong enemy all day. Possible if it is really an enemy of this level, the Griffin Empire has no reason to be beaten like this. No, we must kill one quickly. Scarlet inhaled and spit out a roaring tornado. After the roaring tornado cut off the annihilation aurora, the dragon's spear was able to release control, swept through the air several times, and bombarded Rosaria. Puff, the dragon's spear accurately blew up the chain, knocked off the big sword, broke through the layers of defense, and directly penetrated from Rosaria's left abdomen and shot into the great plain in the distance. As if it was hit by a missile, a meteorite crater was directly blown out of the plain. I caught a rat, but I couldn't torture it properly. Waving her hand to take back the dragon spear, Scarlet panted heavily. She felt a sense of fatigue rising from the bottom of her heart. Using divine skills was a great burden on her, not to mention that she had already released several divine skills in succession. There is only one person left now. Field, Let me appreciate your desperate expression. Holy shit, why is she looking at me? Field felt a chill down his spine. Quickly hugged Ashina on his left side and little Fatty on his right side, afraid. The balance of victory on the ordinary battlefield has completely tilted towards Field, and the enemy's ordinary soldiers have been defeated again. Ashina and others have their hands free. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ashina coaxed a child. Where are you putting your hands? Little fat dragon crossed his arms over his chest. Aren't you desperate? Scarlet's brows knitted together. She had never seen Field show a desperate expression since she came to the battlefield. Despair, it doesn't exist. It's just because there are so many of us. Next, you have to challenge 2,000 corrupted demons. Field glanced at the recovering Rosaria and waved his hand domineeringly. Corrupted legion, kill me. Most of the corrupted demons on the battlefield came forward to kill them. Scarlet's divine power surged, and she slaughtered like crazy. After about 10 minutes, Scarlet couldn't stand it anymore. Killing the third-level divine choice is a matter of one shot for her, but killing the miscellaneous fish also requires one shot, not to mention the more than 2,000 miscellaneous fish who are not afraid of death, and the artillery support of Philomena. Not to mention the consumption of divine power. Just firing the gun was too tiring. She had no choice but to force the dragon to jump out of the siege of corrupt demons. Damn it, you can't waste your divine power on killing miscellaneous fish. Field, you'd better die first. Come on, come on. Field challenged, if you take a step back, you can call me daddy. Who gave you the confidence to ignore me? Of course, I have my share. Rosaria's original black skirt was dyed a strange bright red, and her clothes were fluttering like a demon. Countless lines of blood surged out of the gluttony sword beside him to heal his wounds. The increase in blood-stained life constellation has reached a terrifying level. Rosalia casually flicked her sleeves, and a human soldier in the distance was torn in half by the invisible divine wind blade and turned into a ball of blood. What? You're not even dead. Almost bulging her eyes out, Scarlet's heart tightened. The previous calmness completely disappeared and was replaced by extreme tension and shock. Her face even began to distort uncontrollably. 70% of her divine power has been consumed. Please be classy, Miss Scarlet. Lifting up her skirt, Rosaria bowed slightly. At this moment, the divine seal star cluster in Field's hand completely turned into a stream of light and merged into Rosalia's goddess seal. Rosaria's aura suddenly surged, and even Philomena looked at her sideways. What is this? The scale-armored dragon took half a step back. It felt a great threat, and Scarlet could not ignore the power just now. Not good, the situation is becoming more and more uncontrollable. The enemy has many miscellaneous fishes and many methods. Fuzzy Strike has advanced once. Rosalia tilted her head unexpectedly, her eyebrows curved, and her starry eyes showed a happy look. More than once. Field opened Rosaria's panel and added the bonus points Rosalia gained after level 4. The endless slash. A whirlpool of divine power suddenly formed around Rosalia. The dense sword energy spread like a tornado. At the same time, the 4 dragon pupils on the gluttony sword were given different colors. What's going on? How can I still strengthen it? No, I don't know much about disasters. I must end the battle quickly. Scarlet suddenly regretted that she should not have faced the disaster rashly, but she couldn't wait any longer and rushed out immediately. And Rosaria, like Field, has received information about endless new states. Divine skill, endless slash, lotus flower, legendary metamorphosis, releases scarlet blood like sword energy to slash, causing huge tearing damage within half an hour. The striking power is greatly increased, and a unique divine power is formed. Galaxy Divine Seal Qualitative Change. Release the brilliant star. River-like sword energy slashes, causing a huge amount of elemental mixed damage. Within half an hour, all attribute resistance is greatly increased, and a unique divine power is formed. Eternal Mark, Legendary Qualitative Transformation, releases sword energy slashes as deep as the abyss, continuously causing damage to the path. Within half an hour, all attributes of the attacked person will be weakened, and permanent hidden damage will be caused, and he will gain a unique coat of divine power. Each qualitative change mark will provide a small, permanent increase in physical fitness if not used. Note there's no distinction between divine seals and legends, only the type of points added. Note, all effects can be used in conjunction with each other, but the consumption will be doubled. When 3 effects are used at the same time, the consumption is extremely terrible, so please use it with caution. When not using reinforcement, the consumption of endless slash is extremely low. Damn it, invincible. Field was shocked. It seems that the magical skill has changed in quality and is no worse than the new magical skill. Taking a slight breath, Rosalia's face showed an unprecedented calmness, and she was not disturbed by Scarlet, who was rushing towards her. His snow-white fingers hooked towards the gluttony sword. On the big sword, 3 goddess marks of different colors floated out of the dragon pupils arranged in sequence. The 3 marks of the red lotus, the shining galaxy, and the black eternal mark converged into Rosaria's palm. Impossible, impossible, this. Strengthened a magical skill 3 times. What kind of luck is this? No, she just used other magical skills. In Scarlet's view, it is impossible for the same magical skill to be strengthened 3 times, because the chosen one advances, the points added are random. Scarlet was anxious. She knew very well how powerful the enhanced magical skills were. 4th level divine skill, endless slash. After Rosaria used the qualitative change, divine skill. Her originally pale face became even paler. Blood snakes could not help but flow from the corners of her mouth. All her divine power was directly drained, and even half of her vitality was drained. 3 completely different but mutually integrated violent sword kai slashed fiercely. What's more terrifying is that the corrupted dragon also slashed out 3 colors of endless slash due to the cooperative effect. The 2 sword kai actually merged into one, turning into a cross-sword kai slash that covered the sky and the sun. The huge slash, spanning 300 or 400 meters, crushed towards Scarlet. The violent divine power factor in the air forced Philomena to leave the main battlefield. Goddess of justice, who can tell me what the hell this is? Scarlet's pupils shook, and she had no way to avoid it. Buzzed the cross-sword kai slash. Like a whale rolling over, everything along the way was as smooth as a mirror. The sea breeze cliff was cut in half. The armored dragon with strong defensive ability persisted in the sword energy for half a minute, and then exploded into a ball of fine blood mist, leaving no bones. Far away in the border, Franvia was commanding the camp. Cold and beautiful woman suddenly raised her head. The location of the sea breeze cliff has detected extremely violent divine power fluctuations. Send someone to investigate quickly. After the sword energy plowed through the sea breeze cliff, it slowly blasted into the ocean, and it was unknown how far it could fly. But seeing the sea surface begin to boil and the blood rolling, it was known that this sword energy probably killed all the marine creatures that blocked the way along the way. What a terrifying skill. What I saw just now. Wasn't it a dream? Everyone was thankful that Rosaria mercifully pointed the sword edge at the sea. Otherwise, after the sword energy just passed, there should not be a few living people left. I'm exhausted. With my current total amount of divine power, it's too difficult to release the full state of fusion. Rosaria was unable to maintain her figure, so she pierced the ground with her sword and managed to hold on without falling. The attack just now consumed too much energy and had to be recuperated to make up for it. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief. How dare you make me like this, ha ha ha. Force me to this point, you all deserve to die, you all deserve to die. A sharp voice like a broken gong sounded suddenly. I saw a staggering bloody figure digging away from the ground and standing up unsteadily. She smiled strangely and said, I really made a mistake. I never thought that there would be such a powerful magical skill. It could force me to dissociate the artifact, burning life, reaching a desperate situation. But you guys underestimate the 5th level divine choice too much. I want your whales, your blood, to calm my anger. The 5th level artifact armor on Scarlet's body had disappeared. Her body was covered in blood as if she had been tortured. The strange permanent scar wound exudes a strange suppressive power. Her eyes have been shattered, and her hands have been cut into skeletons, but she still holds the dragon's spear in its energy state. Scarlet would cry and laugh sometimes. She was as crazy as a god and a demon, and she didn't know how much sanity she still had. She is known as the god of war who will definitely reach the 6th level. How could one of the strongest 5th levels fall so easily? He's not dead yet. Her eyes and hands are gone, but she can still fight. What kind of vitality is this? Yifeng and others' pupils trembled. The gap between the 4th level and the 5th level is still too big. Field's heart sank. Rosaria and the others were only at the 4th level and were not familiar with power, let alone that they had been famous for a long time and were not just fish. That's right, because for the chosen one without talent, promotion to the third or fourth level is the limit. Grandma Villance staggered over with the support of the therapist Daisy, just like us. And the gods chosen, who can advance to the fifth level, will not be bad in skills. The sixth level gods chosen is 1 in 10,000, a top-notch strong man in all aspects. No one will waste resources on the useless gods chosen. Moreover, it is difficult for useless people to advance. Although other lords cannot add points as accurately as Field, but those big families or countries have a lot of resources. As long as the click is wrong, the chosen one who changes the contract can always cultivate 1 or 2 top combat powers. It just takes a long time and consumes a lot of money. Scarlet is also a strong person with top-notch skills and talents. At the 4th level, she also had the power to fight against Rosaria and others, let alone the 5th level now. It's really annoying. Pheramine raised her hand to attack. Philomena, don't rush forward, cover Rosaria's retreat. The archer mages of the human army focus fire from a distance, the cavalry simply pursues the enemy's retreat, and the infantry retreats. The corrupted legions are all pressed up, sapping their energy. Knowing the horror of dissociation, Field quickly issued a series of orders. As for the chosen one, try to cover your body and stay away quickly. Don't worry, the enemy is just trying to hold on. Everyone immediately followed the order and executed it step by step. Ha, go to hell with me all. Scarlet rushed forward like a ghost, flying almost close to the ground, with layers of corrupted demons blocking her path. Like a red thread, Scarlet crashed into it, whipping up a roaring wind and a 5-meter-long energy dragon spear. Then with one swing, it shot out a stream of light that filled the sky, and the surrounding demons immediately tore into pieces 100 pieces. With a wave of his backhand, he cut off more than 100 people in half. Kill, 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 don't let me catch you, my poor little pig. Scarlet ran unparalleled along the way, making irregular curves on the battlefield, killing whoever she touched. Fortunately, there were many soldiers on Field's side. The tall and strong corrupted demons seriously affected Scarlet's perception and hindered Scarlet's footsteps. Let me go. I can still be so fierce without my eyes and hands. Field was sweating profusely, but luckily Rosaria had slashed before, otherwise Scarlet would have killed many people due to her normal dissociation artifact. Level 4 magical skill, Primordial Annihilation. Pheramine hoped to kill her with her magical skill, but she quickly dodged it. Scarlet sensed the direction of Philomena, rushed towards her, and stabbed out with all her strength. Hearing a loud buzzing sound, Philomena was blown away, shattering countless boulders along the way, and was finally blasted into a huge pit. The surrounding terrain was completely destroyed. Well, Philomena floated out of the giant pit and was physically injured for the first time. There were strands of blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, and the hem of her skirt was also damaged. I'm going to dig out your eyes too, giggle. Scarlet still maintained high speed, bumping around in the battlefield, and at the same time scanning with her spiritual consciousness in a sick way, scaring the Imperial Army's god chosen to the point of peeing. The Dragon Wing Demon is also here to cover the friendly forces. Field immediately ordered the big demon to come forward and cover Philomena. 500 Dragon Wing Demons all fired their thunder spears, turning the ground into a thunder pool. Then the big demon swooped down to stop Scarlet, but was torn into pieces one by Scarlet. No, this is too fierce. Field was sweating profusely. If this continues, there will be casualties among the chosen ones if there is no resistance from the miscellaneous fish. Field, do you remember the prophecy? The chosen god of chaos suddenly appeared. Your death is coming, I am your last chance. Field was almost frightened and had a heart attack and punched the chaos god chosen directly. Keep your voice down, don't expose us, and don't be invisible. Woo. The chosen god of chaos covered his head, feeling aggrieved and with tears in his eyes. Why are you like this? Who this annoying lunatic, she is just dying. Let me kill her. Philomena floated to Field's side and brought the tired Rosalia with her. Although I can kill with magical skills, there are too many creatures around, and I don't want to suffer backlash. Philomena glanced at Field imperceptibly, then looked around at the familiar people. The gentleness in her eyes flashed away, and she decided to dissociate the artifact. Now that Scarlet is seriously injured, Philomena dares to say that if she wins the duel, she will only suffer minor injuries at most. But Scarlet has gone crazy and has no intention of fighting alone. Her terrifying speed makes it easy to kill other chosen ones or lords. Just dissociate the artifact yourself and use your crushing strength to kill her directly. I decided to dissociate the artifact and kill her. Instantly. I need someone to cooperate to make her pause for a moment, and then use single target damage to kill her instantly. If I use large-scale damage after dissociation, I will definitely kill all of you. After Philomena was injured, although she was unhappy and her eyes were violent and cold, her whole person was still graceful and elegant. She pointed at Rosalia. She is probably the only one with strong vitality that can prevent her from being killed instantly by Scarlet. Just hold on, as long as Scarlet stops. Rosalia struggled to stand up straight, trying her best to maintain the elegance of a young lady. I'll go ahead, just resist her attack. If I dissociate the artifact, I'm confident I can kill her. The range of your dissociation attack is also too large. The corners of Philomena's mouth raised slightly. I'll take action quickly, don't worry. Wait, let the enemy pause. I'll do it. Field stood up and decided resolutely. Rosalia, I don't trust you going out to fight in this state. Rosaria just released a powerful skill that consumes a lot of energy, so she may not be able to react when in danger. If Scarlet kills her, Field will never accept it. Even if you have a shelter space, you can let a dying chosen one recuperate. But until the last moment, Field did not want to use the Lord's space. Firstly, it is childish and foolish to gamble with the lives of loved ones. Secondly, it takes 3 months for the shelter space to cool down. In other words, Rosalia would have to rest for 3 months, which alone would be unbearable. If anyone is near death within these 3 months, they will not be able to be saved. No, Ashina was anxious. Are you kidding me? Philomena almost laughed angrily. Just stay well, I haven't allowed you to die yet. The chosen god of chaos hid and said to himself, sure enough, the prophecy is not wrong. Even if Field himself knew the content of the prophecy, he would take the initiative to die due to various factors. It's really stupid. After his death, he was transformed into a corrupt one. The biology is fine. I know it well. Field gave a thumbs up. I'm here in person. Rosaria should understand what I think. I understand what you mean if you insist on doing this, Field. Rosaria blinked her starry eyes and smiled sweetly. I can possess you. That's right, and I have other advantages. And that is the tradition of the Knight Leader, the stack value. Everyone didn't know why. Although the chosen one is strong, its inclusiveness is too weak, making it difficult to be strengthened by other gods and unable to take advantage of the equipment and auras of other gods. For example, Ashna cannot take advantage of her sinful ring due to her different divine systems. But ordinary people can enjoy the halo bonus, which is amazing. Next, watch me operate. Cat, get up, get ready for a spanking. Huh. Frenita, who was in the possessed state, looked confused. Field directly awakened the corrupted cat and let it use all its magical skills. At the same time, Rosalia turned into a bloodline and gathered into Field's body. Hey. Damn Rosalia, why are you here too? Cat screamed in his ears. It's an honor for you to share a bed with me. Rosaria smiled wildly. As expected by Field, the two sisters did not reject each other because they lived in the same Lord. The same bloodline, the same divine system, they strengthen the same person. They can't enjoy the bonuses of other gods, but they can. Let's give some numbers. Field hooked his hand. Sir, I still think it's too dangerous. Asuna had no choice but to summon the ice spear from the guard. Here I go. Our Imperial Army's divine chosen one is also very powerful. Divine artifact, dissociation. The shield girl of the Imperial Army was very generous. She dissociated the artifact and turned it into a streamer and transported it over. It can improve a lot of defense. I also dissociate artifacts and can form protective shields, as you have seen. The Imperial Army's mages also contributed. Sapphire Dragon Transformation. The little fat dragon threw out his return ball, don't lose it. The Ring of Sin, a reassuring pendant. Field took out 2 artifacts, one to increase attributes and the other to set a shield. Lord, come on. The little girl Black Feather, holding the black crow in her arms, provided moral encouragement at the side. Sir, our logistics is already transporting the wounded, please don't worry. Very good. One after another power came in. Field felt that his whole body was filled with terrifying power. With blazing white flames on his body, the shadow of the domineering sapphire dragon behind him, holding 2 slender swords, the gluttony sword floats quietly, and there are a lot of buffs and halos hanging on it. No matter how you put it in the game, there is a level boss. There is a feeling of being invincible in the world. Isn't this invincible? 2 artifacts and a lot of buffs. Field was amused and reluctantly raised his hand, only to find that his movements had become sluggish. Okay, it seems that there is no chance of fighting. But it's okay to be a target. The sources of divine power are mixed, so forget about fighting. This is too outrageous. Philomena was dumbfounded. Why does the corruption calamity have the ability to possess people? Why can't it just wipe out the world cleanly? As the first generation, the most unpretentious disaster of destruction, this was her first time to see such a spectacle. Kuroba, I will leave a trace of Scarlet's life force for you to plunder her magical skills. Surprisingly, Faramine actually took the initiative to kill someone. Little son, don't worry. Field quickly expressed concern. She shook her head. It doesn't matter to me, but after I dissociate the artifact, I won't be able to absorb the enemy's divine seal. Field remembered that Philomena absorbed the goddess mark by the seed of destruction. Okay, there's no time, Philomena, you have to be more reliable. At this time on the battlefield, the corpse army that resisted Scarlet was almost slaughtered, and Scarlet had sensed the position of the living. If she hit the pile of living people, it would inevitably cause tragic casualties. Field jumped casually, jumped up to 100 meters high, and landed heavily. Carrying the Gluttony Greatsword, Field made a legendary classic move. Oi Scarlet, it's me, Field. If you are a brother, come and cut me. Attack the sand tonight, one knife 999. Are you looking for death? I will fulfill your wish. Scarlet was completely crazy. Who cares about you? Turned into a residual image. Arrived in an instant, scream, die for me. The dragon spear roared and blasted out. Instantly blasted the outermost energy shield, and then blasted Field's defensive artifact, reassuring pendant, and then blasted the guard ice spear. Under the joint control of the two corrupted gods, Field defended with a big sword in one hand and a long knife in the other. A loud buzzing sound was heard. The dragon spear blasted the long knife, chiseled the big sword, and pierced Field's chest. However, Scarlet was stunned to find that she couldn't stab it. The dragon spear, which was always effective, only penetrated a small part, as if it was stuck in the steel and could not be activated at all. Without giving Scarlet a chance to continue attacking. Philomena descended like a banished immortal, flicked her fingers, and the terrifying seed of destruction directly smashed Scarlet's head. At the same time, High-Yu's crow-shaped divine power fell like a dark cloud. Philomena floated over and flicked out a stream of light, directly killing Scarlet, who couldn't react with a headshot. Scarlet's shock and regret only lasted for a very short time. She only felt the incomparable power, violently crushing her, and her consciousness returned to darkness. The whole process was unpretentious, just like eating and drinking. Philomena's dissociated state only lasted for a moment, and then she immediately changed back. Field only saw briefly that her hair had turned into gorgeous silver just now. Sir, are you okay? Black Feather asked with concern while gushing out his divine power. After all, Field was shot at this moment. I'm fine, hurry up and do your own thing. Field urged, don't waste the opportunity. Yeah, the black crow that symbolizes disaster. Black Feather hereby orders you to plunder magical skills for me. Black Feather recited a unique spell, took the opportunity to snatch the head, and the dark bird-shaped divine power fell. Like crows sharing their food, they gathered on Scarlet and covered her. Philomena, who killed Scarlet, returned to the state of Little Moon, blinking her eyes stupidly. Master, I'm tired. After saying that, Little Moon stumbled over and leaned on Field with a sleepy face. Thank you for your hard work. Field endured the severe pain and pinched Little Moon's cheek. It's finally over. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the energy dragon gun pierced into Field's chest slowly dissipated without the support of his divine power. The wound began to be sutured with blood, and his vitality quickly returned. Level 4 magical skill, bathing in glory. Therapist Daisy immediately ran over to help Field speed up his treatment. After dispelling the buffs all over her body, Rosaria jumped out and coughed twice. She took most of the damage just now, but thanks to Mau Mau and Field's sharing, she doesn't even need to dissociate. What an interesting experience. Rosaria smiled haggardly. Isn't this right? The prophecy has failed. The chosen god of chaos was dumbfounded. The prophecy she saw was that Field was penetrated by a spear and exuded death energy. From this, she concluded that Field was killed instantly. Who would have thought that a human being could be hit head-on by a 5th-level divine choice and still look like a normal person? 1. We finally won. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and Field felt relaxed as never before, and he almost lost all strength. Long life, my lord. We actually survived. The surrounding soldiers cried bitterly, knelt down and cheered. No one could have imagined that they could actually survive the pursuit of a fifth-level divine choice. The eyes of the Imperial Army soldiers changed from disdain and vigilance at first to awe later, and now they are like looking at gods. Fatigue came over him in waves. Field shook his head and forced himself to stay awake. Now is not the time to relax completely. Suna arranged for the soldiers to board the ship and leave in an orderly manner. If there are more pursuers, we will not be able to defeat them. Let's go home back to nightfall, Field said seriously. Yes, Ashna nodded heavily, tears flashing in her eyes unconsciously. Looking around, the whole battlefield was full of corpses like hell. This journey has not been easy, and I am really happy to be able to go home. Field turned around and saw the messy chaos chosen in the wind, and he cheerfully extended an invitation. Miss Elegy, do you want to join us? Stop making those boring prophecies. Come to the Night Leader, I will help you dress up and fly. Chaos Calamity retreated silently without replying, but disappeared into the shadows. She's so elusive, she's just a nerd. Field shook his head. After all the soldiers boarded the battleship, Black Feather just finished devouring it. The crow like black divine power circled and flew in the air, and finally returned to Haiyu's hands. Haiyu stood up on his white feet, elegantly as if he was performing a solo dance. As the most unique god of Raid, Black Feather is a complete blank slate with no skills or talents, but she can rob others of their abilities. Gaga, I heard the terrible crow sound. After plundering Scarlet's divine seal, Black Feather's momentum increased steadily, becoming deep, powerful, and elegant. I'm stuck in the peak state of the first level. Because I haven't collected enough artifacts and talents, I can't advance to the second level. Black Feather scratched his head. I'm sorry, sir. In addition, I plundered the enemy's divine skill of burial. You can actually kill the god of choice and advance. Field was shocked. This promotion speed darling is too scary. Yes, but the effect is not as good as that of Sister Pheramine, but I can usually obtain the divine power of the territory. Kuroba explained, but if I want to advance, I need to gather the artifacts and talents. Black Feather was originally evolved from destruction and chaos, and gathered some of the advantages of the two families. It's awesome. Field was overjoyed. It's just like a cabbage from my own field. It's so powerful. He. Kuryu narrowed his eyes happily after being praised. Opening Haiyu's panel, other things have not changed. The magical skill has changed from the original chaotic state to a brand new magical skill. Name, Kuryu first level belonging to the goddess, Ravager. Artifact, chaos state to be looted the first magical skill. Black Crow Burial Sky possesses the Mad Songmar, description looted and transformed the Sky Burial magical skill. It is a powerful single target group damage magical skill. It blasts out magical skills. After attacking the target, it will produce a violent explosion and create a temporary blinding effect on the enemies. Within the range, Crazy Song Legendary Transformation. When not using transformation, the power of this skill is slightly increased. After using the transformation mark, the power and penetration of the skill are increased to the maximum extent. Talent 1, Chaos State to be plundered. Talent 2, Extreme Distortion, immune to detection. Talent 3, Non-existent disaster, not restrained by any god system. Talent 4, Mutated Destruction Constitution, kill the chosen god. Permanently plunder the upper limit of the divine power. The 5th level chosen god has been killed. The current total amount of divine power is twice that of the normal chosen god. Fuck, the first divine skill is the one that has undergone transformation, and the total amount of divine power has doubled. This is a panel that a first-level chosen god can have. It turns out that you can take away the enhanced divine skills. If so, you can also take away the enhanced artifacts. Field was amazed. You must arrange the top configuration. Haiyu didn't say anything nice, just kept grinning. Okay, Black Feather little lowly, let's go. Get on the boat quickly, let's leave here. Looking at the sunset slowly sinking into the sea level, Field breathed a sigh of relief. What a beautiful sunset. The abyss, fully loaded with troops, slowly sailed away from the sea breeze cliff, bathed in the sunset, and sailed to the north. Everyone was too tired, and the slightly shaking hull became the best cradle. At this moment, no one thought about other things, and they all closed their eyes and fell asleep. After Field left, in the evening of the next day, the Franvia army arrived at the devastated Kanghai province. Scarlet, what on earth did she encounter? Countless nobles and chosen ones of Franvia were shocked to see the city that had turned into a ghost den and was massacred by Scarlet. Field's escape route was a bloody road paved with corpses, and the corpses of enemy and friendly soldiers were densely scattered along the way. Sea Breeze Cliff was even more chilling to the bone. Most of the Sea Breeze Cliff was razed to the ground. There were corpses everywhere, including people from the Griffin Empire, soldiers from Franvia, various flying monsters, and corrupted creatures. The terrifying thing is that the corpses of corrupted creatures are constantly creating pollution and will soon form a new source of pollution. They must have encountered a sudden attack from the 6th level. Chosen One. I am such a big 5th level Chosen One, but I am gone. All the officers at all levels of Franvia were pale and trembling. The people of Dragon Tower looked gloating. One less enemy with the potential of the 6th level, so cool. Sir, Scarlet has died in battle, as have her 3 subordinates, 6 lieutenants, and nearly 1,000 flying knights. Hearing this, the people who came to support him widened their eyes. It's tragic, extremely tragic. Scarlet was originally a seed of the 6th level god's choice, but she returned to the embrace of the goddess first. In order to uphold justice, we in Franvia have lost too much, it's heartbreaking and choking. Damn the Griffin Empire, they are crazy. They dare to use disasters to deal with us. Mad, crazy, no morals at all. It's not the first time I heard that they deal with orcs by infecting the north with disasters. Everyone looked gloomy and talked a lot. Commander Vivian closed his eyes and was silent for a long time before he spoke. Send people to search for survivors, and then let the magician report to His Majesty the King, so that His Majesty the Great King will know about this. In addition, notify the church and let them eliminate the corruption. Lord Vivian, this is inevitable on the battlefield. There is life and death, so there is no need to alarm His Majesty the King. Yes, the Griffin Empire has lost 2 6th levels, and we still have a big advantage. Just do it. Vivian waved her hand. We may have pushed the Griffin Empire too far. If they insist on creating disasters, the entire continent will turn into purgatory. At that time, even if we defeat the Griffin Empire, what's the use? Alas, we obviously brought peace and order. But the people of the Griffin Empire treated us like this, which is chilling. Soon, the Dragon Tower Empire and the Kingdom of Franvia both knew about this. The 2 countries have gained huge benefits. The Dragon Tower has occupied the Griffin Empire's overseas trade and coastal commercial cities, and Franvia, having obtained the territory and wealth of the Grand Duke of Ashes, as well as other scattered lands, made a lot of money. Everyone had to digest the huge gains. No one wanted to continue taking risks, and there was no need to fight to the death. The kings of the 2 countries immediately sent envoys to negotiate peace with the Griffin Queen. Martin took the order of King Franvia and went to the Griffin Empire for the 2nd time. This time, he was in a complicated mood. After all, he came here arrogantly last time and humiliated everyone severely. I must strive for more benefits. Martin shook his head slightly, but the confidence and determination on his face did not waver at all. His own king had given him a guarantee before. He could return some scattered land appropriately, give in softly, and give the Griffin Empire some small compensation. After all, it was Franvia who asked for peace first. What surprised Martin was that when he just entered the Golden Griffin City, it was messy everywhere and full of noise. What's going on? At this time, in the palace, the queen's chest rose and fell violently, and the milky white snow was dazzling. How dare those humble, pitiful, disgusting, useless subhumans, how dare they offend my majesty? The queen was so angry that she almost fainted. Tell me again what happened at the border. The minister who came to report was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, trembling and unable to speak. Fortunately, the court medical mage cast a tranquility spell on him, which allowed the minister to speak. My queen, it's not good. The subhuman coalition, led by the dragon subhuman, assembled the 4 major wolf subhuman tribes of white, red, gray, and black, tiger, lion, bear, pig, and other subhuman tribes. A total of 4 6th level subhuman gods, 1 6th level god chosen monster, 200,000 troops, and attacked in 2 directions. Now 2 viscounts have been breached. The Rapids Plain in the northeast has been occupied. The dangerous Mithril fortress has fallen, and the 30,000 border defenders have been slaughtered. The whole palace was in an uproar. It's over. The fighting power of the dragon Asians is terrifyingly strong, and there are god-chosen beasts. I dare not imagine this fighting power. The ministers were pale. Asians are far behind humans in technology and magic, but Asians are not useless. They have strong fighting instincts and are much stronger than humans. Moreover, they are close to nature and have mastered unique animal taming techniques. There are even ways to cooperate with God-chosen beasts. God-chosen people are not necessarily humanoid creatures, as long as they are female. And beasts can also become God-chosen people, but their number is pitifully small. But once they appear, they are epic disaster beasts. I said that we shouldn't have taken the risk and used the 6th level God-chosen people on the border. Every 6th level is the cornerstone of the country. An old minister screamed in anger, "Why are you talking about this now? Who would have thought that Asians are so well informed? Or we can mobilize the elves. Get lost. Do you want the empire to be attacked from 3 sides? The ministers argued endlessly. The queen was at a loss, too irritable to maintain her graceful posture. Your Majesty, the Franvians are here to seek peace. A guard came to report. Tell him to get lost. Wait, the Franvians are here to seek peace. The queen was delighted. Come in, please. As soon as Martin entered the hall, he saw the queen and the ministers looking at him expectantly, as if they had seen their loved ones. Why do you all look like this? Isn't it the Griffin Empire that is using the disaster? Why do they feel more troubled? Martin got goosebumps and shrank his neck. His keen diplomatic sense told him that they, Franvia, were going to make a fortune. Putting away the concessions he was going to give, Martin said, "Your Majesty, the armistice condition for Franvia is an entire wealthy province." Saying this, Martin found himself funny. His own king was ready to give up some of the occupied land. Well, we can talk about it. The queen didn't know that Field had turned Shanghai province into ruins, and she thought the enemy would never give up, so she nodded slightly. Martin was dumbfounded. No. Do you really agree? I should have said 2 provinces earlier. The Abyss sailed all the way. After drifting on the sea for several days, they finally returned to the Dawn territory. Because they were worried that the Abyss would scare the people of the territory, they disembarked at a remote coast where no one was. As soon as the ship docked, Ashna jumped off it directly. Ugh, Ashna looked ugly, and she vomited a rainbow in a corner. Haha, pervert, are you pregnant? Little fat dragon folded his wings, landed on the ground, crossed his legs, and joked with a smile. Well, if I had known that taking a boat was so disgusting, I would rather kill it back. Ashna covered her head dizzily. I will never take a boat again, even if you kill me. I will still be on the land, where I can feel the blessing of the goddess of nature. It's all my fault. Field hurried over, feeling distressed, and helped pat her back. Next time we won't take a boat. This pervert is just lame. Little fat dragon covered his mouth and laughed non-stop. Let's go back and rest. I'll give you a week off. Ashna shook her head repeatedly with a look of a little wife. I don't need a holiday, but I feel dizzy now and can't walk back. That's easy. Field hugged her like a princess, causing her to blush and her seasickness to improve a lot. Tusk. Little fat dragon's smile suddenly stopped, and suddenly he didn't think it was so funny. Miss is also seasick. Rosaria stroked her forehead gently. Sister, I'm also dizzy, little rascal. Come and help me. Katfranita also started to play tricks, grinning wickedly. There are rewards. Master. Little Moon was already lying on the ground and rolling. Hold, you guys are really enough. Field was ashamed. Even if he evolved into a strange force, he couldn't deal with so many people. Awfully, you are in the best mental state now. Go to the territory and call my army to help carry the baggage and the wounded back to Fengqi town. As for the inventory of personnel and supplies, just start slowly. No problem. Little fat dragon shrugged. Is this the northern province? The people of the Imperial Army also got off the warship, and they were all scared. They looked around the gray fog and worried about their lives. Okay, don't worry, I won't send you into the gray fog. I have reached a short-term cooperation with some corrupt creatures. When Field was on the ship, he found an excuse to explain the help of the corruption. He said that he was just dreamed by the goddess, and the goddess just asked the corrupt creatures to help for a short time. Those corrupted gods seem to be corrupted gods, but in fact they are all good people controlled by the goddess, so there is no need to be afraid. In fact, everyone just wants an excuse to deceive themselves, and they don't care about the truth. After all, I survived, didn't I? Follow me, you will understand soon. Field was too lazy to explain. Yeah. Feng and others had no other ideas and nodded woodenly. Even the chosen ones were worried, not to mention the soldiers of the Imperial Army. They recovered from the frenzy on the battlefield and were worried about their future. Everyone followed Field's footsteps and walked nervously for 10 minutes. Feng's mind was a mess. She was always worried that Field had reached an agreement with the devil and wanted to sacrifice them. But it was impossible to think about it. Who would go to the battlefield to save them just for sacrifice? Everyone in the Imperial Army was suffering in endless entanglements. But when everyone came to the border pass and military camp of Chenmu territory, the worries in their hearts disappeared instantly. The border military camp is located in a dangerous place on the border of Chenmu territory to prevent the rotten corpses from the north. A large number of archers are deployed on the towering stone walls and passes, patrolling day and night. The spacious military camp, half of the buildings are thickened tents, and the other is a square building made of stone. I don't know what kind of building paste is used, and there is not even a gap. Arsenal equipment warehouse, stables and granary. Everything is available. The construction speed is very fast. It seems that the construction team has become more mature and sophisticated after building the community. Field was amazed. After retaking the Morning Curtain territory, he arranged people to repair this place. Now it has become quite large. For the Baron, give your heart. The mountain cat stationed here had seen the whereabouts of everyone on the watchtower a long time ago. They had already lined up and came to greet them in neat steps. Very good. Field smiled and nodded at everyone, and then ordered, "Let the chef prepare food, and this meal will be dealt with here first." Yes. When Yifeng stepped into the military camp, he pulled his friends and looked around like a curious baby. She saw a group of soldiers, walking in the same pace, passing by her without looking sideways, like a row of mechanical puppets. No one fell behind, no one complained about patrolling in winter, just passed by in such an orderly manner. They should be guards or something like that. Night Wind whispered to the shield girl Peggy, "Guards, not likely. If they were guards, they should have followed the Baron to the battle." Peggy scratched her head. "It must be guards. The key is not to look at the equipment, but the clothing." Night Wind pointed at the robes of the soldiers led by Night. "Look, those are woolen cloaks and scarves, and their shoes are also made of cowhide, so it is impossible for ordinary soldiers to wear them. In the normal organization of the Imperial Army, ordinary soldiers are shit. Just wear some linen clothes. If you want to wear better clothes, buy them yourself." Therefore, many soldiers are dressed in a mess. Only a few elite legions of the Empire can wear such high-quality clothing. It's hard to say. I feel that Baron Field is quite rich. Look at this road, it's made of stone. There are also houses. There are no wooden tents here. They are either thick tents or stone houses. The most important thing is that there are so many soldiers here, and they are all equipped with the same configuration. Everyone chattered. Just when I thought that this was an ordinary soldier, she came to the cafeteria and saw the food of the soldiers led by Yimu: bread, oatmeal broth, a large portion of fish and a piece of sausage. Goddess, what did I see? For ordinary soldiers, it is enough to give them half a piece of black bread and at most add some sawdust. This is definitely Field's guard. Even the guards don't need to eat so well, at least they have to be fighting knights or magicians. With a lot of doubts in her mind, Yifeng came to the house where the Chosen Ones was staying and waited for their lunch. A large steak with honey sauce, white bread, stewed meat, and a dish she didn't recognize, which seemed to be made of lamb. That's a stir-fry from other countries, called stir-fried lamb with green onions. Field was happy to introduce what he liked. Yifeng immediately blinked her brown eyes and asked Field curiously, "What festival is today? Are they your guards?" "Who? Are you talking about the mountain cats? They are the frontier soldiers guarding the border." "Not the guards?" "No." Field was very surprised. Why did she ask that? "Excuse me, this is too exaggerated." Night Breeze jumped up in shock. "What you gave them, I don't mean to question you, but they seem to have received too much. Woolen clothes, fish and meat." "Oh, you're talking about this." Field waved his hand. "I don't need that. There's no need to pile it up in the warehouse to rot. Now that we are close to the sea, there are a lot of sea fish, just right to eat. As for clothes, the clothes that were robbed at the beginning were so many that they filled the warehouse. It doesn't cost much to turn them into military cloaks." "Oh my God, they are here to enjoy themselves. This is too wasteful." Yifeng's pupils shook. Only fighting knights and magicians deserve such treatment. Hearing this, Field immediately became interested. "Impossible. Dowki knights are knights. Shouldn't they eat delicious food and have women on their left and right?" "Of course not. The Dowki knights in our army are selected from free people and then mass-produced." Yifeng explained, "The combat effectiveness is much worse than that of noble knights, but it is enough. Let me introduce it. You young people can't explain it clearly." Grandma Varence took a big gulp of broth and then slowly introduced the various components and arms of the Imperial Army. Everyone ate and talked, and Field understood the composition of the Imperial Army. So the high-level combat power of the army is like this. Not to mention the Royal Army and the Guards, the ordinary Imperial Army's chosen, Dowki Knights and Magicians are completely different from those of normal lords. They are wholesale, Step 1 collection. Every year the Empire absorbs first-level chosen from all over the country through various means. Step 2 simple screening. The collected chosen are screened out for combat-type chosen who are useful to the army based on their pantheons, skills, and talents. Step 3 training and cultivation. The chosen ones will be sent to the Griffin Royal Military Academy for unified learning. At the same time, they will also be required to sign a contract with the Royal Lords. Those lords have never seen the chosen ones in their lives. Most of them are the Queen's direct subordinates and relatives. And those lords, whose territories are the lands specially cultivated by the royal family, generally focus on military affairs and are responsible for remote training of the chosen ones. They are not allowed to sign contracts with the contracted chosen ones. Prevent ambitions from growing. Step 4 screening at all levels. Once there are chosen ones who do not perform up to the standard, show resistance, or have crooked skills, they will be forced to use special divine power potions. After taking the potion, their strength will be temporarily improved, and then they will never grow. Although they can absorb the divine power of the territory normally, they can't grow and advance at all. At the same time, they will be arranged into the army, and they will also sign contracts with officers to become pure senior soldiers, although their treatment is definitely much better than that of untouchables. But there is no territory. There is no real lord, because their officers have no land at all. They don't need land to train the chosen. They are only responsible for commanding the chosen to fight. That's right. The shield girl Peggy nodded repeatedly. Among us, only Yifeng has not graduated yet. She still has room to grow, so everyone pampers her. Well, Yifeng still had meat in his mouth and he looked touched, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the chosen also have different talents and the lords are the same. Grandma Y. Lancer saw it very clearly. Rules are the foundation of strength, and there are not many problems with this system. Field nodded secretly. If the Empire didn't have this system at the beginning, it would have perished long ago. Standardized selection is very necessary. All walks of life need standardization as a cornerstone. Similarly, the fighting knights and magicians are all trained together. They don't have any territory, but their treatment is better than that of ordinary soldiers. This system is fine in theory, but there are probably many loopholes in its implementation. Field tapped the table with his fingers. I'm afraid there will be a lot of small moves. It's like this. Every year, a large number of outstanding gods chosen are secretly transferred. It is said that they are selecting talents, but in fact, the outstanding ones are snatched away by ministers in the middle of the process. Yifeng is not surprised. Some powerful families or officials will turn the outstanding gods chosen into their private ones. As a result, the combat power absorbed by the army is getting less and less, and weaker and weaker. In addition, the gods chosen who join the Imperial Army have no hope of life at all. We have no chance to change our fate and, that kind of oppression, many sisters have suffered from it. Yifeng said this in a low voice. We are already lucky and most of those non-combat types have become toys. In short, it is a rough assembly line production and it is very decisive. It seems that I have to think carefully about this issue. Field kept thinking about how to arrange the chosen ones of the Imperial Army. The food here is so delicious. Yifeng and others' eyes sparkled. It showed that their previous lives were not as good as Field imagined. After dinner, Field led everyone to the Night Territory. A few days later, when everyone arrived in the suburbs of Starry Night City, they were deeply shocked. I saw endless windmills and water wheels slowly rotating in the wind, and below those buildings were farmlands, pastures, and small stone fortresses. Starry Night City and the big manor were almost connected. The Imperial Army's eyes were wide open and they kept rubbing their eyes. Goddess, where is this place? Sir, we didn't take the wrong place by boat and came to other countries. There are so many windmills, all the stone roads here. And there are carriages. There is such a large livestock farm. I have never seen such a large flock of sheep. Isn't the north a purgatory on earth? Look at those two cities. They are simply wealthy trading cities. Yifeng felt that his eyes were not enough. The people he met along the way were all wearing colorful clothes. None of them were pale and thin. Most of them had smiles on their faces, and some people had leisure time and took their wives and children out for a picnic. Damn it. This is the northern border, where corpses are rampant. Besides, it's winter, so we shouldn't worry about food. The carriages appeared in the form of convoy, with oars, food, or daily necessities delivered, and boxes of goods sent out. What's more terrifying is that she actually saw civilians sitting in the carriages. The carriage with 4 horses is very spacious and can carry more than 10 people at a time. The little girl Hai-Yu also introduced it as a public carriage that is used to pick up and drop off workers at fixed times and locations. It's crazy. Yifeng held her head. Even if she was in the capital of the empire, she had never seen such a scene. It's just efficient. There's no shortage of pack horses in the territory. Unified transportation of workers is conducive to management and safety. The 2 villages in the morning territory have begun to take shape. Fengqi town in the night territory is already a wealthy town. It looks no different from a city, and even more like a city than Starry Night City. Starry Night City not far away has been repaired and no trace of corruption can be seen. Back in Fengqi town, everyone was welcomed by the residents. "My lord is back, great, are you not injured? How is that possible? The Baron's army is very strong. It must be that the goddess heard my prayers. By the way, did we win the war? Who cares? Anyway, my lord is back. As long as the Baron is here, we can live a good life. Long life." Field smiled all the way, looking at the people waving, saluting, or cheering along the way and felt relieved. In fact, the Empire was defeated in this rebellion. He just fled home in disgrace. At most, he trained the soldiers, promoted several gods chosen, and picked up some troops. But the people in the territory are still happy and have even accepted the victory. This is the basic base, the real people. Let the chosen ones rest, and Field came to the city hall. He needs to return to the state of managing the territory as soon as possible. Lord Field, the biggest problem of the territory now is the lack of people. There's a shortage in all walks of life. The little angel Tisifa came over with a thick stack of documents. I have heard more than once that the little fox complained to me that there is not enough manpower. When Field led the main force in the war, the night territory would not accept foreign population or slaves. Without sufficient force, once the villains get in, it is very likely to shake the foundation. Well, before, for stability and food problems, we controlled the population. This time we need to expand the slaves again. Field took the document with approval. Now it's winter and war, and the number of slaves on the market will inevitably increase greatly. It's time. Field paused and saw Tisifa's face flushed, and her eyes were almost threaded. Don't know if she did it on purpose. When she came over, the rabbit was very lively and kept shaking. As expected of the most powerful rabbit in the night territory, it feels like the site is occupied. Now we have 6,000 to 7,000 people as a base, and we have a strong control over the territory. The more slaves, the better. Field continued. Tisifa kept responding, and her hands seemed to be honestly placed in front of her, but looking in the direction, Tisifa's textured thighs seemed to be too strong, as if to crush a watermelon. The veins can be seen on her snow-white skin. Her expression, however, was shy as if she had just graduated. She blushed to her ears just by a casual glance. "Hiss, when working, be serious." Field was ashamed. The key is that her appearance really affects her work. "I plan to." "Yeah, you are right, sir." Before Field could finish speaking, Tisifa nodded absent-mindedly, then immediately waved her hand after reacting. "Sorry, I am not in a good state. I can see it." Field widened his eyes, and the rabbit in front of him surprisingly produced baby food. "Don't wet my documents, I haven't read them yet." Hey. Tisifa was embarrassed and annoyed, and the charm in her eyes could not be stopped at all, but her strong moral values made her unable to explain, and she blushed and lowered her head to go out. "Don't run away, I am still waiting for your report." Laughing, Field hugged her and pressed her down on the table. "Let's talk about the territory now. If you don't talk well, there will be punishment, and if you talk well, there will be punishment. But can we do it here?" Tisifa pushed twice symbolically. "You can go to the square if you want." Field laughed viciously. "Report quickly, don't make a sound." It took 3 hours for Tisifa to finish her work report. Arranging the documents on the table, Field roughly knew the development of the territory these days, which was generally thriving. There are 3 problems. The first is that the population is too small, and there is a shortage of people everywhere. The second is the bull territory, which makes ghosts cry and wolves howl all day long. scaring the soldiers of the border fortresses and making them unable to sleep well. Third, some people in the territory have nothing to do. Disputes and fights will occur from time to time. Lack of people and idleness are not contradictory. After all, it is almost dark at 4 o'clock in the night territory. Everyone has nothing to do after get off work, so they like to find a place to brag and chat. At that time, it is very easy to quarrel. Increasing the population, we must act now. Field asked the little angel, with a blushing cheek, to pick up the feather pen. Funds will be allocated from my treasury to purchase slaves. It is expected to purchase 2,000 male slaves and 4,000 female slaves. As for children, the more the better. By the way, if there are subhumans, I can also accept them, and the number will be controlled at about 2,000. It is expected to accept 10,000 people, which is already a lot. This is because they have a population base. The chaos caused by slaves is no joke. So many people, just food and clothing are a sky-high expense. Tisifa covered her mouth in surprise. I'm afraid that, if I don't take in more people now, the price of slaves will go up after winter. Although I like gold coins as a lord, I must look at the long term. In addition, I have a feeling that the war in the empire can't be stopped. The weaker the empire is, the more excited the surrounding countries are. Similarly, the nobles and ambitious people in the country will never miss this good opportunity. But will there be conflicts with the subhumans? Tisifa said very tactfully. Yes, but now is the best time to accept and integrate the subhumans. When the humans in our night territory truly form a sense of race or territory, there will be no possibility of integration at that time. For other races, it is nothing more than killing or accepting. Field does not want future generations to not even see cat-eared girls. The most important thing is that the subhumans are very valuable and not yet xenophobic, so there is hope for integration. Okay, sir, I support you. Tisifa took Field's arm. If you can really do it, then the world will be peaceful. I dare not think about world peace. I just want to try my best to unite the forces that deserve to be united. By the way, sir, to transport so many slaves, we need enough troops. Tisifa reminded, now there are robbers everywhere outside the territory. It will be hard for you and Ashna you help escort, just don't cause chaos. Field quickly finalized. First, I will allocate 100,000 gold coins to you. As for other issues, I will hold a meeting tomorrow and then I will issue some new measures. Okay. Tisifa nodded solemnly and then began to hesitate again. His so addicted little goblin. Field was not at all weak. He stood up and pressed him to the ground. Tisifa was startled and immediately waved her hand and explained. No, sir, it's the territory that has produced new magical plants. Oh, let me be healthy, Field said happily. This is it. Tisifa tremblingly took out the silk package and opened it to find a mushroom that was glowing white. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Isn't this the most common mushroom in the territory? Field picked up one and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Mistaking that Field wanted to eat, Tisifa quickly stopped him. You can't eat this. What is its effect? Well, Tisifa said embarrassedly. So mysterious. Field narrowed his eyes, took out the Book of Wisdom and performed appraisal. Name, to be named. Type, magic mushroom, holy light attribute, first level plant effect. A strange mushroom that can greatly increase the milk production of animals. It has an excellent effect on cows. The milk produced slightly increases physical fitness, with an upper limit, which is very beneficial to health and improves immunity. Types of potions you can participate in making: healing potions, exorcism potions, sacred fighting spirit potions, etc. Cultivation method: sunny grassland sprinkled with World of Warcraft bone meal can accelerate growth. PFFT. Field almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. You little girl shouldn't have done it, right? How did you do it? Feeling the gaze directed at her, Tisifa couldn't laugh or cry. Sir, I didn't know that the territory would produce this thing. Miss Mermaid discovered this. I really don't know anything. Calm down and think carefully. Tisifa has a territory gain of unknown meaning. The probability of the appearance of territory holy light plants has been slightly increased. I guess this is the result. It can only be said that it is indeed butter, and the magical plants that are born are very strange, whether it is the yonkao, the raw material of happy bean, or this mushroom. If you think about it seriously, this plant is actually very useful. Not to mention its health benefits, just by increasing the production of dairy cows, it has extremely high economic value. That's great. I'm really happy to be able to help Lord. Tisifa clasped her hands happily, looking pleased. This mushroom is called the sun mushroom. It happens to be to the north of the carrion. It will be useful in Plants vs. Zombies in the future. Field put the magic plant away and then pounced on it. Continue to report on the work. Hey, sir, there really is no work report. As he said this, Tisifa's voice was soft and waxy like a soft feather, constantly tickling people's hearts. No work report, then you will be punished. In the evening, Tisifa left the city hall while finishing her makeup. Well, Sister Angel, why are you crying? Gao Jellies also came to report the work. Seeing Tisifa wiping tears there, she mistakenly thought that she had been criticized and immediately comforted her. Don't be sad. If you have any problems, you can ask me for help. There is no difficulty. Tisifa was startled and waved her hands repeatedly, but her voice was a little hoarse. With anxiety in mind, the little fox came to the city hall holding the heater. Field had already lit candles and planned to finish the work at hand. My lord, did Miss Tisifa do something wrong? I saw her crying. Forehead? Not only can she cry, but she can also roll her eyes and stick out her tongue, so she is very versatile. Field was ashamed, and he wanted to say it was because he couldn't control his expression, but the little fox was still young after all, so Field waved his hand. I told her a touching story, and she couldn't hold it back, so she was moved to tears. Can I listen? Goglessy was curious. The fox's tail was like a feather duster sweeping away the dust on the chair. This is not pleasant to hear. Okay, let's talk about work first. Sir, it is our heater. The output may not be able to supply the entire territory. The little fox showed the heater in his hand. This is an iron heater designed by Field and improved by Little Fox. It is cylindrical and has a rough shape. You can burn briquettes or wood, and you can put a pot on it to boil water and stew soup. It is very cost-effective. The little fox even cleverly designed the damper to adjust the firepower. There's also a chimney, a long chimney that can be stuck together with the heater and can discharge most of the exhaust gas. It cannot supply the entire territory. After all, this thing is all made of iron. It is not easy to produce heaters with current technology. Seeing her anxiety, Field quickly comforted her. I will let the policy make up for the lack of production capacity. For example, on the coldest days, let multiple people share a heater. Besides, many people in the territory really live together, so the demand for heaters is not as high as expected. I remember you working on water-powered sawmills. How was that going? Some results. The little fox nodded. I have a good thing. The principle is actually similar. It may be helpful in making heaters. Field mysteriously took out the blueprint from his pocket. A water-powered forging hammer is a good thing that can produce plate armor in batches. Plate armor, scale armor, or pierced armor, there's always an endless debate about who is stronger. But in the night territory where craftsmanship is weak, studying plate armor is undoubtedly the best. First, it saves you from following the old path of others, which armor is not researched. Secondly, the Knight Leader has begun to use water power on a large scale. Water power can be used to forge hammers and can wholesale plate armor. Wholesale armor is what Field needs. The mass production of heaters will be an attempt. In addition, lathes are also very important. The mother of industry, I need you to build more advanced lathes. Field explained the principle and the little fox listened carefully. With the experience of building water mills and hydraulic sawmills, hydraulic forging hammers are not out of reach. How is it? Do you understand it? Yeah, I understand it in general, but I need a lot of time to build it. The little fox said, shaking his cute fox ears, and asked in a childish way, Lord, can you tell me a story? Of course, I'll tell you a story about a little fox-eared girl who sells nuclear bombs. Field smiled slightly. I hope you will work hard in the future and make a nuclear bomb as soon as possible. Hey, what is a nuclear bomb? Listen to me, a long time ago. It was not until very late that Field sent the shocked little fox back to the room in the castle. Woo woo woo. The little fox wiped her tears. My lord, I will also build a nuclear bomb in the future to bring light and heat to everyone so that everyone can see their grandma. Come on. Patting her head, Field turned around and saw Tisifa, who was looking at him with a horrified look. Field, you can't bully the little fox. Tisifa obviously thought wrongly and even called her name seriously. You, what did you do to her? Don't think nonsense. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Field was speechless, turned around and coaxed the little fox. I'm going to tell your angel sister a story again. You go to bed early. The next day, before Field went to the city hall, Night Breeze came to him. My lord, I hope you can take us in. This is what everyone wants. Night Breeze said bluntly. Field was still sleepy, but he was immediately refreshed after hearing what Night Breeze said. He was thinking about persuading them, but he didn't expect them to be so self-conscious. A rational choice. I believe you can find the meaning of life in the night territory. After all, they were mixed with corruption. The moment they attacked Franvia, they were destined to not be able to return to the Imperial Army normally. After all, the officers of the Imperial Army are not stupid, and they must ask questions. Given the nature of the Queen and her men, Night Breeze and the others may not be successful in killing the enemy, and trouble and scrutiny are inevitable. By the way, my lord, the sisters want to contract with their families. Can we bring their families over? It's a good thing for them to bring their families over. Having their families in hand is equivalent to an extra layer of protection. As for the small fish god selections who contracted the Imperial Army, it was completely unnecessary. They would seriously drag down their own direct line. Well, it's okay to bring your family over, but you have to accept my management and dispatch. Field thought for a while. In addition, Yifeng, you have to be under my contract. Dr. Daisy, you have to be under my temporary contract for 5 years. This is my request. Okay, I am willing to serve you. Yifeng nodded like a chick pecking at rice, without any resistance, and was extremely happy. Let the rest of the Imperial Army go to the City Hall. First, I have to make some job arrangements. Field turned around and told Hayu, call Allison, it's time to activate her. Allison is the chosen one of her brother. She was always incompatible with the night territory before and refused the contract. But after a year, she has gradually gotten used to life here and integrated into the night territory and become a part of it. Of course, the main reason why I was not in a hurry to contract her was that I was worried that she had goods in her belly and brought a baby to invest. As a noble lord, you must pay attention to the issue of offspring. Even though he was sure that his brother had never touched her, Field still remained vigilant. Caution is the virtue of the nobles. He didn't want to give away his family's wealth because of carelessness, so he observed for half a year. Only after confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved to sign the contract. At this time, Allison patiently watered the flower pot, and flame butterflies fluttered around. But the orange-red flame butterflies did not burn the surrounding plants. Miss Allison, do you want to play cards? Charlotte, who was in charge of farming, came over humming a little tune. Holding a stack of cards, the adults just taught me and Miss Angel to play yesterday, called Gwent. It's very interesting. On the cards, there were interesting little people drawn, which were drawn by Kingyun, and the characters on the cards were lifelike. During the war, it was impossible to bring the logistics personnel of the territory, but when returning to the territory, Field often looked for them to play and would not ignore anyone. Okay, it's just that I'm taking a break today. Allison agreed immediately, but she felt inexplicably sad when she saw Charlotte's always smiling expression. To be honest, she envied the chosen one of the night territory and even a little jealous. At first, she refused the contract because she was worried about meeting a guy like Field's brother who was cruel and perverted. She thought all lords were the same. At least the lords of the Ross family would be very cruel. After all, they had the same bloodline. But after coming to the night territory, she found that she was wrong. Field and her chosen one had an extremely good relationship. At first, she thought it was just pretending. But soon, Allison found that Field treated his family members without any airs and was full of equality. He would take his chosen one outings, play and fight, and even act like a hooligan. This kind of noble is simply weird. Shouldn't the Lord roar, plot, or hang people at every turn? It is even rumored that imperial officials would exchange toys with each other and use them to entertain guests. Compared with them, Field was simply too kind. But I have to say that Allison envied Ashna and the others. But the bad thing was that after Field was rejected by her once, he had no intention of contracting her, and she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to mention it. All I can say is that I regret it. Allison was so angry that she wanted to go back to the past and give herself a big slap in the face. Why did she reject someone when she had nothing to do? Miss Allison, why are you distracted? Charlotte poked Allison's cheek. Sorry, I was thinking about work. Miss Fox asked me to forge something, and I was thinking about how to make it more beautiful. Don't worry, it's a rare break. Charlotte took out the cards. Come, I'll teach you how to play. Okay. Allison felt inexplicably kind to Miss Charlotte in front of her. Maybe everyone is a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire. Dong dong dong, the door was knocked, and Hai Yu walked in, lifting her skirt to salute the two people. Good day, sisters. Good Good day. Allison didn't dare to look down on this junior and greeted with a smile. She is the Lord's student and Field takes her to study almost everywhere. Sister Allison, the Lord is looking for you. Yu blinked her ice blue eyes. Her eyes rarely showed ripples, and she was calm. Unlike her age, this is very similar to Field. Allison knew that this was something Yu learned on purpose. She used to be a silly little girl. Can it be said that she was pretending to be mature? But with Yu's slightly dark temperament and delicate appearance, she looks very mysterious and aristocratic. Allison was stunned for a moment. She thought he was looking for Charlotte. Don't worry if the master is looking for you. I guess it's not a bad thing. Here it comes. Allison's jump suddenly accelerated. She had a bold idea, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, if she guessed wrong, it would be embarrassing. You can play cards anytime. You should focus on your business first. Charlotte smiled with her hands covering her mouth, raised her thumbs, and made an encouraging gesture. Be more energetic. Nodding heavily, Allison followed Yu to the study room of Starry Night Castle. Welcome, I don't like to hide. Field stood up and said solemnly to Allison, you have amazing fighting talent which should not be wasted. Join the Night Territory, we need your strength. Hearing this, Allison's eyes were unconsciously red, and suddenly she felt that the light outside the window was much softer and brighter. My lord, I need to make a point. Allison seemed to have regained her former pride in an instant, and raised her chin slightly. Like a blooming flame, I don't think it's a waste to work in the territory. Everyone is creating value and contributing to the home they love. Well said. Field's eyes lit up and praised, but there are more important positions for you. I can do it and burn to ashes for the territory. Allison nodded confidently. Yifeng didn't have any nice words, just scratched his head. Me too. Okay, hand over the divine connection. The invisible connection of divine power came to him, and with a thought in Field's mind. The contract was successful, and the two of them suddenly felt extremely close. What a strange ability. Allison couldn't help but be shocked. She thought she had a lot of knowledge, but this was the first time she met someone who could contract with multiple gods. Yifeng's pupils were even more shocked. Low-key. Field pressed his hands down. He had already obtained the information of the two people. Name Allison Level 2 Occupation. Fire Mage Divine System. Chosen of the Flame God Artifact. Vulcan Butterfly Jewelry can continuously produce Vulcan butterflies, and the scorching temperature has the power to burn all things, the first magical skill. Ember-stained Spark instantly releases a large number of fire butterflies, causing large-scale explosion damage, the second magical skill. The first Dance of the Spirit Butterfly absorbs the power of flames, temporarily improves combat power, and all aspects of physical fitness, and maximizes speed talent. Flame Body, 50% immune to fire damage, Chosen Guard. 50 Pyromancers looking at Yifeng's panel again, it's a little weaker. Name Night Breeze Level 3 Occupation. Halberd Warrior belonging to the Goddess. Branch of the Goddess of War God of Guns Artifact. Stormridge Bloodhalberd the first magical skill. Torn Wind, a powerful blow with a knockback effect, second magical skill. Wind Walker, passive magical skill, permanently improves agility, the third magical skill. Blood Wind Fury Spear. Swinging the artifact, causing large damage to the enemy, while temporarily increasing the attack ability, talent. Collaborative Combat, when fighting with a friend, both parties can slightly improve their insight, army bonus. Within the range shrouded by divine power, the halberdier's strength increases. Very good. Now let's go to the meeting and make some arrangements for the territory. Now the army is in a mess, and there are still many things to deal with in the territory, so we can't relax yet. Arriving at the door of the city hall before Field entered, he saw Cao hurriedly coming. With a sad face, he took out a letter from his arms. Sir, it's not good. Her Majesty the Queen has written to our knight leader again. I'm going, she's so well informed. I've only been back for 2 days. Field was dumbfounded and quickly took the letter. Contents of the letter: Baron Field, unfortunately died in battle. Since he had no heirs, he was deemed to be extinct. The land was returned to the Ross family and the border fort was nationalized. However, inheritance taxes and the cost of consuming Imperial Army supplies during the war are estimated to be 500,000 gold coins. Please, the Ross family, pay your taxes on time after inheriting the land. Bad luck. I'm not dead yet, and my property is already on my mind. Field spat and handed the letter to Allison. Burn it, it will look dazzling. Don't burn it. Ka was startled. with panic written all over his face. He lowered his voice and advised, "Sir, please calm down. This is an order from the royal family. Just say you didn't receive it. Besides, I am indeed alive." Field didn't take it seriously, talking about the current situation. "I have been wandering at sea for too long and I lack information. Sir, I have just received news from outside that the Empire and the King of Heroes have made peace. The Empire compensated half of the treasury to Flanvia, Dragon Tower and the Pope, and also ceded the province of Noldor in exchange for 10 years of peace." His Field slapped his head and said in despair, "No wonder I can't wait to search for money. I guess Her Majesty the Queen's treasury can escape the rats." "I think so. By the way, why does the Queen think I'm dead? Didn't the Franconians mention my name?" Why do you need to mention it?" Cow didn't know why. "Nothing, just keep talking." Field waved his hand. Ka laughed miserably. "What's even more frightening is that the demi-humans launched an invasion and turned the east side into a pot of porridge. The last Grand Duke of the Empire, Grand Duke Gemstone, refused to send troops, and nobles from all over the country also resisted passively. There are rumors that many nobles have secretly formed an alliance and intend to overthrow the Queen's rule. Interesting, the chicken eating contest is about to begin." The corners of Field's mouth curled up unconsciously. He was so excited. In this counterinsurgency campaign, the main force of the Imperial Army suffered a huge blow and stabbed the nobles in the back. It would be strange if the nobles did not rebel. "Sir, we are still the most loyal subjects of the Empire, right?" Ka winced and added, "Our 4 northern provinces are relatively stable, and we are surrounded by the Queen's die-hard supporters." "Oh, of course, I will not betray my dear Majesty the Queen. I will never be able to repay the kindness of the Queen in this lifetime." Field chuckled. The ambition in his heart was already flooding like a flood. His heart beat faster with excitement, and there was even a drum-like sound. Nobles have rebelled, demi-humans have invaded, and the Queen's control over various places has declined. It's time for you to prepare quickly and lay a solid foundation for the chaotic era that follows. When the nobles really start to riot, they will be able to fight. I think the Queen will soon recruit nobles to resist the demi-humans. "Sir, will we participate this time?" "Of course not. The lives of my soldiers are extremely precious and will not be wasted on the demi-human." "Battlefield?" A bright light flashed in Field's eyes. "The experience of our ancestors tells us, build walls high and store grain widely. As for whether the demi-humans will destroy the Griffin Empire in one fell swoop, Field thinks not. The Griffin Empire still has some foundation, so let the demi-humans consume the Empire's foundation. Burn it. I have verified this letter and it is fake. Her wise Majesty the Queen will not issue such an order." "Okay." Allison took the letter and burned it to ashes. "Probe again and report again." After Field finished giving orders to Ka, he took the God's Chosen with him to start a new God's Chosen meeting. A room full of God's Chosen ones, yin yin yang yin, is very eye-catching. "Little fat dragon, have you counted the gains and losses of this war and the number of soldiers?" "Don't call me little fat dragon." Awfully glared at Field and stood up to report. "Our direct army has returned 327 light cavalry and 82 heavy cavalry. The Imperial Army has recruited 315 vindictive knights, 27 vindictive infantry, and there are about 100 fighting spirit archers and magicians, all of whom are at the 3rd level. Taken the 5 chosen ones, Night Breeze, Dr. Daisy, Villance, Shield Sister Peggy, and Mage Ellie. There are more than 60 ordinary people, villagers, and mercenaries who escaped with us. Fortunately, they were not separated. Equipment, horses, and baggage are all out of 10. Awfully said awkwardly, fighting knights generally don't have Warcraft horses. 1 person is enough." Field pumped his fists in excitement. During the decisive battle, most of those killed were the corrupted legion of the little fat dragon. It is already extraordinary to be able to retain more than 300 fighting spirit warriors and 100 magicians. These are all precious assets. Yifeng and the others have joined us. From now on, there will only be the regular legions of the Yimu leader. Not to mention the Imperial Army, to help the new friends adapt to the Night Caller. Grandma Villance, Ellie, and Peggy will be stationed at Night Territory and Morning Territory Northern Defense Line, respectively, replacing Rosalia's position. Having the chosen one stationed there can save a lot of manpower. 3 people are in charge of 2 places, and they rotate every half a month to ensure that they have enough time for leisure and entertainment. The second is to establish the Public Security Department. Shield Sister Peggy will be responsible for the security work in the territory. I will transfer 50 soldiers with good conduct from the border to serve as the security team in the future. At the same time, a court is established, with Garrows as a member of the Judicial Committee and the little angel Tisifa as a supervisor. In normal times, the judgment of cases or judgments is mainly done by selected territorial citizens. Dr. Daisy, I will build the first hospital in the Nightfall territory, and I need your help. We cannot let the chosen ones take charge of everything, just let them be responsible for some tasks or supervise occasionally. The main complicated work still has to be done by the people. You must not take a heroic view of history and take over everything, otherwise the chosen ones will die of exhaustion, and the people who lead them will lack work. Yifeng, you have worked hard these days to reorganize and train the former Imperial Army. Today, the composition of the Territorial Army is complex. The previous Knight Leader troops had good discipline, but they were all ordinary people. The Imperial Army is full of extraordinary strength, but its discipline is extremely poor. As for the original direct army of the Knight Territory, it is slowly being transformed into the God's chosen guards. Just so happens that Allison has 50 pyromancer quotas, which will be given to those with outstanding performance. Ordinary soldiers still need to be trained. They are all the seeds of the God's chosen guard. Field's eyes were burning, and he had a bold idea in his mind, to create an army with all extraordinary members, even all members of the 9th level. Yes, sir, the chosen gods nodded. Weapons and equipment are from the previous border warehouse, but the territory for extraordinary products is too small. Do you have any ideas? The fighting spirit and magic system in this world is very simple. As long as you invest in extraordinary items, you can increase your strength. There is only a difference in speed. For example, the Imperial Army's fighting knights are wholesale, and their improvement is very slow. Magic potions and magic cores are the most commonly used cultivation items. Regularly distributing these two items can maintain and improve the combat effectiveness of the army. With Little Moon here, the supply and demand of magic cores in the territory should be able to reach a balance. Gerlos raised his hand. Philomna's moon flower can produce moon stones that are better than the magic core and can also be used in place of the magic core. The level of the moon stone is related to her own level. Now she can produce 4th level moon stone. There are not enough moon stones. When she was in the territory, she could produce more than a dozen pieces a night, which would supply more than 300 people a month. And the 4th level moon stones produced would be a pity for the standardized army. The fighting spirit knights of the Imperial Army have poor talents, and it is a waste to absorb the 4th level moon stone. If we can explore the magic core mine or prepare a magic potion, this problem can be easily solved. Allison has a say in this, but these two things are almost impossible to obtain. The formula of the magic potion is the secret of the big family, not to mention the magic core mine, a treasure that can make even the great powers take action. It's not impossible to get it, at least there is one in the north. Rosalia shook her head. The Golden Lion territory is built on a giant magic core vein, and the Elk Count has many secret recipes for magic potions, as long as he can find them. We can't even pass through the Viscounty territory, let alone the deeper parts of the north. The chosen one immediately shook his head. King Yin, who was holding a drawing board and drawing, suddenly raised her hand. Sir, conquering dungeons can also produce magic cores or other extraordinary items, but the efficiency is lower. Dungeons are generally located underground where magic is abundant. They gradually turn ordinary monsters into magical beasts, and then attract wild magical beasts to form a strange biosphere. They are not necessarily real cities. Yes, monsters will also drop magic cores. Field nodded in approval, but there were no warcraft in the north, and they had all been corrupted into monsters, resulting in zero sense of existence. So there is a dungeon in the Cloud Vale territory, but I don't know if it has been corrupted. Rosaria said thoughtfully, there is a coal mine in the Cloud Vale territory. It is said that a gem mine has been discovered, but whether it is true or not, I am not sure. Don't know anymore. It seems that it is imperative to regain the leadership of Yunmu. By the way, how did you get the equipment of the border army at that time? Those equipment will not be sold easily. King Yin seemed to notice something, narrowed her eyes mischievously, and said with a smile, Sir, you are good and bad but surprisingly in line with the values of our chosen god of killing. Yes, We secretly evacuated the 2 large equipment warehouses of the border army. Night breeze covered her ears in embarrassment. Field has always been suspicious of people who don't use them, but don't trust people who employ them. The upcoming border war was discussed from beginning to end, including the final signing of the contract and the exchange of border fortresses. I see. King Yin pondered for a moment. The cloud curtain territory is mountainous and a corrupted land, so it is difficult to occupy it. Even if you occupy it, you may not be able to find the dungeon. It would be better. Starting from the bull territory, we tear up the contract, and the Empire delivers. We will eat all the aid given to the bull territory. Well said. Field laughed. Soon it will be time for the Empire to send support supplies. When he signed the border fortress agreement with Count Swaro, he kept making concessions and promised to give all the annual maintenance, garrison expenses, and assistance to the border fortress to the Count. It's just to delay time and accumulate strength. At that time, due to lack of strength, we had to delay time and capture the fortress. Now that I have the strength, the agreement I signed before is toilet paper. The victory that Knight leader gained with blood had nothing to do with him. Give it a benefit, you're just asking for farts. Don't even think about a copper. If that's the case, we'd better take down the border fortress of Maple Leaf territory. Allison gestured with her hand. Otherwise, the Earl will retaliate against us and ask Simon for a passage. He will definitely lend it. In that case, the recent strategy is very clear. Investigate Bull territory and occupy it. Maple Leaf territory also needs to be invaded. As for Cloud Curtain territory, wait until the army completes training before making plans. Of course, the construction of Night Curtain territory cannot be left behind. Field was very surprised. King Yin and Allison both had their own ideas. The opinions they put forward were very reasonable, completely different from those of the people in the disaster faction. This is a profit. It seems that I don't have to use my brain often in the future. In fact, because I have been with disaster for a long time, I feel that the chosen ones are stupid and cute. People like King Yin, who can speak multiple foreign languages, have experienced ups and downs, and have been tempered many times, can't be stupid. After the meeting, the chosen ones went to perform tasks or rest. Suddenly, there was no one around me again. Field spent half a day walking around the territory. The commercial district has many more products of the people, such as shoe stores, bakeries, and pottery stores, and it is becoming more and more prosperous. The new brick residential area is still under construction, and many residents gathered outside the construction site to watch. There are many local residents who are not just watching the fun, they are spontaneously learning construction techniques. Many mud and wooden houses in the territory have obviously been renovated, and they were all renovated by the residents themselves. Sometimes, we have to sigh at the wisdom of working people. As long as they have enough free time, they will create or learn spontaneously. After inspecting Fengqi town, Field waited for Asuna to arrive. She had already loaded the goods into the truck and had prepared this month's happy beans, soap, and refined salt, just in time for her business trip. Let's go together on the way. I just want to go to the bull leader to see what the hell is disturbing my soldiers' rest. The road leading to the night became wider and wider, and there were no corpses to harass along the way. It took only one day for everyone to arrive at the border fortress. Sir, I'm leaving first. Be careful on the road, and don't forget to call for support when you encounter strong enemies. Field warned. Miss Ashina, please bring back some third-level fire attribute magic cores. As long as there are fire attribute magic cores, I can canonize the gods' chosen guards. Leave it to me. Ashina greeted reluctantly, and then led the team to buy slaves. Since the soldiers said they heard strange noises at night, we will take action at night so that we can attack them during the day and scare them away. Field takes Allison, Blackfeather, and Rosaria into action. There was no way to go to Bull territory during the day, so Field specially waited for rest in the fortress and visited the soldiers stationed here. The soldiers were deeply moved. At night, darkness enveloped the earth and the cold north wind howled. The north of the Empire is extremely cold, and there are many ghosts outside, adding to the coldness. It looks like there will be a snowstorm next month. Allison held the air with a melancholic temperament, as if sensing the humidity in the air. Every snowstorm will kill countless people. You can also measure the weather. Field's eyes widened. Is this a hidden ability? It's a bit powerful. Ha, Field, you must be a fake northerner. Rosaria laughed so hard, it snows every year at this time. Okay. Field was embarrassed and patted Rosaria's bunny to ease his mood. Could it be that the chosen one from the netherworld has settled in the bull territory? Rosaria tilted her head, thinking wildly, I want to compete with the previous disasters. It's unlikely. If Netherworld returns to the Griffin Empire, he will probably come to us. Chat room, heart-rending screams could be heard in the distance, as if someone had their heart and lungs ripped out. The tragic wailing echoed in the evening wind, which was extremely terrifying. Did you hear that weird scream? Field became serious, raised his hand, drew out the sword from his waist, and picked up the shield hanging on the side of the horse. Looking around, the overly dense weeds and trees were shaking constantly, and corpses were exposed from time to time in the grass. Accompanied by the strange barking of wild dogs, it seemed like there were countless pairs of eyes in the darkness. The bull territory has suffered many disasters. Now it seems that the newly arrived Baron Johnson has failed to revitalize the bull territory. I heard it. It doesn't sound like a strange scream that humans can make. Rosaria summoned the great sword of gluttony, and the terrifying sword floated behind her, looking extremely handsome. It's so scary. Hayu was still young after all. He immediately activated his divine power and looked like he was ready to activate his magical skills. At the same time, he subconsciously came closer. Don't panic, stay calm at all times. Field patted her head. Yeah, Kuroyu is not afraid. Hayu will protect the Lord. Vulcan butterfly, light the way forward for us. Allison summoned dozens of fire butterflies. The fire butterflies were as delicate as handicrafts, blooming with bright brilliance and dispelling the surrounding darkness. The source of the sound is from the direction of Bull Castle. I hope Baron Jason is okay. Field looked seriously at the darkness in the distance. He is a good person, even if I decide to fall out with him. Baron Jason is a gray-haired old man who was once a vassal of the Ross family and was very polite to him. Because of his reliability and integrity, he was sent by Swallow to occupy the Bull territory. The four of them rode quickly and quickly arrived outside the Bull Castle. The moment he saw Bull Castle from a distance, Field knew that Baron Jason had been killed. The entire Bull Castle was completely plunged into darkness, and even the castle was pitch black. The gates of Bull Castle were sparsely opened, as if they were evil beasts ready to devour life. Surprisingly, there were many villagers and adventurers blocking the city gate. The villagers held torches, dung forks or hatchets, huddled together in fear. Rosalia, please hide for a moment. Field ordered, and Rosaria immediately turned into a bloodline and hid on Field. Without any further hesitation, Field drove his horse to where the villagers gathered. What happened here? Wow! The villagers followed the voice and looked back, almost frightened to death by Field. Covered in heavy black armor and carrying a ferocious sword, he looked like a monster in the darkness. Don't be afraid, I'm a human being. Field didn't want to explain more and asked directly, what happened here? Sir, we are refugees from the High Castle province. Because winter has come, all the houses and land have been sold by the lords. So we want to escape to the Bull territory to live, but obviously we are not welcome here. An old man began to complain in a long-winded manner. We just want to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Oh, we are so miserable, goddess. Why don't you give us a way to live? Okay, stop talking nonsense. The adventurer wearing leather armor next to him gently pushed him away and said with a panicked look, the Bull Castle has turned into a ghost cave. Many people say that there are ghosts and monsters inside. One of our third-level adventurers led the team in during the day, but it hasn't come out yet. Even the adventurers can't solve it. Field was very surprised. Although the adventurers were weaker than the regular army, they had their own specialties. They were very good at dealing with these miscellaneous monsters. My lord, the battlefield is where you gallop. Ghosts are difficult to be stabbed by lances. The adventurer spoke very sincerely. It's better not to go in. It would be great if there was the Holy Light Church. They can deal with ghosts professionally. As soon as the voice fell, Field felt a strong wind blowing in his ears. Without Field's action, Allison and Hayu took action one after another to intercept the flying things. Plub. What fell to the ground was actually a head of a person with eyes wide open. While monster there is a monster, the villagers screamed and wanted to run away, but seeing the darkness around them, there was nowhere to run, so they had to huddle together and shout. It's Mr. Earton, he has a third-level fighting spirit. The adventurers were also scared out of their wits. Tusk, it's true that evil spirits emerge in troubled times. Field frowned slightly. However, he dared to cause damage at my doorstep. This is no longer an ordinary monster. We must strike hard. Roar accompanied by the evil roar. 3 or 4 hideous monsters rushed out in a crawling posture. The cold light of the claws stretched straight to the villagers watching. "It's food, ghouls! Goddess, the devil has returned to this land again." The villagers screamed in fear, and the brave set up dung forks and waved them randomly. "There are ghouls, this is the first time I have seen them. I have only read about them in books before. There are devils in this world, but they are not on the moon-marked continent where Field is." Field looked at them curiously. The ghouls who rushed out were still wearing the clothes of Johnson's family, including maid uniforms and soldiers' linen shorts, but they were already tattered, and the tattered clothes revealed a bunch of mosaics. "In the name of the flame, purify." Allison waved her hand, and the gorgeous burning fire butterfly, with the scorching heat of magma, hit the ghouls that were rushing over. The flames rose, and the power of the flames suddenly engulfed the four ghouls, devouring them in an instant. Hearing the crackling sound, the ghouls only twisted and wailed twice in the flames, and then they were burned to ashes like a piece of paper. God, the chosen one. The villagers and adventurers were directly shocked, even more shocked than when they saw the ghouls just now, and immediately knelt down. "My lord, please forgive my ignorance. I shouldn't have stopped you just now." The previous adventurers were so scared that they trembled like sieves. The lord in front of him, but he was the one who had the chosen one. How dare he stop him? He would definitely be punished by God for obstructing the will of God. The adventurer even felt that his whole body began to feel uncomfortable, as if 100 ghouls were crawling on him. "It's okay." Field waved his hand casually. "Let's go into the city and take a look." In the shocked eyes of the villagers, everyone entered the bull castle and saw blood all over the ground. They had been slaughtered. It seems that a strong man killed them with weapons. It is not like the style of the nether gods chosen or wild ghosts. Rosaria's voice sounded in his ears. "Roar, we are in pain. Stay and accompany me." A large number of undead creatures emerged from the streets around him, including bruised corpses, hideous ghouls, and translucent ghosts. These monsters have never appeared in the night territory. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be scared to death. Field used his fighting spirit to sense and scan the past. The weak vitality showed that most of them were zero-level creatures, and occasionally there were first-level monsters. "No, get out." Field's long sword slashed down heavily. The sharp sword passed through the ghost's body without hurting it at all. "Ha ha ha, we can't be killed." The female ghost laughed triumphantly, her voice like a needle. "It's just to test whether ordinary weapons can cause damage. What are you laughing at?" Field injected fighting spirit into the long sword in his hand and slashed again. This time, the long sword cut the ghost in half like a hot knife cutting tofu. Amid the ghost's wailing, a large amount of white deathly air suddenly rose. "Kill them." The surrounding monsters were jealous and rushed over to kill them. Those who don't know how to live or die. Vulcan butterflies explode. A large number of flame butterflies flew around and fell into the densely populated areas of monsters, wantonly venting the terrifying heat. The layers of fire waves instantly burned the monsters that surrounded them into slag. Undead creatures are not strong. Allison shook her head slightly. Not as dangerous as corpses. "Wait, don't burn them to slag." Field was keenly aware of something and ordered, "Just kill them, don't cremate them." "Yes." Allison waved his sleeves to disperse the flames. Field used his sword to pull away the pile of corpses and picked up a black thing. This seems to be the claw of a ghoul, and it emits energy fluctuations. "Identify." Taking out the Book of Wisdom, Field used identification on it. Item: Ghoul Claw, first-level magic material description. The essence of extraordinary ghouls is one of the basic materials for making magic props and preparing potions. Good stuff. Phil's eyes lit up. Look quickly, are there any other extraordinary items? After searching for a while, they found 7 or 8 ghost crystals, which are also magic materials. It seems that the undead monsters are full of treasures. Field was overjoyed. Anything becomes worthless after corruption, which leads to the shortage of magic materials in the night territory. Field is almost crazy about it. Seeing another monster rushing over, Field's eyes lit up. "What kind of eyes are these?" "You are not afraid of us, wait, what are you going to do?" The originally ferocious ghost saw the greedy eyes of the opposite side, and that look seemed to be looking at a piece of fat cake. Even though he had died once, the undead creature was afraid at this moment. "Chop them all, they are all magic materials, don't let any of them go." Field swung his sword and rushed towards them, and Allison and Hai Yu also attacked at the same time. With the terrifying fighting power of the Chosen One, everyone hacked away all the way and soon cleared all the monsters outside the castle. "Go in and meet the monsters inside." Field pushed the door open and entered, and the strong smell of blood hit him. He had been to this place as a guest before, but now the portraits on the wall were stained with dried blood, and the tables, chairs, and vases were scattered all over the floor. They were not robbed, at least the people who murdered them were rich enough. Silently coming to the dining table and putting the gold plate on the table into the sack, Field was very sure that the attacker was not short of money. Anyway, he would definitely pick up the gold when he saw it. Field glanced around and immediately noticed Baron Johnson on the Lord's throne. To be precise, it was his body. There was a big hole in his chest, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had seen something unbelievable. It seems that he has been interrogated. It may be an acquaintance. Allison frowned slightly and covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves, but when her eyes moved under the chair, she widened her eyes in horror. Doll, that doll. What's wrong with the doll, sister? You didn't understand why Allison would have such a big reaction to seeing a doll. It seems that it was probably done by the Ross family. Field took a breath and saw his brother's iconic doll. When he defeated his younger brother Adrian, he was torn to pieces by the doll monster that suddenly appeared. After a moment of silence, Field was confused. It is very likely that my brother did it, but why? A person who has left the family, what secrets are worth interrogating? It may also be pure revenge for betraying the Ross family. While thinking, you suddenly warned, something is approaching quickly. Bang! The windows of the castle were blown away. 4 people dressed in adventurer costumes flew in, 2 men and 2 women. The woman in the lead was wearing a white short skirt and white cotton socks with gold thread inlays. Her clothes looked very elegant, and she was obviously from a good family. The villains of the shadow cult suffer death. Among the 4, the youngest one, a short-haired young man wearing ordinary clothes, drew his sword directly and said, "Let you see the combat power of the chief knight of Evely. I have mastered the strongest sword skill." "Knight? Impossible. Your family crest, sword, ring, and pendants are not in the style of a knight." As soon as he said this, the young man was stunned and said angrily, "I don't need to prove anything to the villains of the shadow cult. I'm not from the shadow cult. Calm down, gentlemen and ladies." Field pushed with one hand to signal them to step back. "I am the Baron of the Night Lord." I don't believe it." The young man grinned with confidence. "You dare to offend our adventurer association. For Miss Evely, I must kill you today." "Who is Evely? It's none of my business." Field was speechless. Seeing the young man charging towards him with a sword, he had no choice but to pull out the sword from his waist. Freddy is still so reckless. But let's see what his special training has become. The other male swordsman among the 4 was stunned by the scene in front of him before he could finish his words. With just a wave of his hand, Field blocked the opponent's fancy sword skills, and with a forceful swipe, the back of the sword slapped Freddy in the face. He whipped him to the ground, his face swollen as if it were stuffed with eggs. "My sword skills and marksmanship are often compared with those of the Chosen Ones, and I have fought countless bloody battles. Although it is not first class, it is more than enough to deal with some young boys." "That's it, just practice more." Field was amused. Put the sword on Freddy's neck and made 2 lazy gestures. "I hope your neck is as hard as your mouth. Let him go." Evely became serious and summoned a slender stabbing sword with a wave of her hand, and the 3rd-level divine power wave bloomed. Without giving Field a chance to kill Freddy, Evely sprinted over. It turns out to be the 3rd-level divine chosen one. Field did not dodge and reached out to pull out the gluttony sword on his back. The moment he held the sword, the terrifying dragon eyes on the sword opened. The qualitative change is endless, and when not in use, the power of the artifact will also be slightly enhanced. The moment the gluttony sword appeared, the entire castle trembled slightly. What an evil aura! He is indeed a member of the shadow cult. Evely's cold eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. The 3rd-level divine skill is so sharp that it penetrates the heart. A sword struck quickly, and with the strong wind howling, the sharp edge directly smashed the surrounding wooden tables into pieces, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Field's heart. The people of the shadow cult are too bold. They actually dare to challenge the Chosen One's edge. No wonder people from the shadow cult are said to be crazy. This is so stupid. Only a 6th-level fighting spirit knight would have the strength to fight against a 3rd-level divine choice, but a 6th-level fighting spirit knight would never be so young. Therefore, everyone concluded that the young man in front of them was mentally ill. Field raised his eyebrows and directly let Rosalia take over. "How about killing her?" Rosaria giggled in her ear. Don't kill them yet, they are still useful. The moment the decision was made, Field was controlled to swing the sword. The ordinary sword fell down, but the divine power exploded like a brilliant thunderpool. The tyrannical power erupted with a screaming sonic boom, hitting the enemy like a falling mountain. There was a loud, clang sound. The devastating gesture, Field blasted evilly away, shattering tables, chairs, and wooden cabinets along the way. Evely's three companions didn't even react, their smiles frozen on their faces. When Evely crashed the stone wall, everyone jumped up in fright. They couldn't believe their eyes. The third-level divine selection was actually blown away by a young man's understatement. I'm afraid I didn't wake up. That's it, how dare you attack me rashly? Field strode into the pile of rocks, pinched Evely's neck, and pulled her out. Rosaria at the third level can easily kill the same level, not to mention that Rosaria is now at the fourth level. Well, Evely was in pain and kicked her with her slender legs. A sickly flush appeared on her face from being choked. Her three friends tried to come to the rescue, but Allison blew them to the ground. Field casually threw Evely to the ground and slapped down the sword, scattering Evely's struggling strength. Be honest now. Cough, cough, cough. She kept coughing. What do you want to do? It turns out you can talk nicely. Field waved his hand domineeringly. I want to take the mount. The great sword of gluttony seemed to have heard some strange instructions, and chains flew out in all directions, wrapping Evely into a strange shape, highlighting all the beauty. There was even a large amount of blood flowing out of the gluttony sword, forming a strange shape. Here, this is triggering the defeat animation. Field was shocked. The functions of this artifact are really rich and colorful. Animal. Everyone in the adventure group gritted their teeth in anger, but they did not dare to step forward to stop him. Evely's eyes trembled when she thought of Field saying he wanted to take in pets. First of all, tell me who you are. How dare you attack me? Isn't it a capital crime to attack a noble? Are you really a noble? When Evely saw that Field didn't take action immediately, she bravely looked at Field and said hesitantly, We are members of the Adventurers Guild and are tracking the third deacon of the Shadow Cult, aren't you? With this terrifying magic sword alone, no one would believe that Field was a human being. Of course not. From my first glance, he is a good man with a strong sense of justice. After saying this, Field flicked away the broken bones of the ghoul from the gaps in the armor and smiled kindly. The third deacon has the chosen of the dead. She has been wandering in the north of the Empire. We have received intelligence and are planning to destroy her. That's it. Then, please let us go, we still need to rescue our companions. Evely prayed, I am the Vice President of the Adventure Association and the daughter of Mr. Randy of the High Chamber of Commerce. Bah, you deserve to be spared. If ordinary people were killed by you, they would have been killed long ago. Field annoys people like this the most. I can compensate you 10,000 gold coins. A third-level artifact plus 50,000 gold coins. Sorry, sir, because of the war, our Chamber of Commerce cannot make ends meet. Please see that we are all righteous people, forgive our recklessness. This condition is not bad. Field nodded and let go of Evely. If you can build a good relationship with the High Chamber of Commerce, you will soon have a large amount of goods to sell. Evely wisely took out a magical flying knife. No, we are also dealing with the Shadow Cult, you can't. Freddy was mid-sentence, and when he saw everyone's faces, he stopped in embarrassment. Let's go, I think your partner can't hold on much longer. Glancing at the small map, I saw that under the Bull Castle, several human markers became fainter. The third deacon of the Shadow Cult, let me meet you. After clearing up the misunderstanding, everyone found a collapsed floor. There is a spiral staircase hidden under the floor that leads all the way underground. Be careful of the third deacon. Her chosen one has peak level 3 strength. She has recently been studying the technology left by Calamity. It is very dangerous. Leave it to me. Search TWCan on Google. Field led the team underground and walked along the curved tunnel for 5 minutes. Everyone was surprised to find that there was a huge mausoleum underground under the Bull Castle. This is too exaggerated. It has only been half a month. How can the third deacon dig out such a large tomb? What does the Shadow Cult want to do? Evely covered her mouth in surprise. There's no moss or mushrooms. But this place wasn't built in a few months. Field shrugged. Roar. A large number of undead creatures emerged from various passages. The number is at least more than 200, so be careful. Evely pulled out her stabbing sword and was stopped by Field just as she was about to step forward. Just leave it to us to chop with the sword for as long as you want. By the way, you guys can help me collect the fallen magic materials. Huh, but there are so many monsters. Field was too lazy to talk nonsense and gave Allison a look, and she immediately created a large Vulcan butterfly. The gorgeous and delicate Vulcan butterfly, like a dancing miniature sun, crashed into the undead creature and immediately exploded into magma like flames. The surrounding undead creatures were immediately ignited and burned. They are indeed God's chosen ones, and they are also powerful group damage mages. The adventurers watched with horror. Because the surrounding temperature was too high, they were covered in sweat and dried and stuck to their bodies, making them all shiny. Evely couldn't help but admit, mage-type God's chosen ones are quick to clean up the trash. Although she is of the 3rd level, her rapier is very difficult to deal with a large group of enemies. After clearing away the monsters blocking the road, everyone entered the underground mausoleum. In the dungeons on both sides of the mausoleum, 20 or 30 people were sparsely imprisoned. Most of them were crazy, either hitting the wall or twitching. Help, miss. The ranger of the Adventurer Association, with scratches all over his body, opened his eyes weakly, saw that Evely was coming, and then shouted for help with all his strength. Oh, poor old One-Eye, the damn bastard tortured you like this. The adventurers immediately stepped forward and used weapons to open the dungeon door. Are you okay, miss? You don't look too good either. Old One-Eye looked at Freddy, then at Evely, and shed tears of emotion and resentment. The abominable shadow cult actually beat you to death, so. Evely's clothes were torn in several places, and her body was covered with small wounds. Let alone Freddy, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Field was embarrassed. If I catch the bastard who beats you, I will beat him hard, both left and right. Old One-Eye cursed. Okay, stop talking. Evely was sweating profusely. She didn't want to annoy Field and have them caught and beaten. Is there anyone else, Fanny? Where is Fanny? Finding that her partner was missing, Evely hurriedly asked. In the inner chamber of the catacombs, there are too many undead creatures. They are probably more dangerous than others. Miss, let's get out of here quickly. The strength of the 3rd deacon is so powerful that even one of us is not enough to defeat him. Haha, now that you're here, don't leave. A twisted and perverted voice came. And a fat corpse like a wine barrel, not even wearing linen clothes, staggered out. The Fanny you're looking for has become my equipment. Zun Sheng looked around and saw that the woman rolling her eyes was tied to the monster's belly. Field automatically marked himself as a messiah every time the fat ghoul takes a step. Will make a strange and abnormal sound. Field only took one look and was deeply shocked. This is a fucking armor. It's so disgusting. Is it really defensive? Young man, you know very well a woman with fighting spirit is the fuel and armor of this ghoul body. The ghoul monster smiled. I couldn't find the 5th level divine choice doll necromancer. I was very depressed. Let's have some fun with you. Aw, Fanny, damn beast, I want you to pay the price. Evely was furious and could no longer maintain her grace. Her eyes turned red and she took a step forward. 3rd level magical skill, Ice Peak Thorn, were coming too. The other 3 adventurers surrounded him from different directions. Evely was extremely fast. The stabbing sword in her hand was covered in ice, and the sharp sword light was even colder. Just looking at the sword light made her feel heartbreaking pain, which showed that Evely had no reservations. Seeing the aurora like offensive, the corpse didn't even panic. Instead, it puffed up its chest and dangled the meat cleaver in its hand. Fanny, who was tied to her body, immediately let out a painful wail. Stab her more accurately, hehe. Although she was transformed by my magic into an idiot who only knows how to enjoy herself, but she is still alive and well. You don't want to kill your companions. Damn. Seeing this scene, Evely was so angry that she almost vomited blood, her stomach cramped, and she almost vomited. Not daring to really blast her comrades to pieces, Evely forcefully activated her divine power, causing the originally blasted magical skill to deflect a few centimeters. Well, after forcibly activating the magical skill to change direction, Evely immediately turned pale and suffered a backlash. To make matters worse, she struck the stone wall on the side with her sword. Seizing the opportunity, the fat ghoul laughed wildly and kicked her. The other adventurers wanted to attack, but found that there was a woman tied behind his back. The ghoul vomited a large mouthful of poisonous gas. Ha, try this, stinking fly swarm. The non-divine skill that obviously had little effect on the chosen one melted some of the divine coat. Frightened, Evely crawled to the side to dodge. Great, so wonderful. The ghoul laughed wildly. This is the chosen one of the dead. heralded the power of the netherworld disaster. Other gods are rubbish. What's the use if they can't bring eternity? The dead are the future of this world. After that, it used the living as a shield, wielded the cleaver frantically, and repelled the adventurers. What should I do? As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Evely and others are desperate. They didn't even see the chosen one of the third deacon and was stumped by a ghoul. Get out of the way, I can't do it. Seeing that they kept moving around and didn't attack, Field sighed helplessly. Don't hurt our companions, Evely shouted anxiously. Understanding their dilemma, Field said calmly, I'll try my best. Rosaria tapped the ground with her toes and her power surged out. Although she was not good at speed, it was more than enough to kill a third-level corpse ghost in seconds. Hee, I'm tired of playing with these two. Collect the bodies of your companions. The corpse ghosts were dead people, not afraid of death at all, and swung their knives directly at Fanny in front of them.